Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is debate night. Let's go. You could understand out the door. All right, welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. We're going to have a little chill stream tonight, do debates only. I'm not reacting to anything tonight. Strictly debates. We're currently live on TikTok right now. On TikTok, we got these three prompts. First prompt is going to be a patriarchy is necessary for a thriving society. That's going to be prompt one. Prompt two is women are beneath men. I'm sure that prompt is going to trigger some liberals and some feminists. Prompt three, atheists can't ground logic and morals without God. So without God, logic and morals cannot be grounded. So those are the three prompts. Looks like hoping we can get some atheists on up here, some feminists up. We're also live on YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. So the folks on YouTube, there's a link for you to join the stream. That link is going to be in the YouTube comments, actually. It's pinned in the YouTube comments. So if you want to come on up, just click that link and I will bring you on up. For the folks via TikTok, you can just request to come on up and we can have a good debate tonight. But those are the three prompts. I do welcome anyone else up as well. Like if you want to debate about anything else, if you watched any of my clips, any of my content, and you disagree, have some points of contention, tonight is your night to come up and join the stream and debate. So that's what we're doing tonight. Let's move that over. Okay. We do got a few links in the YouTube description. First link is going to be for the members. If you like the channel, you want to support the channel, go ahead and click that link. Let me make sure we're actually live on YouTube. Had to reconnect to my restream. Hopefully it connected properly. 1 second here, chat. Okay. Yeah, we are live on YouTube. All right, perfect. So yeah, the first link is going to be for the members. So if you want to become a member, man, and support the channel, please do so by clicking the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments, and you can become a member and support the channel. The other links in the YouTube description is going to be for the Clips channel, and then the other links are going to be for all of the social media platforms. If you're not following us on X, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, go ahead and give us a follow there. Let's hop right into these debates, though, man. So for the folks that is tuning in on TikTok, it's pretty much dedicating this stream to you guys, right? You guys want to come on up and debate. You guys been writing in the comments, sending me messages. The debate prompts is right there on the screen. A patriarchy is necessary for a thriving society. Women are beneath men. And third prompt is atheists cannot ground logic and morals without God. So anyone that wants to join stream, just request to come on up and I will bring you on up. Shouts out to the members in here. I see Witkid. I see Zandal. What else I see in here? Booger Bandit. See you in here, man. Green. Why are you still green? What do you mean, Witkid? Let me know. Do I need to enable some mods on here? I can definitely, I'll go ahead and enable. If you're not a mod, I know we had some problems with it last stream in Dallas. But if you're not a mod, I can definitely go ahead and enable that for you and make you a mod. Looks like we got one guy that requested to come up via TikTok. I'll bring you up shortly. So yeah, quick recap to DebateCon and the last stream we did, which was on Friday in Dallas, Texas. Shouts out to my recruiter out there in Dallas for recruiting all of the girls. Shouts out to the dude that Travis rented out his studio, so shouts out to him. It was a good show, man. It was a little ratchet, not a little ratchet. It was a lot of ratchet, very ratchet. Them girls was, intense. It was their first time on a podcast, so I tend to, be a little bit patient, have a little grace for someone that's new coming on my platform, especially when they haven't been on a show. I know you guys, was upset because they just kept talking over one another, but sometimes I kind of let it go because I want to hear what they're saying as well. But then the one chick at the end, man, I had to get rid of her. Kicked her off the stream. She had to go. She had to go. But yeah, so the last stream was Friday. It was pretty dope. Full dating and relationship podcast. Kicked off one girl. Had a few debates on there. It was good, man. It was a good show. Dallas is pretty dope, man. I don't know if anyone ever been to, Dallas, but it's hot. Like the heat is much different than up north, bro. It's much different than, New York, PA, Jersey area. Of course, I knew it was going to be different, but like it's hotter than Florida. Like the heat is like the sun is a little bit closer to your neck. It's weird out there. DebateCon was dope though. A lot of the debates were canceled. Like some of the debates got canceled, so I didn't get to watch certain debates because times was moved around and I was busy out there. But Rachel Wilson did a great job debating Not So Erudite. Totally destroyed her. I had a debate set with Not So Erudite. I believe it was going to be Saturday, but she ended up backing out of that. She didn't like the topic. The topic was going to be, is feminism compatible with Christianity? She totally backed out of that debate. So, from what I heard, she didn't like the topic. So, I'll not going to say that she like ran from it, but she didn't like that topic. I'm not sure how, because that topic, if it's anyone, who suits that topic, it would be her, because she is a self-proclaimed feminist and a self-proclaimed Christian. So that topic just goes perfect with her. But I don't think that she really wanted to debate that. Also, I'm sure she had to prepare for Rachel Wilson, which I think she didn't prepare well enough for. Rachel Wilson totally obliterated her during the debate. Every argument that Not So Erudite had, Rachel Wilson had a good rebuttal for it. Not So Erudite had a question. Rachel Wilson was able to grant her argument and then never get a question to her argument answered from Not So Erudite. So it was a good strategy, because Not So Erudite question, and I don't think that's released yet on Modern Day Debate, but it will be released soon. I'll do a little reaction to it. But quick insight on it. Not So Erudite just wasn't prepared to answer the type of argument that Rachel came prepared with, which I don't know how, because Not So Erudite been doing these feminist debates for I don't know how long. And Rachel didn't take the precept position. She didn't do the Jay Dyer way. She actually took a different, strategy than her husband, Andrew Wilson, as well. And it actually worked out for her and her benefit. I'm sure her and Andrew, of course, prepared for it that way, which it was a good strategy. But you guys are going to watch it. You're going to see it, and you're definitely going to like it. It was entertaining. I would say that debate, Andrew Wilson's debate, and also Jay Dyer debate was probably one of the top three out there. And I'm not being biased because I know them, but just speaking facts, right? All right, let's bring up some people for debate night. We got a lot of people in here backstream, so let's go ahead and do that. Currently live on YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. Looks like we got about 5 TikTok debaters up. Going to start with the first person that came in here. I think his name is Octo. You're up first. And then everybody else, we're going to go ahead and hit a line. We got Social, I think that is his name, or Scottle. Tylen, maybe that's your name. Johnny, Daniel. And then we got Superior MKP. I'm going to go ahead and get to all of you. So no problem. 1 second here. And everybody tuning in on TikTok, I would recommend coming on over to YouTube. It is, just a much better platform and experience as far as audio and everything. And you can still join the stream via YouTube. I have a link pinned in the YouTube comments, but I'll go ahead and bring you guys up via TikTok for the folks that requested in. Let's see here. Okay, let's do that. And let's get rid of that. Go ahead and share my screen on YouTube. Okay, there we go. All right, let's bring up some folks. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
My name is Octo. I'm 30. Is my audio okay?
Yeah, audio's good. Can you hear me good?
I can hear you just fine. I got I got the Walmart headphones. That's why I asked. Like if I was just gonna turn to my phone if you couldn't hear me, okay. But yeah, I mean, I'm interested in prompt 3.
It looks like I'm on a For You page. We got some haters in here. Who's that? Sean? Oh my God! How did you get on the For You page? Blocked? Yeah, go ahead and block me. It's okay. But go ahead, Octo. What prompt would you like to debate, man?
The point 3, atheists can't ground morals and logic.
Okay.
Which one do you feel stronger about, the morals point or the logic point?
I think both. I think I don't think that you can ground logic and morals without God. I think it's impossible. I don't think that an atheist worldview can do it. A non-theist worldview can do it. So we can go with whichever one you want to do first. If you want to go ahead and try to ground logic under your atheist worldview or morals, that's totally fine. And by ground, I mean given an epistemic justification for morals and logic. So I'm looking for like I'm asking a deeper level question than. I'm not saying that atheists aren't logical. I think that all human beings are logical under my worldview because we're all made in the image of God. But under an atheist worldview, well, there's no God. But go ahead, man. You can start wherever you want.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think I feel like the concept of trying to ground logic at all seems suspect to me. Like I feel like what would it even mean to say that how would you ground one as one, right? I mean, it just seems sort of like you can ground statements about like so for example, have you ever heard of proof by contradiction?
No. But
yeah, so
okay, I see that you're rejecting the grounding of something like logic and morals. And what I'm asking,
it's incoherent as a thought, yeah.
Got it. So it's incoherent as a thought. So like logic itself, we would say that we need, and I think that you would agree with this. For us to believe certain things, and I'm sure an atheist would believe this because it's like, well, I don't believe in God because that seems illogical. There's no imperative evidence for this. So I'm really not going to take on this theist belief in God. Normally, that's the atheist position because God seems to be an illogical framework to believe in.
I don't agree with that. I mean, when I say that I don't believe in God, I don't say I don't believe in God because it's quote unquote illogical. I say I don't believe in God because there's no evidence, right? Like and the reason I'm making that distinction is because like you can attack like illogical points. For example, like maybe somebody would believe in the problem of evil or something. That would be attacking the quote unquote logic of God. My atheism, if I was going to ground it, would be in the evidence or lack thereof of God, it sounds like this is the same thing, but it's not.
Okay. So any empirical evidence or lack thereof of any evidence of God. But when we're looking at logic, like there's no empirical evidence of logic.
Well, you wouldn't. So evidence is kind of something that would come after logic, right? So logic would be like something that you'd have to start with as far as like very base axioms. and then evidence would kind of build on that. I can give you an example if you're not clear on what I'm talking about.
I understand what you're speaking about. So if you're speaking about axioms and we don't need any evidence for logic, the evidence will come after the axiom. So you're simply saying that logic is self-evident, is axiomatic, correct?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's self-grounding. Like, for example, if I was to say that I don't believe in the not operator, right? Or I think the not operator does not exist, it would be self-defeating to try to claim that.
Okay.
Right?
So
like, I don't think you could get around from it.
If it's the case that logic is self-evident, does logic rely on anything else for it to be logical?
Does logic rely on anything?
Does logic rely on anything?
No, I would say no. I would say that, like, if you remove every single thing from the universe, the property 1 = 1 still remains.
Okay. And
even
the
if there's no actual exact. Yeah, the fact of 1 = 1 still remains, even if there is no actual.
And how do you know that?
Concretize that. Because, I mean, that's just it's fundamental. I don't see how that could possibly.
How do you know that?
Because it's fundamental.
You know that currently because you're using logic, right?
Well, I know that 1 is 1 because if 1 was not 1, it couldn't be the case that 1 was not
currently
1.
Because you're using logic. So you're using logic to justify logic. You can't do it because it's like if I say, you have a hammer and I say, hey, justify the hammer, and you just start using the hammer, you will not be able to give a justification. So when I'm asking for a grounding of logic as a concept is conceptual. It's a principle, correct?
Right. Well, what I said was that
principle,
the idea of trying to prove logic
this principle of logic is conceptual, and this concept, you basically are saying that it's universal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it couldn't not be the case.
It cannot be the case that it's not universal, and this universal
it can't not be the case.
It can't be the case
that 1 is 1.
Got it. It's always the case.
Negative here.
I get it, right?
Yeah, it's always the case that 1 is 1, yeah.
Got it. So it's conceptual, it's universal. Is it immaterial? Logic itself.
I mean, I don't see how it would rely on physical matter, so I would imagine it'd have to be immaterial, yeah.
Got it. So it's immaterial, universal. Is it also invariant? Does it apply everywhere? I'm sorry, does it apply at all times?
It would seem to be the case. I don't see how that could not be the case.
So it seems that logic, you just described and you gave logic some sort of ontology. It's immaterial, it's universal, and it's also invariant, right? Now, this concept cannot be, grounded in a human being's mind because human beings are finite. We die. You're saying that it's grounded then where? Concepts are held in minds, right?
I mean, I've said multiple times that I think trying to ground the idea that 1 is 1 is incoherent.
Yeah, but
it's just something that
it's not incoherent. What you provided information and you gave logic some ontology, which I agree with. Logic is universal, it's immaterial, and it's also invariant. Now, it's conceptual. Concepts are held in minds, yes or no?
Concepts are held in minds.
Are concepts held in minds?
I mean, if you removed every mind from the universe, the fact that 1 = 1 would still be the case.
Are concepts held in minds? Yes or no? You just admitted that logic is a universal concept, and this concept, are concepts held in minds? Yes or no?
It doesn't necessarily have to be the case, no.
Okay, well, that's fine. Well, then where does this concept exist if it does not exist in a mind?
It's like a fundamental thing. I mean, it's like asking where does 1 exist.
That's illogical. That makes no sense.
Where does 1 exist?
That makes zero sense. Where does concepts? Got you. Where does concepts exist if they do not exist in minds? Let me know.
I mean, are you asking for like a physical XYZ location?
I'm asking you where. You admitted that concepts do exist in minds, but they can also not exist in minds. That's fine. Then if they don't exist in minds, where are they?
They're just fundamental. I don't
Fundamental in what? Fundamental where?
To like reality.
In reality, and what is
They're
in order
fundamental to
reality, you need a mind to observe reality, correct?
You need a mind to observe reality, but you don't need a mind to have reality.
Okay,
like
so
reality
a mind without reality is what?
A mind without reality. I don't think that's a.
I'm sorry.
thought.
Reality without a mind is what?
Yeah, reality without a mind.
Yeah, what is that?
Reality without a mind would just be like a parallel universe that is the same reality.
Parallel universes?
Minds.
Do you have any? How do you know that there's parallel universes?
I didn't assert there were parallel universes.
You just said.
No. Hold on. What I said was, so in where we live, there are minds, right? My point is that the concept of logic, as in, for example, 1 = 1, that would still be the case if there were no minds, because the fact that 1 = 1 is fundamental to reality. You can't get away with it.
Okay, you said it's fundamental to reality. Got it.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, this is a metaphysical, we're speaking metaphysics, we're in a world of metaphysics right now, when you mention things like reality and stuff like that. Sure. So let's go back to the original question. What is reality without a mind?
What is reality without a mind?
Yeah.
Do you mean what is reality without a mind, or what is reality without minds? Because
what is reality without a mind? What is that?
I mean, every time somebody dies, like, that is reality minus one mind.
You just included minds.
well, yeah, that's why I asked you, like, do you mean reality?
So let's stop it real quick. It's your claim. You tried to say that logic is a concept. Concepts exist in minds. You said that, well, this concept does not have to exist in a mind. I said, where does it exist? You said reality. Then I said, what is reality without a mind? And then you resort back to a mind. It's circular. You see?
Well, no.
Circular.
So what I think you're asking is, what is reality without minds? Because what is reality without a mind and what is reality without minds are different questions.
Okay. So reality, it doesn't matter, either or. If it's a mind or minds, just what is it?
Okay, cool. So if we had reality without minds, which it happens to be the case that we don't, but like,
if
we can imagine
had reality without minds, okay.
Yeah, if we had reality without minds, then 1 would still equal 1, because that is fundamental to reality.
Would it be a mind?
What do you mean, would it be a mind? Would 1 = 1 be a mind? No.
I'm speaking about singular. Is there one mind?
I think there are multiple minds in reality.
No, I'm asking you, what is reality without a mind?
What is reality without
Not
a mind?
minds, singular, just a mind. What the freak is reality if you don't have a mind?
Reality would be reality. I mean, like,
reality would be reality.
Reality existed.
What?
I mean, reality existed for a long time before like any minds existed. Like, that's
what
that's not
is
a problem.
that? Okay,
it's just
so
a reality that doesn't have minds.
Okay. Let's walk it back.
Like, I mean,
Let's walk it back real quick. Let's walk it back.
Okay, all right.
Let's walk it back.
Right,
so, you said logic is conceptual. You said you described its ontology: universal, invariant, and immaterial. So it's can't be grounded in any material matter. It can't be grounded in a human's mind, because human minds are finite. We don't have universal minds. We die. So we change over time as well. So it's not invariant. It can't be held in a human's mind because it's invariant. So logic is a principle that is conceptual, right? And this concept of logic, I asked you, are concepts held in minds? You say yes, but they can also not be held in a mind. That's the part where we're arguing. So I'm just asking you to justify how a immaterial invariant concept and universal concept can be held somewhere else other than a mind. You say reality. Then I ask you, what is reality without a mind? And it's circular because you need a mind. So you're not giving any, you're not refuting my point. You're actually making my point stronger by admitting that, well, logic can only exist in a mind. It's conceptual.
No, I don't think
it can only be conceptual.
Right, but like I have been clear that like I don't think that the concept of grounding logic like makes any sense. So
Bro, you don't make any sense. Then where is it?
I mean, listen, I'm trying really hard to reach synthesis with you. Okay.
Okay.
All right, let me just let me see if I can understand your epistemology a little bit.
Sure, go ahead.
Do you believe that it is possible for reality to exist with no minds in it?
No. What?
No. You don't believe you don't believe that it is possible for reality to exist with no minds?
Not under my worldview, no.
So you believe that it is literally impossible for, like, for example, God to not exist?
No, that's not what I said. Now you asked another question.
What would the mind be besides God then?
It would be God's mind. So you said, do I think it's impossible? Let's bring it back. I'll let you know that I'm listening to what you're saying. You said, do I think it's possible for reality to exist without minds? I said, I don't think it's possible. We need one mind, and that would be an eternal, divine, omniscient, immaterial, invariant, universal mind, which is God's mind, for reality actually to exist, for things to actually be true, for things to be grounded, for 1 + 1 to always equal 2 and not equal 17. So under my worldview, Christian ethics, I can go ahead and give an epistemic justification for the grounding of this immaterial, invariant, universal concept like logic. You, my friend, you said that logic exists in reality. I asked you, what is reality without a mind? You resort back to a mind. It's circular. You're not disproving my point. You're proving my point.
No, reality without a mind is just reality without a mind. It's just like a reality that doesn't happen to have any minds in it, which I believe was the case, like shortly after the Big Bang, for example. Like shortly after the Big Bang, you had reality, but you didn't have any minds.
Okay, you believe in the Big Bang. Got it. That's fine. Of course. So, all right, got it. So,
imagine
before the big,
right?
you just contradicted yourself again. I'll point it out. You said, well, when the Big Bang happened, that's when reality happened, correct?
No.
You did say that. Okay. You did say that.
Yes.
Is that what you said? Okay. If it's the case that in order for logic to, you said that logic is universal, invariant, and immaterial. It cannot be universal if logic came to exist with the Big Bang.
Right, because
so it didn't exist before the Big Bang. So that means that it's not invariant.
I need to get my full thoughts out. Okay.
Okay.
So I take the model that the universe has always existed, right, and that the Big Bang sort of represents like a reset between the big bounce and the big crunch, right? So I take the position that all matter in the all energy within the universe, all matter in the universe has always existed, and it's like permanently trapped in a cycle of expansion and recontraction, right?
Okay.
So given that I believe that the universe is in fact eternal, then yes, it would also follow that logic is eternal. I don't believe the universe began to exist.
Okay, got it. Well, listen, good conversation, man. Let's do it again. I'm going to bring up the next caller, okay?
I don't think I'm coming back on.
All right, have a good one, man. He doesn't think he's coming back on. Oh, man, this guy is... It's not my fault. You can't answer these questions. I did an internal critique. What he said was illogical. I called him in contradictions. His position was circular. That's not my fault, man. You need to, think before you come up. Right? Don't just come up on stream and think you can cook coolly because my skin is brown and my beard is. Don't just think. The homie been doing his readings. Oh yes. All right, let's get the next caller up. Let me stop playing. All right, so here's the order. Since we got a lot of people in here on TikTok. So we're going to go with, let's see, who was in here? We're going to go with Superior MKP, you up next. Then we're going to go with the Thai Lentis person. Then we're going to go with the Finest. I seen you just came in. Then we got King Kubi and then La Familia. So that's the order via TikTok. On YouTube, looks like we got no one that clicked that link to come on up. Fair enough. That's cool. All the folks on YouTube, support the channel by sending in some super chats, donate. You just seen me cook that one atheist that was up here. We got more people to cook next, so let's see. Truth and Logic, why don't you come on up then if you think that? All right.
Good evening, Joe.
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm get your name and age.
My name is Merson and I'm 23.
Okay. And what prompt do you want to debate?
Number 2, you said women are beneath men.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of wrong, brah, because personally the Bible doesn't say that.
Okay. And what's your argument against women aren't beneath men? The Bible? And does the Bible give a hierarchy between the relationship dynamic of God the Father, man and woman? Well, God the Father, church, man and woman?
Yes, it
Okay,
does.
so
You're definitely correct. You do have a hierarchy in it.
Okay, if there's a hierarchy
it
in biblical scriptures, does the woman come before the man within that hierarchy?
No.
Or does the woman come below the man?
Below the man.
Okay, you just proved my point.
Okay, you do have a point there, but the thing is, the way you are saying it that they are beneath men is kind of wrong,
No,
because
you literally
listen
just admitted that women are beneath men currently.
Yeah, but at
2
the end
seconds
of
ago.
At the end of the day, remember this. At the end of the day, Christ told us as men. Christ told us as men that we are supposed to love women as He loved.
Okay, great. What does that
people.
have to do with prompt 2?
That means that the hierarchy states that.
What does
if
that
the
have to
woman
do with
is
prompt
beneath-
2? No one's saying any of that. I'm just saying that me and you just agreed. You conceded that women are beneath men biblically. Okay? So I'm going to get to the next caller if you don't have any other arguments, all right?
Okay.
All right. Have a good one. All right. Let's get to the next caller. What was the order again? Okay, it was that one. Okay, then this one. Get the likes up, chat. Let's go. Get the likes up. Probably stream for a few hours. Started early tonight. Normally we start around like 8. Man, we started at 6 tonight. So we on good timing, man. We on good timing. Everybody that's tuned in via TikTok, subscribe to the YouTube channel. I just did a recent dating and relationship show live in Dallas on Friday. Had about 8 girls on the show. It was pretty dope. Very intense conversations. I actually kicked one girl off. And then another girl walked off. So it was some good, deep, thought-provoking conversations. And yeah, these chicks was ratchet. Yeah, they were pretty ratchet. All right, let me get the next caller up since that person wasn't ready. And we're gonna do, okay, so here's the order. The Finest, you're up next. Then Daniel Brooks. Then we got King Kubi, La Familia, South Beach Lifestyle, and then A&A, The Builder. Looks like that's going to be the order. Oh, and then also Enzo's Chop Shop. Yeah, Enzo's Chop Shop. See you in here too. So let's do, yeah. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm going to get your name and age.
The Finest, 38.
Okay. And what prompt do you want to debate?
All of them are interested, but I'll take women are beneath men.
Okay. And why do you think women are not beneath men?
Because I honestly think if we give birth to men, right, that self, it's powerful. And then we teach them ourselves. We raise them, right? So, there's no way we can be beneath you guys because we give birth to men.
Can you give birth to a man without a man?
It used to happen a long time ago.
No,
before those scientists,
that's impossible.
Oh yeah, before scientists came and messed it up for everybody, patriarchy came and messed it up for everyone. Women are so powerful, and you could go look it up. There's women till this day that still just get pregnant with radiation and stuff like that. There's still stories like that. But honestly,
those are lies. What you just said was lies.
So do you know a woman also have a sperm already? So pretty much.
That's a lie. How do you know this?
Okay, how did you got here?
From my father and my mother.
Okay, so how did the first woman that got pregnant, how did she got pregnant? Like the first woman, how did she got pregnant? Because if you hear
from
the story, hold on, if you hear the story of Adam and Eve, right? Okay. And we know that the story does not exist. It's just crap, pretty much. A man really wrote the Bible, right? So there's no such a thing as
How do you know that the Bible is just crap?
Because the stories don't add up.
The stories don't add up. It actually adheres to what we observe. It adheres to reality.
So did God hand us the Bible, or a human being wrote the Bible just like patriarchy?
Without a Bible, we can observe that the Bible is true. So we can observe that human life does not happen if a man does not have sex with a woman and plants his seed inside of a woman. Well, human life just won't come, right? Now with science in 2026 now, of course, they can take the seed out of the man, insert it into the woman, but the seed still is first, and we need that comes from the man. The woman cannot get pregnant, the woman cannot get pregnant without a man. That's the truth. What you're talking about is not true. Enough. If it is true, then I'm asking you, how do you know that?
So let's okay, I'll make it simple.
Sure.
Let's leave all of this. You just said something very beautiful here that a woman can make a baby without a man, right?
Correct.
So how about this? I'll prove to you that why, and I'm not saying that because I'm a woman, I'm just going by logic. I'll prove to you why women are more powerful than men.
Okay, because I've been waiting. And I'm not speaking about powerful, but if you want to go ahead and say that, that's fine. Yes, my prompt is about women are beneath men.
Okay, yes, powerful means, you're not beneath anybody. I guess that's the terms that I was going to use. But I'm not saying, I feel like we all have powers in our own ways. But again, a woman is not beneath men. I'll give you an example. A man can be pregnant. This is just, we're not going to argue about how men created the patriarchy, how men created the Bibles, the religion to divide. I'm not, the mess that men brought here till this day. I'm not even going to talk about that. I'm just going to give you a simple example, a very simple logic that a man cannot be pregnant, but a woman can give birth to a whole human being life. That's here. You cannot. A woman can be beneath a man.
So manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root cause of things. You're saying that, well, my argument is a man cannot be here unless a woman gives birth to a man. That's your argument, right?
Now,
if you take a step back, if you take a step back and we look at biology, we see that, well, a woman cannot impregnate herself. We can observe that in reality. So the woman needs a man to impregnate her, right? And then also, if we look at biology, the man determines the sex of the baby. So not only is the man impregnating the woman, but his genetics, his semen determines the sex of the baby. So a woman is a woman because of her father, really not because of her mother. A man is a man because of his father, not really because of her mother, because the man determines the sex of the baby.
So you answered your question because you see how powerful, or how, women can be beneath men, because again, without women womb, you wouldn't even survive. And I'll prove it to you with this new scientifically.
No, that's not true, actually. So do you know that the placenta, right? So this is basically biology 101. The placenta, the gene where the placenta comes from, that derives from the man, and the placenta is what provides all of the nutrients for the baby. So it provides the survival mechanism within the womb, and that comes from the man. The mother's DNA does not provide the placenta, and the placenta acts as a parasite. It attaches onto the wound and extracts from the mother. So you're just 100% incorrect.
Okay,
so again, the man, you need the man in order to have a baby. You need the man in order for the baby to get the nutrition it needs to survive. The mother is there and she's needed, but she's there for let's say, a very good purpose. But I would say that it's more of the purpose is coming from the man, not from the mother.
Okay, so let's say, so you really answered the question, okay? Whether you said placenta, all this stuff you were saying, it won't make no sense, because if that child is not in the mother womb where it takes a lot of oxygen, so many, not only placenta, there's, her bones, a lot of things to nurture that child, it's going to be from the mother, not you. It's not in your stomach. Right. So pretty much for that child to survive, even with your placenta.
Without the man's DNA, without that placenta, there won't be a baby. So my argument, your argument is a woman can have a baby without a man. My argument is that, well, no, it takes two to have a baby. You need a man and a woman. So both are important. I'm saying that more of the survival package for the baby that comes from the man.
Okay, let me finish my point, okay?
But it's still kind of equal because the mother, she needs to, keep herself. I would say that is pretty much equal for the baby, the man and the woman. Yeah.
So let me finish my point.
If I'm being honest, chat.
Okay, so if you give me your placenta, if you give me everything, and I decided that I'm not eating, that baby wouldn't get nutrition and will die.
Again, that's why I said it's equal. My position is that it takes the man and the woman for the baby. Okay,
so we better put men and women equal one another, not beneath.
No,
anybody.
Once again, so you utilized your argument for prompt 2 was that, well, the woman isn't beneath the man, and you went to, well, a woman can get pregnant without a man and bring a baby without a man, and I refuted that. So your position is just wrong. Now, again, I would say that for life to come about, we do need a mother and a father. You can't get there. Life does not create and form itself without God first, and then, the father and, the mother. That's just not what's going to happen. So your position is kind of all over the place. Can you explain in any way how a woman isn't beneath a man? You failed at the whole birth thing. Go ahead.
Yes, because patriarchy brought this bullshit about, men, this, and lead and all that stuff.
Okay.
Without that, right, women are actually not beneath men, because we give birth to you men. We raise you guys. We teach you guys things.
You keep going back to birth, but it takes the man for that to happen as well. Remember, that's...
Right. But I also explain, if you give me everything and I'm not doing, if I decided not to give nutrition to the kid or the baby, it's gonna die. So now we're coming to an agreement with that.
Well,
that's
not exactly.
A woman is.
Not exactly, because who's physically superior, the man or the woman?
Who's what?
So who's physically superior, the man or the woman?
It depends. Are we talking mentally or physically?
I said physically. My question is physically.
Oh, physically. Okay. Yeah.
So who's physically superior, the man or the woman?
I would say men.
Okay, if it's the case that the man is physically superior than the woman, then only in an ordered society, a man needs a woman to have his child. Well, in an unordered society or in an unordered community, if we strip away all of the modern day conveniences, or even if I currently right now put you in a third world country, somewhere like Afghanistan and somewhere in Africa, one of those countries in Africa, without a man, you're going to be food for another man. I repeat, without a man to protect you, you're going to be food for another man, meaning that another man can have his way with you. So you, which I don't, think this is a morally good thing, but I'm speaking as the nature of how the world operates is that men are physically superior. So if we wanted sex from you and we wanted to procreate, we can do that. We can take the sex from you, we can lock you up, and we can restrain you in a way where then you can bring our baby full term. That's something that we can physically do because we're physically superior than you. With that being said, this just refuted your entire position.
Okay, so let me answer to that. So just because you're, you're more masculine, right? That doesn't make you powerful. No, honestly, I'm being real. Yes, you guys are masculine.
I said physically stronger. Do you know what real quick? In order for us to have a conversation, I need to know if you're actually understanding what I'm saying. Can you restate what I just said? Yeah. Okay. So just physical strength. I'm gonna put it that way so you know exactly I understood what you're saying. Okay, go ahead. So just because you're physically strong, okay, that does not mean you're more stronger, than women, right? Because there's more into it to this, and I'll prove it to you. No. Listen, that's not what I stated. Okay, so I'm gonna restate it a much simpler way because I don't think you understood. Your argument again is that you're speaking about babies. Well, women create babies and really they don't need a man. Or if the woman does need a man just for his seed, well then the woman, she can still determine if the baby is gonna be born or not, because she can just choose not to eat. She can choose to have the baby. She can make these choices. I refuted that by saying that, well, the man is the superior sex, and if he wanted to, he doesn't even have to ask for consent. He can just take sex from the woman, impregnate her, restrain her, and ensures that his baby comes full term and is born. This would be, and this happens in third world countries today, and if in America, if we didn't live in a first world country and an ordered society, this would be prevalent today. But the only reason why it's not prevalent in America is because men are benevolent and we put consequences on immoral behaviors like rape. Do you understand what I'm saying? So women truly do not have this autonomy. The autonomy that they have is only granted as a privilege from men that create these societies. Do you understand? Okay.
So I understood what you're saying. So, and that goes back again to you just have, you're physically strong. In order for you to do that, you have to be physically strong, right? Because if you're weak, you can't even detain a woman to begin with. So
correct.
Again, that goes
strength,
back,
physical strength. Yes.
Exactly. Okay. So that's why I said.
What's your argument to refute what I just said?
So my argument towards that, let's say, for example, you do all that. Again, if I decided not to eat, right?
Stop it. I will force feed you.
Okay, then if I decided I don't want to do it, you just have to kill me, and then
not kill you. No, and let's not use certain words. I said the K word too. Let's use offing or deletion. Let's use a word like that since we're on TikTok. I don't want to get banned. We got like almost 400 people in here watching. So what I'm saying here is men are physically stronger, right? So hypothetically, if me and you in a relation, not even a relationship, hypothetically, if grape is legal, meaning that there's no consequences from other men to enforce, this law of grape, meaning that men can, if they see a woman, they can have their way. If me and you was in the same area, hypothetically, right? I'm physically superior than you. I can take said sex from you, right? I can take it. You can't do anything. Then once I take it, you're impregnated, right? I'll impregnate you. After that, I can restrain you from doing certain things to jeopardize my seed from being born. And then I can, if you want to stop eating, I can force feed you. I can do certain things so you can bring the baby full term. And there's nothing you can do about it because the woman is beneath the man. You are physically weaker. Do you understand that? Now, this is not a prescription. I don't think that this is right and moral to do. I'm letting you know the reality, the nature, right? The ontology of the man and a woman is different. The woman is physically weaker. A man can have his way with you. The only thing that stops men from having their way with you are other men. So you need to be thanking men.
So let me ask you this. Do you think mentally, like, people are more stronger only like physically or, mentally, brain? Like, do you think brain is more stronger than body strength, or you think, body strength is way stronger, or, because there's ways to this. I can make it not happen how you want me to make it happen if I use my brain.
So you asked me a question. What do I think is the brain, what's stronger, the brain or physical strength? I think it depends on what you're using it for. Okay.
Sorry, just 1 second. Oh, what was your answer?
I heard some babies in the background. You got some babies?
It's my daughter.
And how did your daughter get here? Because you said that, women can just give birth without a man. Does your daughter have a father?
Oh, and the fathers know,
No, does your daughter have a father? That's my question.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, of course.
Okay, and if your father's daughter did not plant his seed inside you, would your daughter be here?
If I did not even take care of that seed,
no. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
I gave
Answer my question.
That was my answer. If I didn't take
that's not what I said. So manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root, the cause of things. So I'm simply saying you have a daughter. I heard her crying in the background. And your daughter has a father. Means that it takes two in order for a child to get here. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And my argument that even supersedes that argument, if we didn't live in a first world country and your baby father, right, prior to him being your baby father, if he seen you and wanted to impregnate you, there's nothing you can do about it.
Are you getting the part that if I don't eat and nurture that
he
baby,
can force feed you
nutrition out of my body, that baby won't be even
He can force feed you. There's many different strategies that he can do that men have always done since the beginning of the time to bring their children full term, to leave their legacy behind. So you're just incorrect.
Do you even understand every single thing, the brain, the cells, the bones, everything for that baby coming through me? Do you understand that part though? So if I'm weak in my nutrition, that baby will die even if I'm alive. Like that's just scientifically in reality.
Lady.
So that tells you how important a woman is.
Do you think that you can be force-fed? Yes or no?
If I don't want to, I'm not.
All right, so you're living in delusion. Okay, you can be force-fed. It's very simple.
If I don't want to, how are you going to force me to do something I don't want to do? What if I say
you can be force-fed,
but I'm not doing it, and I have a strong mindset, and if I say just guess what, unalive.
No, do you know force? I can feed you through a tube. We can do many different mechanisms to have you swallow the food, whether if it's through the esophagus and you swallowing it, or inserting a tube into you, and then we're giving the nutrients into you that way. So, do you understand what I mean?
And you're gonna do that with every single person?
No. I'm not saying that this is something that we should do. I'm not giving any prescription or any ought to this type of behavior. What I'm saying is I'm elucidating the position more for you because you lack the ability to understand where you lost the debate like 10 minutes ago.
I didn't lose any debate. I know
you've already lost.
You can do so you can't even do the stuff you say you could do, right? Like you can't do it. So let's just go logic right now. You can't even do what you're saying you can do. So that
actually
means
men can do this right now, but I think that most men, the truth is men can do it right. Men break laws all the time. Like there's people that speed, they get a speeding ticket. There's people that sell drugs. There's people that do illegal things. They steal, they murder, they do immoral, degenerate things all the time. That's against the law. Grape happens, right? It's not that prevalent in America, but grape still happens. There are many cases of grape. And what I'm saying is if men wanted to, we could take from you, restrain you, and bring our restrain you down, hold you down, and bring our kid full term with certain mechanisms and certain tactics. A man can do that. Men have done it since the beginning of time. This is just the way of life. This is how things are, not how things should be, but that's the reality of the world, right? So you're not giving me anything on that. You're just like still like not understanding and going back to, well, I can just not eat. No, you can be force fed.
I told you there are situations like that happen when women have a strong mindset and decide to do what
is your mindset gonna do? How is your mindset gonna help you when a man has you pinned down, digging inside them guts, and you're just physically weaker? He punches you in the face, bloodies you all up, he physically takes advantage of you. What is your mind gonna do? Does your mind have some like ability to like control the man's limbs and stop him from doing it? No.
Me personally, I have one thing that I could do that I know I will end him.
What you
right?
got? Okay.
Again.
And then I'm gonna get to the next caller. What can you do as a woman to stop a man from having his way with you? Go ahead. Nothing. You need another man. You need to appeal to another man. That's what you have to do. So thank the patriarchy. You was complaining about the patriarchy and how it's bad. But no, you feminists rely on the patriarchy for all of your rights and modern day conveniences, the infrastructure and everything. You rely on other men to keep you safe. So you over here trying to crap on men, but I'm telling you that, well, rape isn't even prevalent. But if it was, the benevolence of men, we put consequences on that and we would stop that because we love our mothers, our daughters, and our sisters. We love women. So,
bro, do you know patriarchy is dying now, right?
Patriarchy will never die. Will never die.
Because you mentioned one thing. So you said strength, right? Body strength. But again, women now, they can protect themselves without men. Do you agree with me?
No, they still need a man. But I'm going to get to the next caller, okay? Have a good one.
Okay.
She was delusional, bro. Sorry, chat. That maybe went a little too long. I know you guys are like, bro, get to the next caller. Sorry, chat. We had to fully obliterate her, and she got fully obliterated too. All right, so we got Unstoppable Time in here. La Familia, I still see you in here. Enzo, Beans, I see you in here. Daniel, you up next. We got King, Kubi. We got Trey Mayer. We got Main Man, Mook. We got Beb, Devic, and A the Builder. So we're gonna try to get to all of you guys. Sleazy, I see you just came in too. On YouTube, who we got backstage on YouTube? Christian. Hey, Christian, write me in a private chat and let me know what topic you want to debate about, and I'll bring you on up. Since I'm currently live on TikTok right now too. So on a private chat and Restream, you'll see a box for it. Go ahead and write me there. So Daniel Brook, looks like you're not ready. I'm going to go ahead and get to the next person in line. I think after him was, if I recall, it's this guy. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. Let me get your name and age.
King QB.
All right.
37.
What prompt do you want to debate?
Number 2, man.
Okay.
Number 2, man. I've been going on this self journey for about 11 years now, and believe it or not, at the end of this journey, I found a black woman. So I would like to know why. Do you think one is beneath another versus they're both being equal components?
So again, when it comes to prompt 2, women are beneath men. I have a few arguments for this. One of the arguments I would use if we even look at like a dating and relationship aspect, I would say that women are beneath men because women won't accept a man that's beneath them, but a man will. Meaning that Women look for their superior. They're looking for a man that's taller, stronger, preferably makes more money, and also preferably more competent than they are. So they're not looking for their equal. They're looking for someone actually better than them, someone that's above them. They're looking for a leader, generally speaking. So since that's the case, that just goes to my argument that women tend to not even choose men that's beneath them. And if they do choose a man like that, it's only for a matter of time. Normally she was vulnerable or something happened, and then they break up with the man if they make that terrible choice, which I think it is a terrible choice. But yeah, that's the position. And also, I hear an echo in the background. I think maybe you have the podcast playing somewhere else. Can you turn that off?
Yep, I got you. All right. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, much better. For what up, the person in the chat that says someone is an incel, I'm not sure who you're speaking about, but you're welcome to click that link and join up. But go ahead, man.
Okay. So because of the lack of her wanting to be with someone she feels is beneath her, you think that women are beneath men?
Well, that's one of the arguments that I'm making as far as a dating marketplace argument. So I can make many different arguments. I can make a biological argument, which, you know, most of the people heard with the young lady that was up here who I destroyed. For you, I can make that argument. But for now, we can just talk about from a dating and relationship aspect. I would say that women are beneath men because women would not accept a man that's beneath them. But a man will accept a woman that's beneath him. And we normally do. And by beneath,
that's true.
I'm speaking about these certain characteristic traits that is within the dating and mating marketplace. So if we're thinking about what we are attracted to, women are attracted to height, status, income, and competence. Men, we aren't attracted to these things. We'll take a chick that's dumber than us. We'll take a chick that makes less money than us. We'll take a chick that's shorter than us. All of these things, the woman would be, from these aspects, would be beneath us.
Are you saying when you say take a woman, are you saying like be her man?
Yeah.
Or are you saying like just relations?
For both, for a man.
I mean, for a man, I don't think unless that's what you like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know no man that stays in a situation that he doesn't like. So if he figures out, or
you don't know no man that
or
stays in a situation that he doesn't like. That's like probably a huge percent of marriages.
No. Hold on. I use man on purpose. I use man, not a confused man, not a boy that is 30. I'm talking about a man. If a man does not like a situation he is in, he's not going to stay in the situation. Just like if a woman doesn't like the situation she's in, I don't think she would stay in it. Now,
okay.
Of course, there's examples.
How does this refute my point?
My point is, I don't think neither are above each other. I think they're both equally powerful or equally exist. I don't think a man is over a woman. I don't think a woman is over a man. I think they both have different jobs of why they are important to this life that we live. So I wouldn't say that a woman is beneath a man because a woman does things that men can't do and vice versa.
Okay. So real quick, I would just want to check out my audio. Chat, I just took off the echo cancellation just so my mic is a little bit more clear and it's not canceling out when someone else is speaking at the same time I'm speaking. Let me know right now do you hear an echo? So from you, King Kubi, do you hear an echo from me?
No, I do not.
You do not. For the folks on YouTube, put a 1 in the chat if you hear an echo from me on YouTube. 1 in the chat if you hear an echo. 2 in the chat if you don't hear an echo and my audio is still good. Let me know real quick, chat. Let's see. Okay, it's good. All right, it's good. Cool. So again, you're not giving an argument. So what's your argument for why women aren't beneath men? I know that you said that they're equal. So
My
two,
argument,
it looks good. Okay. All right, it's good.
My argument,
good, no echo.
My
So,
argument would be similar to the last ladies, and it would be just the marvel of birth.
Okay, so I'm going to refute that again by saying if a man wanted to if a man wanted to have a baby by a woman, right? If we take out all of the modern day, things that we have, all of the modern day guardrails that protect women and men in society, all of the laws, the rules, the regulations that we have, we strip that away. Currently in society, what can a woman do to stop a man from having his way with her?
I don't know why she didn't say it, but I'm a ground zero black man. You feel me? I'm from the ghettos of America, so they got guns now. So reality.
I just said if you take away all of the modern day conveniences, the man built the gun. Take all of that away.
That's not modern day, though. That's what I didn't. You said modern day. That's not modern day,
bro. Guns is a modern day invention. So what are you talking about? But if we strip all of the modern day conveniences and inventions away, we put a man and a woman on a block, in a neighborhood, on a street, what can the woman do to stop a man from having his way with her?
It's a lot of things, bro.
What? Name more.
Are you taking away the knife also?
Give her a knife. Don't matter, bro. What you gonna do?
I'm just these are real examples of women have done this to men. Women
Listen, my argument is simple.
Or oft.
Are men physically superior to women? Yes or no?
No.
So men are not physically superior to women?
No.
And what planet are you living on? Are you on Earth?
I'm living on a planet where she gives birth and you don't.
Okay. So the woman gives birth. Okay. Can she give birth without a man?
And thank you. Yes, she can.
How?
Like the lady was alluding to way back before this was whatever it was. Right now, there's this scientific thing that they have right now. It's called the placebo effect.
Yo, what's in the water?
Talks about
something's in the water.
Huh?
How did she infect you with the virus that she had? Like, what's in the water that you and the other girl is drinking?
Have you ever heard of sun gazing?
What's in the water?
I don't even drink this water, bro. I live in Minnesota. I don't drink faucet water. So, have you ever heard of sun gazing?
No, I don't give a freak about sun gazing.
Okay, sun gazing is something that goes along with the placebo effect.
All right, and what's that? Educate
Do you know
me.
what the placebo effect is?
Real quick. I just want to do a quick.
The placebo effect is the ability...
Real quick. I want to do a quick check because I got one of my mods in here. He normally keeps me up to date. What's going on, Wicked?
All right.
I just had a question for this dude.
Okay, I think you're echoing though when I bring you up, so I got to go ahead and change a few things. So give me a second, because I took it off, so because I can hear echo from you. So 1 second. I'll bring you up in a second. Yeah, it is echoing bad now. 1 second. Sorry about that, chat. I'm streaming live on YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook, all of these streams. So we're just trying to. What the heck? You got to unmute yourself, King Kubi. You're muted.
My fault.
Okay, now you're good. All right, now I can hear you better. There's no echo anymore. Yeah, Wit Kid is echoing. Yeah, it was a crazy echo. All right, so let's. All right, so you're under the mind. I debated many black people like you and the other lady that was up here. You're under the assumption or belief that the woman is God and God created the woman first, and thousands of years ago, there was just a world of women, and women were having babies, and the woman birthed a man. You're under that belief, right?
I don't believe that. Don't do that. I didn't say nothing like that. I can tell you that.
Okay.
Because I believe something similar. But
yeah, I knew it was, or it's very similar to that.
Yeah, for sure. So This is what I believe, just because you alluded to that. I actually do believe that. And this is what the misconception.
Yeah, but this is untrue.
Hold on, wait a minute. Okay,
go ahead. Yeah.
I believe men's misconception is that during this period that these people, because I don't believe that the woman was ever just here by herself. So I think that people think that because the woman was able to get pregnant without men, that for some odd reason that they were not still having relations.
Yeah, that's fine. What's your evidence of this?
Listen, hold on. It literally just says the woman had the ability to get pregnant without the man. It didn't say the man didn't exist. The man was never wanted. It just said at one point she had the ability to do it without the man. Okay. And then at the next point that we are in.
Stop talking. So you're speaking. I really don't care about the story, right? I've done like over 500 debates.
You put that story on me, so I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, it doesn't really, but you're confirming what I was alluding to. So thank you for confirming that. I'm then asking you a question. How do you know that this is true? You're believing in nonsensical, illogical things. How do you know that that's true?
I study Kemetic science.
Okay, so Kemetic science currently.
I study Egyptian culture.
Okay, Kemetic science currently, it showed that thousands of years ago, women were able to give birth without a man, and women were stronger than a man.
Get pregnant is the correct term.
Was women back then stronger than men?
I don't live back then. I don't know.
Well, how do you know that? Wait, stop it. How do you, if you don't know if women were stronger than men, how do you know that women were able to give birth without a man? You don't live back then. How do you know?
I'm speaking about my experience. I'm speaking about the 37 years that I've been on the
earth. Okay, so your experience, have you ever observed in your experience a woman give birth without a man?
The term is pregnant, and no, I have not.
Okay, so you've never experienced women get pregnant without a man, and you've never experienced women being stronger than a man. Thus, you're speaking nonsense. I'm asking you, how do you know something and you're not proving it? You're actually proving my point to be right, and you're refuting your own point. You're saying you are making a truth claim. Your truth claim is this. Your claim is.
I can tell you examples about other people.
Stop. Your claim is women thousands of years ago was giving birth to men. I ask you, how do you know? You say, well, through Kemetic science. I said, okay, well, through this science, was women stronger than men? You said, I don't know. I don't have any evidence of that. From my experiences, I would say no. From your experiences. Okay. Yeah, you can't follow. I got to get to the next caller. Yeah, you just low IQ. I was maybe trying to have a conversation with him, chat, but it didn't work good. It just, like, certain individuals, you can't even have a debate with, really, because they're just walking contradictions. He just contradicted himself. Oh, man. All right, let me... Wait, kid. Okay, I see you just came back up. Christian, I see. Now talking blah, blah, blah. JB, I'm a mod and member. Okay, JB. Oh, yeah, JB, I got you in here. I didn't even see you back here, JB. Let me bring both of you guys up real quick. JB and Wit Kid, let me turn on this echo cancellation thing real fast. So when you're speaking, it's not. Echo. Everybody on TikTok, we got a lot of TikTok callers up here next, so I want to get you guys up. Give me just a second to see what's going on with YouTube. Bring the mods up real quick. What's going on, man?
Not much. I just had a simple question for that dude. I don't know if it's still echoing or not.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. When I bring you up, I took it off now, so now it's no echo. But the first time I bring you up, it was an echo. So I just have to change a few things. Remember how we did it before, where I can bring up the YouTube and the TikTok at the same time?
Yeah.
So then there's no echo. So I just have to make that change.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just had a simple question for that dude or anybody who comes up with that argument. It's very simple. Can you show me a society that was ever run by only women without the help of men?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
That's a good question. JB, what's going on with you, bro?
What's up? What's up? I had a question for him too. Well, I was just really going to ask him something that you usually ask. Like, does he believe that God is a better leader than man? Does he believe that man is a better leader than woman? And does he believe that women are a better leader than children? That would have canceled out his whole argument.
So the problem is with that, any of those questions, the only thing that I see wrong is these people are already going to come in with a presupposition that women are equal to men. There might be slight differences. There's going to be differences. They will acknowledge that. But as a overall, they see that, okay, well, if you have a weakness and you can't do that, and this one can, and since that's the way it is, it's equal because they can do what you can do what they can't. That's what makes it equal in their vision.
Yeah, that's the big thing. But both two good questions, man. I'm gonna go ahead and put you guys backstage. We got a lot of other
and then you gotta fix mod status too. It's still green. I don't know why it
I'll get the mods fixed up, and then stay tuned though, because once this gets a little more popping here, I'll go ahead and bring you a Wit Kid and
oh yeah, I'm about to put my son to bed so I can get ready for debates tonight. So
gotcha, man.
All right, yep, and I'm heading home, so I'll be ready for the base too.
All right, JB. All right, chat. Let's bring up some more callers via TikTok. Let's go. Let me go ahead and take this echo cancellation off real quick. There we go. All right. I said, okay, let's get the order down right. Okay, so we got a lot of people up here. We got 12 people in here via TikTok. So let's see who we got, who I got to get to. So we got Enzo. You're up next. La Familia, you're up next. Then Enzo, then and then Foxy. I seen you came in, Foxy. Then we got Kelly. We got Main Man Mook, Rushy, Jonas, and Beb Devic, and Unstoppable Time. Probably squeeze you in sooner, Unstoppable Time. So let's see. And as you guys come up, remember we got 3 prompts. But if you want to debate about anything else, you can. So if you watched any of my clips and you disagree, you have a point of contention with any of the things that I say, you can also bring that up. First prompt, a patriarchy is necessary for a thriving society. Prompt 2, women are beneath men. Prompt 3, atheists can't ground morals or logic. All right. So let's go with... Okay, that person wasn't ready, so we're going to go with this guy next. Also on TikTok, man, get the likes up. Again, we are currently live on YouTube as well. YouTube is a much better platform. I know you TikTokers that watch live streams on TikTok, I know you like that platform, but YouTube is a much better platform. The audio, the video quality is better. The way you can engage is also better too. I read more of the YouTube chats than I do of the TikTok chats. But yeah, I see Jamal. You just came back in backstage, Jamal. I'm gonna go ahead and honor these TikTok folks. Then I'll get to the YouTube folks that is up here to debate also. All right, let's try to get the next caller in. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Hi. My name is Foxy and I'm 26 years young.
Okay. And what prompt do you want to debate?
Well, I'm not trying to debate anything. I was actually trying to get up here and say a reference from the Bible for the woman that thought the man came from the woman.
Okay. We don't need any reference or anything like that. I see that you just paused your stream. If you're not up here to debate, that's totally fine. I'm just going to get to the next caller since we got a lot of people up, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, that lady, she doesn't believe in the Bible anyway, so it don't really matter to her.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
I'm Alexander, and I'm 50, and I'm from Jamaica.
All right. And what prompt do you want to debate tonight?
Honestly, it's not, to me, it's not a debate. Man is above woman.
Okay.
For several reasons.
We don't need to hear your take. My take is the one that counts. And then any supporters that I bring up via YouTube, any members, your take does not count, my friend. We're here to debate. So if you disagree, okay, then I want to hear you. But you agreed, so we don't need to hear you. Let's only have people up that has opposing views to the prompt. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
I'm Kelly. I'm 26.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Christian, I see you backstage. What do you want to debate, Christian? Christian, if you're not a real quick. My bad. I'm speaking to someone on YouTube. Christian, you're not a member. And if you are a member, you would have to send some sort of verification in for that. Then I'll bring you up. But you're not a member. So if you agree with me, you won't be coming up, Christian, via YouTube. I'm looking for only opposing views. But I'm sorry, man. Go ahead. What prompt do you want to debate?
Patriarchy is necessary for a thriving society.
Do you disagree or agree?
All right. Would I agree, but just for debate purpose, I'm going to disagree with what you say.
We don't do that, bro. Yeah. We're only looking for people that have opposing views. If you actually disagree with the prompts, prompt 1, 2, and 3, we're looking for atheists, feminists, and whoever those other two, black folks that was up here that believe that the woman is a god or the woman came first or a woman can, get pregnant without a man. Like, those folks were dumber than the atheists. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Let me get your name and age. Okay, Christian, you don't agree with prompt 1, then I'll bring you up shortly. Just chill out. I got you. Yep, name and age. Your connection is very bad, man. Just can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. What prompt? Name and age.
Kevin, 30.
And what prompt do you want to debate? Say that again.
Number 3.
Number 3. Okay. And you're an atheist?
Yeah. Nah. I just wanted to, because I kind of missed. You were going in and out, and I was trying to hear the logic. Like, I wanted to know why, like, atheists can't ground logic. Well, I understand the moral part, but I just want to understand the logic part.
Yeah, so I don't know if you heard me speaking to the first caller who was an atheist. So he came up here and he simply said that, well, logic is conceptual, meaning that it's a principle that's conceptual within our mental state, and it is universal, immaterial, and invariant. So he described the ontology of logic, but he can't ground it. He said that logic can exist in reality. I said, can reality exist without a mind? He said that. He said no, right? First he said yes, but then he explained it in a way where it was circular. He kept resorting back to some sort of mind. Now, under a Christian lens, well, yeah, the reality, the mind that reality exists in is God. Like, without God to ground the things that we observe, how do we know that anything is true? How do we know that we're not just hallucinating? How do we know that, the external world, has any sort of truth to it at all? Besides how do we know that our sense data, seeing, touching, tasting, smelling, and hearing, is true to the external world? We don't really know that, right? Without a God. So it's very hard for the atheist to give an epistemic justification for the possibility of morals and logic. So the type of question that I'm asking for prompt 3 is a deeper level question, is not speaking about logic itself, is speaking about how is logic even logical without God? How can logic even exist without God, being that logic is immaterial, invariant, and universal? Make sense? If that doesn't make sense, I can explain it without using those big words.
No. You got it. It makes 100% sense. It was going in and out, so I didn't hear what he was saying, and I know you're saying a bunch of gibberish because he's an atheist or something. But
simply when we, I'll explain it to another way for the chat as well. Simply when we look at logic, so what is something we would say that's immaterial? Immaterial, it's something that's not made up of atoms. It doesn't have a location in space, right? So something that's immaterial is not made up of atoms, any photons or electrons. Is not made of anything like that. It's immaterial. It's not physical. When we look at universal means that it applies everywhere. When we look at invariant, it doesn't change over time. And the sort of principle of logic, well, we know that 1 + 1 would always equal 2. This is universal. If you don't think that it equals 2, you're nonsensical. So we know that logic would be universal, a universal concept. In our minds, we do have the ability to utilize these universal concepts, but these universal concepts does not derive from the human mind. Like, we didn't create this because we're finite beings. We die. So meaning that we can't be invariant or universal or immaterial. We're made up out of material. So this universal concept of logic, it needs to be grounded in some sort of mind, a specific mind that can ground it, that doesn't die. So a mind that's eternal, omniscient, divine, omnipotent, omnipresent, a divine mind. So my argument is I'm basically making a transcendental argument for God. So for the low IQ people in the chat. But anyways, man, thanks for coming up and thanks for asking a question.
Of course. Keep doing the good work, Fugazee, man. You're doing a great job, man.
All right, man. Yeah, thanks.
You're loud.
Yeah, these concepts is a little new to some of the TikTok folks. They're like, what, transcendental argument for God? What are you talking about, Cooley? Universals. Well, we get another atheist in here. You'll hear me speak about it more. No worries. And the more you hear me speak about it and explain it, it'll make sense. Okay. I think this guy was up next. Okay, he's not ready. Let's get this guy.
Peace, Cooley. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age.
Andre, and I'm 35.
And what prompt do you want to debate?
Well, the third one, which is the only thing up for debate, the first two are obvious. It's crazy. We still argue that in 2026. But I would like more clarity on what you were just saying. So to give context, I won't be long-winded. I realize I'm eatism, and it's where you believe in something. However, I don't believe in that something because of logic. I believe in it due to supernatural things, and that's why I can't prove it to others. However, you're saying it's grounded in logic, and logic is just the science of reasoning. So I'm either confused or I misinterpreted what you were trying to say.
Yeah, God isn't grounded in logic. It's the opposite. So logic will be grounded in God.
Right, but why does that prove that? Because logic can exist with, if I say there is no God, I'm still following a certain logic.
Yeah, well, that's not the level of question that I'm asking. So I'm not asking, can atheists or non-believers or non-theists or whatever, can they use logic? No, under my Christian lens, I believe that we're all created in the image of God. So all human beings are capable of doing good, also doing bad because we have free will. And we're also capable of utilizing logic since we're made in the image of God. And logic acts as one of the divine rays where we have access to utilize logic. So logic is one of the divine rays of God. And since we're made in his image, we can be logical beings. So logic itself is not a creation. Logic itself is an effect, a reflection of the divine God. Just like morality. So under my worldview, morality, the good, God is good. The good is anyone who acts in accordance to the good, God's laws, God's commands. If you act outside of God's commands and orders or reject God, that would be bad. So bad isn't a creation. Good isn't a creation. Good is God. And since we're made in the image of God, we're able to be good. Also, if you look in Genesis itself, every one of God's creations, he gave it a moral standing, and he said that it's good. So when he created the heavens, the moon, after every day, he said, and it's good. He created humans, it's good. You get what I'm saying? But God created human beings to have the ability to be the secondary cause. So the bad that happens on the planet is not God's doing, it's man's doing. So that's a quick little synopsis of the worldview and the position of why I believe that morals and logic is grounded in God. From an atheist or any non-theist worldview, you can't ground this transcendental category.
And I guess I'm still confused on why you're saying that, because what about the people who exude these behaviors, but they don't subscribe to that way of thinking? I'm still being righteous, but I don't believe it's due to a God. And then I'm
totally fine. You can do it. You're made in the image of God. You're a little G.
And so the theory is called the gap of the gods, and it's to where when we can't scientifically or practically explain something because we're not aware of the mechanics and how it works, we substitute it for being God. So
that's not the argument I'm making.
Oh, right. And I'm still trying to, why is logic divine? Let's start there.
Divine? Well, I wouldn't say logic itself is divine.
Well, you had said that was one of the divine. I'm sorry, you had said logic is one of the divine something.
Yeah, but logic itself, logic is grounded in God. So God is divine. logic wouldn't be separated from God, though.
Okay, and that's where I guess I'm getting confused. Why isn't logic separated from God? Because logic is used to reason on things that are in our reality. God is something that's supernatural. So logic.
Well, first we have to speak about what is logic.
All right.
And how is logic logical? So when we're currently right now, me and you are using logic. So in order for us to give a good reason to justify logic itself, is going to take a paradigm. It's going to take an entire worldview, an entire paradigm to give an epistemic justification, good reasons for the thing we believe in. Because we can't justify it and say, well, I'm speaking sentences, thus logic is justified. That doesn't make any sense. That's not a good reason to believe in something because you're using the thing. I'm asking a deeper level question on, well, logic itself. Like, does that truly exist? What is logic? Where does it come from? When we start to ask these higher authority questions, then we can speak about, well, does logic have an ontology or does it not? Is it something that we made up in our minds or is it something that we discovered? Right? So I think we have to go there.
Oh, wait. First. I'm sorry to interject. I just want to follow you. Are you saying your connotative version of the word logic? Because the denotative definition has a grounded, definition for the word, and that's what.
What's the three classical laws of logic?
I forget them. Go ahead.
No. Don't ask me. Don't put the question on me. I'm asking you. You came up here. You want to debate about logic, but you don't even know the three classical laws of logic.
Yeah, I smoked too much. They're out of my memory right now.
Got it. So that's just an excuse. It's just out of your memory. What's 1 + 1?
It's 2.
Okay. And the 1, you identified that, right? You can identify a 1?
Correct.
1 unit, 1 property of something. So the first law will be the law of identity.
Yep.
Okay. Now, 1, right? 1 itself, that cannot be, 1 cannot be 1 and also not 1, correct?
You said 1 cannot be 1 and not 1?
Can 1 be 1 and also not 1?
No.
Okay, so then that's the law of non-contradiction, right? So first we got the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and then the law of excluded middle. There you go. Yep. Got it. So I just walked you through the 3 classical laws of logic, right? And the 3 classical laws of logic govern how we think. It governs our thoughts, right? Now, these 3 classical laws of logic, is it universal?
Yes.
Okay. Universal meaning that it applies everywhere.
Correct.
Is it invariant?
No.
Okay, so logic can change over time. Tell me when 1 + 1 does not equal 2, because you need logic to get to math.
I'm about to give you an example, but I'm testing the one example to see if that's even.
You're using Google to test it?
No, I'm thinking about it.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I concur. It is invariant.
So logic is invariant. It's also universal. So now, currently, me and you, we're agreeing on what logic is. Right?
Correct.
Now, the other thing is it immaterial?
Yes.
Okay, because you can't touch, taste, or see it or hear it. It's immaterial. Now,
correct.
We explained the ontology of logic. So it's conceptual, immaterial, it's universal, and it's invariant. And concepts are held in minds, right?
Yep.
All right. Now, this concept, without human beings being here, right? Without human beings being here, this concept itself, logic, would still exist because it's universal, correct?
I had this conversation yesterday, and I
Answer yes or no. Because
no.
Okay, now you just contradicted yourself. That means it's not universal. You see? You see what you just did there? So you agreed that it's universal. It applies everywhere. It's invariant. It doesn't change over time. I ask you, does this concept of logic exist without human minds? You say no. That's a contradiction to it being universal and invariant. It cannot be universal and invariant if it only exists in human minds, because human minds are finite. We can't hold a universal concept like logic. We can't ground that. We can understand it. We can utilize it. We can't ground it. We can't make that thing true.
Okay, I guess the issue I'm having is connotation versus denotation. When you say universal, are you meaning like a universal law? Because universal simply means done by all people.
Universal does not mean that. Universal means that it applies everywhere. There's not a place that it doesn't apply.
Well, the reason why I was going back and forth yesterday, because I had this conversation yesterday. We looked up the definition, and universal means relating to, affecting, or done by all people or things in the world.
I'm speaking about the philosophical meaning of universal.
Okay, so that's what I was going to. You're speaking about the connotative.
It's philosophy, right? So when we're speaking about universal, is it always the case that this is true, or that logic would be here in every scenario, in space and time, outside of space and time? Is it universal and invariant? You said yes. Now you're walking it back and you're saying no. That's fine. You can walk it back.
Well, now I know what connotation you were giving. Give me about 3 seconds to think about those.
Bro, you definitely using some Chat GPT or something, bro.
Brother,
I can get to the next caller, man.
And tell you I'm staring straight at the screen, brother. I don't have time for that. I'm trying to clarify something I was thinking about, and I'm using you as the mediator to help me get to my conclusion. So I want to learn here.
Fair enough.
I'm not trying to argue.
Fair enough. All right, cool. Go ahead. Take your time. Well, in the meantime, chat, get the likes up, chat. Get the likes up.
So I'll do 10 seconds.
Get the likes up. Everybody that's supporting, like the video. Got some super chats in here. Going to get to those super chats right after this caller. I got ya.
Yes, at the moment, since I don't want to take up too much time, I know you have other guests, I will concur on that. At this point, it is universal, and since that's the case, logic would, yeah. I'm gonna think about this and come back, brother.
Well, listen. I want you to think about this because, so to the non-believers, the atheists, and things like that, I use this transcendental argument to get people closer to the truth, which is God. Because when we just think about logic, we can't. When we speak, you can't speak sentences without using logic. Like even your thinking, if your thoughts are coherent, in order for it to be coherent, you are utilizing logic, right?
It has to be all over.
Logic is involved within it all. But when we think about what logic is, the type of concept it is, other concepts can exist within a mind because it's something that we can just socially construct up in our heads. But logic is a different type of concept. It's universal, like it applies everywhere. It's invariant, right? And once you admit to this, and once you admit to the ontology of logic, well, you need a different mind other than a human being's mind to ground it. And from a Christian lens, we point to God to ground logic because God is an omnipotent, omnipresent. He's divine. He's omniscient, omnipotent, and he's eternal. So God is the type of mind that can ground and make this universal category true. And there's many other universals other than logic. Like we can speak about many other universals that's true, right? But this just happens to be one of them. So, man, yeah, think on it, and you're happy to call up anytime, okay?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you. I've been a fan for a minute, so keep doing your thing, brother.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
Yes, sir.
All right, chat. Yeah, I know y'all like that, right? Yeah. Something I've been working on. Shouts out to the GOATs that's out there that I've been learning from. But yeah, man, it's just a transcendental argument for God. I use it many different ways. I can use it, the way where you do the impossibility of the contrary. I can do it that way. I can give a syllogist way. I can do it many different ways where I can utilize and demonstrate the transcendental argument for God. But when I'm having these TikTok callers up, sometimes they just need some help understanding what I'm saying. So, you got to do it in a way where you're kind of walking them through it. Right? Now, some of you guys, we get certain atheists up here that fully reject that logic is universal. Like, I'm sure we're going to have some atheists up here today, and they're going to reject that logic is universal and invariant, or even immaterial. And they're going to like fall worse than him, because then they have to justify, how 1 + 1 doesn't always equal 2. Right? They're going to have to give some sort of epistemic justification for that, some sort of good reason for that. And it's going to be very, very, very hard. All right. Let's get some more callers. Actually, before I get these callers up, let me hit some of these super chats up here. We got a Witkid Dream joined the membership for 15 months. Appreciate you. He says needs to fix the mod status for me and Zan. Actually, let me go ahead and do that now. Let me go ahead and make you a mod. Add as moderator. Gonna go ahead and give you the managing status. Witkid just went ahead and made you a mod. We got Dane Snyder sending in 5. He says, if you want a lot of debate traffic, do a show on the issues going on in my neighborhood with Nolan Wells' death. You know what? I didn't really even look into that yet, man. I've been kind of out of the loop. But once I go ahead and look into, actually, that's the homework that I have to do. I'm going to fully do a deep dive into what's going on with the Nolan Wells situation. And, and then I'm going to go ahead and give my perspective. I'm going to create my beliefs around that, what I think is, why he actually died, or, who's the person that did it. I don't really know at all, honestly. So I'm going to do a deep dive, construct my worldview for that, construct that into my worldview, and then I'll go ahead and make that part of my debate prompt. But thank you, Dane. We got Juan Martinez joined the membership for 17 months. Juan, shout outs to Juan, man. Juan been a day one supporting OD, and he's very quiet too. He doesn't come up and want to debate. He's just in the background supporting. So shouts out to you, man.
No Fugazee.
Juan says, God over man, man over women, women over kids. And if you don't like the stream, you are gay. That's what he said. We got Dane again sending in 5. He says, dude on TikTok said he went on a self journey and then found a woman. I wonder if she knew she was in a lesbian relationship.
They, them, energy.
That's that type of energy he giving, man. All right. Appreciate the support over on YouTube. Let's head back on over here to TikTok and bring up some more callers. And again, we got 3 prompts. Patriarchy is necessary for a thriving society. Women are beneath men. Atheists can't ground morals or logic. Let's get the next caller. Damn, we got a lot of people still in here, so let's go with this guy. You guys got to be ready when I bring you on up. Let's get the next guy up. Not ready. Okay. All the folks on TikTok, like the video, support, send in some gifts. I don't know what y'all do on TikTok, right? Whatever you do, just do it. Okay. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age. The general Oh, you're up next. No one's avoiding you, man. It's a lot of people up here, that's all. You're up next, though. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age? I don't hear you, man. So if you want to debate, just come back on up. Let's get this guy called the General up since he's talking smack. Now, I put $100 that when I bring this guy up, he's going to be either low IQ, not have any good arguments, or fully like straw man one of my positions of the things I said before. Put $100 on it. $100. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age. Looks like you're having some connection issues. Top Cat Oh Snap. Everybody in here too, share the stream. I know on TikTok you can do things to share the live stream. Share the live stream to people so we can get a bunch of folks up in here. Go ahead and do that for me. Normally when I do the atheist debates, we don't have a lot of people up. We had like almost 500 people up here right now, but I think we're at like 200 on TikTok. YouTube, we're at 200. Let me see. Oh, been ready. Okay, this guy's ready. Okay, I got you, Christian. About to bring you up because I don't think this guy was ready via TikTok. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Rushi, 26.
Rushi, all right. And what prompt do you want to debate?
Number 2, women are beneath men.
All right,
talk to me. What define beneath so we have an understanding?
Well, I can use it in many different arguments and in many different ways. I'm not sure if you've been listening or not, but you're under the assumption that women are not beneath men, correct?
That's correct.
And what I mean by beneath, I mean by the order. So the position that they are in society, also in a relationship aspect as well. When I'm speaking about, if we're speaking about human value, no, I think that human value under God's eyes, they are valued equally under God's eyes, but you may be a non-believer. I'm just giving you my position. But from a societal aspect and a relationship aspect, women are beneath men. So let me go ahead and get your argument to why you believe that women are not beneath men.
If that is not a precise definition of beneath in this context.
I let you know how there's two different claims I'm making. So what do you mean? You didn't understand what I said?
I understand what you said. You said beneath, the way you're using beneath in this context is in relation to the position women hold in society as well as the relationship aspect.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Tell me more. Why do you believe that the position women hold in society and their relationship subjugates them to a lower version?
That's not my position. That's what you're saying my position is. I didn't say subjugate or anything like that, right? The roles and the duties, again, listen, the roles and the duties that men and women have, it's not equal on a societal level or on a relationship level. Women do not want it to be equal. They claim that they want it, but they don't actually want it to be equal. Women will not even choose a man that is beneath her. But a man would choose a woman that's beneath him, which creates this hierarchy anyway, naturally, this natural hierarchy from our own personal desires. And our own personal desires come from we're different biologically. So men and women are different biologically. Thus, we have different proclivities of what we want and expect in one another. Women's expectations in the opposite sex is higher than what the man expects in the woman. Higher and different, though, and vice versa. So what don't you understand?
Okay, so to begin with, what I asked you was to define the meaning of beneath.
It just means below.
Beneath. Below. Okay.
Do you know what beneath means? Below.
No, I understand.
You know what below means? Under.
It's very important.
You know what under means?
Okay.
The opposite of above or on top.
Exactly. So now you keep changing your definition.
It's not a change of definition. I said that it's linked on a societal aspect and in a relationship aspect when we're speaking about roles and duties and the natural proclivities of what men and women desire in one another. What other way do you understand the words that's coming out of my mouth? What does proclivity mean?
An inclination to do something more.
Okay. So that inclination that men have, do you think that it's the same as a woman?
Well, it depends on what situation and context.
I just told you the context. If we're speaking about societal duties and also relationship duties.
Okay, let's focus on this position in society and relationship.
Okay, got it. Now, can you answer the question, why do you think women are not beneath men?
I believe that women are not beneath men because a single characteristic does not equally mean that you're beneath somebody else. Just because your position is lower than mine, just because you have a different duty in my relationship, it doesn't mean you're automatically below me.
Okay, so is the owner of the company equal to the employee of the company?
No.
Okay, so who's beneath who?
The boss is called the boss because they are above.
No, I didn't ask you that. Who's beneath who? Is the owner beneath the employee or the employee beneath the owner?
Vice versa. The
employee, right, is beneath the owner. Okay.
Correct.
Thus, you can understand a hierarchy of who's above and who's beneath.
So in a relationship, your assumption is the man is the employer?
The man is the owner.
The man, what makes you think the man is the owner?
Well, woman,
why do you believe that?
Let's go back to the inclinations, the tendencies, the proclivities, right? So do women have a proclivity to desire a man that's taller and stronger and preferably makes more money and is more competent?
True.
Okay, so then she's looking for not her equal, she's looking for her superior, the owner.
And therefore you conclude that he is the owner.
If it's the case that women have a natural proclivity to desire someone that's superior than them in the dating relationship aspect, thus the person would be similar to the owner. It would be analogous to that hierarchical relationship, like an owner and employee, and the man in a relationship and the woman in a relationship. Because the woman doesn't look for her equal, she looks for someone that's better. She looks for a protector and a provider.
I'm sure you're aware that there are so many women that own businesses that employ men and women. So their position in society, would you say they're beneath men? Because they hire men.
No, so again, I'm using the owner and employee analogy to show you how it works.
I understood.
Let me finish my sentence. I'm going to answer what you said. To show you the difference between men and women, and also what women tend to have a desire for, right? Now, if it's the case that if we just use what you said and said, well, some women are CEOs, well, that's fine, right? Some women are CEOs, their bosses, their managers, and their employees are, men, which are beneath them under that aspect. That would be true. I would acknowledge that, but that's not my argument.
So then the claim doesn't hold true. If women are in position of higher position than women, then the claim doesn't really hold up, does it? Because your claim that women are beneath men is based on two aspects.
No, it does.
Position in society and relationship.
Yeah. So who gave women the permission to be CEOs and to work in society? Who did that?
Okay. Now you keep moving the goalpost.
That's not a goalpost move. You just lied. So what I'm doing is I'm presupping.
I didn't lie. Where did I lie?
No, you're saying that I'm moving the goalpost, and I asked you a question which presupposes what you believe. You believe that women are in these positions in society because their own will, like they granted it themselves to be CEOs and to be working in these positions. No, I'm presupping that, and I'm saying
they did.
No, answer this question. If you think that, then answer this question: who gave women the ability to work? Was it themselves or was it men?
Who gave them the ability?
Who gave women the ability to become managers and CEOs over men? Was it themselves or was it other men?
No, they were born with the ability, just like men are born with the ability to work.
This guy, you don't even know. You don't know reality.
No. You're going based off just because women were denied access to education.
Now you're proving the wheels are turning.
Just because your presupposition is, your assumption is, women were denied access to education.
If they were, stop it. No one is speaking about education right now anyway. We're just speaking about the economy, the work environment. Listen, answer the question. Well, actually, you did answer. You said women gave themselves the authority to work. Well, that's untrue.
No one gives any other person the authority to work.
Okay. Can women work or do anything if men didn't allow it?
What do you mean if men? Of course they can.
How?
What do you mean how? They work every day.
So then why have why women's suffrage? Why was women's suffrage a thing if women could vote, if they could do what they wanted to do? Why was women's suffrage a thing? Why were women complaining to men to give them rights if they can just go ahead and do things?
Because men deny them.
Well, okay, listen, that answers your question. If it's the case, the only way women can have rights and work and do things if men don't deny them, this means that they are under the man's authority. The only reason why there are women CEOs and women bosses is because men allow them to be in those positions. Without men allowing them, they would be denied by a man, then they wouldn't get those positions, which then goes back to my argument that, well, women are still beneath men. They're not out there just, by their own might and own will, able to give themselves rights. No, they have to appeal to a collection of men to get their rights so they can work, go to school, and do all of these things, which means that they're beneath the man.
Okay.
You got cooked.
So answer this question then.
Easy cookings. Listen, easy cookings, my friend. Easy cookings.
Do you think that was unjust? That denying women's suffrage was unjust?
I think that unjust, denying it. Well, The truth is, women have always worked. Women worked on farms. They worked in a house.
That's
but,
not my question.
I'm answering your question. So, women's suffrage was not just about, having the right to vote. It was about like feminism, the suffragettes. It was about destroying the patriarchy while...
I know that history. I know that history.
Stop. If you're asking a question, let me go ahead and answer your question, because it's not a short answer. It's actually an elaborated answer that I have to give. So do you want the truth or not?
It's actually a simple answer. Was it unjust or was it unjust to allow women to vote?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get to your answer, right? So when you say just, that's kind of loaded. What do you mean by just?
Just?
Yeah, so under my worldview, just could mean something different from, your worldview. That's why I was trying to explain to let you know what I meant by just from my position. But what do you mean by just? And maybe I can just give you a yes or no, since that's what you're looking for.
The regular definition of just.
Bro, just give me your definition. What do you mean by just?
Fair and moral.
Okay.
What is right?
Fair, under my worldview, this is what I'm trying to say. Fair, that has really nothing to do with what's moral. Like, just because something is fair doesn't mean that that's moral.
No, I said
under my
that's
worldview.
My definition of just.
Okay, so then I would reject that definition of just, and I'm going to continue to elaborate what I was saying. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So, again, when we look at the 1920s and even before then, when the suffragettes came about and they were fighting for women's rights, what I'm trying to elucidate to you is these women weren't just looking to be equal to a man, to have equal rights. They were looking to destroy patriarchal systems. One of the patriarchal systems that they viewed as being oppressive to women was the nuclear family, because they viewed that in a nuclear family, the woman is beneath a man, and that's unjust, right? So when we speak about women's suffrage and women having the right to vote, I don't actually think that that was just. I think that a bunch of non-government organizations got involved and just gave women the right to vote. I don't think that that's anything that was even fair under your definition too, because men didn't vote to give women the right to vote. And also women declined. Over 70% of women rejected, and they rejected themselves the right to vote. So I don't think that it was just under your definition at all, or just under my definition. There you go.
So it was not just.
No, not under your definition of just.
Okay.
Women having the right to vote would not be just, because it wasn't fair.
Okay, so now that you answered my question, do you also believe that just because something has been, it doesn't automatically mean it ought to be? Just because women were under many authority, they were given the access to these things, it doesn't automatically mean that in modern day that men give women the authority to go and work and own businesses. That claim is false.
No, I'm not making an alt claim, right? So I'm making a descriptive claim. So descriptively, it is descriptively true that all of the rights that men and women have come from men. They do not come from women.
They don't come from men.
Okay, where does rights come from?
Have you heard about the Declaration of Independence?
Answer my question. Where does rights come from?
Rights, everybody's born with rights.
So people are born with rights? And
yes.
What is a right? What's this thing that we're born with? Can you touch it? Can you taste it and smell this right?
No, you cannot.
Okay, so a right is a concept that we agree on. It's a social construct.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so then we're not born with it, you knucklehead. It's a freaking social construct. You just lied. So if it's the case that rights are a social construct, it's something that we agree on in our mind, well, how can this social construct come true in reality?
You implement it. It's
okay,
an idea.
You implement this idea. And who enforces these rights, these constructs that we have in our mind? Who enforces it? Men or women?
Both. They're policemen. They're
That's
women.
untrue.
So there are no policewomen.
No,
we don't have policewomen.
What you said was untrue. Both is untrue. Since the beginning of time, any of these social constructs that we agree on, there's always been men to enforce it, a collection of men. Currently today, there's only maybe 5 to 10% of women actually in the police force in combat roles. A lot of women that works for police departments, they're in cubicles and stuff like that. So only about 5 to 10% of women are actually, on the grounds doing things. And in the military, only about is less than 5% of women are in combat roles. It's only 4,500 women in the military currently today in the United States in combat roles. So that's nothing. That doesn't even make up 1% of the military. Thus, you're just wrong. It's a very, very small percentage where we can just do away with those women that's in the police force and in the military, and we'll still be able to protect our borders and protect our country and police our neighborhoods. Thus, your claim that men and women enforce rights is a lie. It's men.
How is it a lie when you just say you just named numbers in the military and women?
I just explained how we can do away with those few women in the police force and the military and still enforce the rights. Do we need those women in the combat roles in the military and out on the streets as police officers to enforce the rights? Do we actually need that? Yes or no?
If we don't need them, why are they in the military?
You're not answering. You never answer my question. You're asking me another question, but I'm actually going to go. No. But I'm going to answer your question. Then I'm going to pivot back to my question. So your question is, well, why are they in those positions? They're in those positions because of feminism. Men allowed feminism and allowed women into these positions. Thus, this is why they're in those positions. My question is to you, though, can men enforce rights without women in those few positions? Without those few women in those positions, yes or no? In America.
Possible.
Huh?
It's possible. It's possible.
No. Possible. It's in.
Yeah.
Okay. So you agree that men can enforce. It's more than just possible. It would be us losing not even a fraction of, our security and our protection in the country. We wouldn't be losing anything basically at all. So this just proves that real quick. Stop it. Stop talking before I get the next caller, because you're not giving anything to this conversation anyway. You have very low IQ and you can't follow. So listen, and maybe you can learn something. So what I'm saying is all of the rights. Stop it. All of the rights. Stop it. You didn't even know anything.
3 minutes to answer.
Stop it. You didn't know anything.
You
didn't know anything. You didn't know. And now I'm getting to the next caller because you're just rude. You, my friend, should actually be humble so you can get some game from a real nigga that's giving it to you, right? You shouldn't even be up here debating with me. You don't know anything. You're a beta male simp. Probably came from a single mother home. You didn't have a father, and you took on the ways and the thinking of your mother, which is why you think, well, women aren't beneath men, but you gave no argument to refute it. I refuted all of your points. Like, very, very bad. You got fully dismantled. Freaking knucklehead. All right, real quick, let me get this guy up here, Christian guy. Christian, you're up, man. Welcome. And Christian, he's live. I'm live on YouTube and TikTok. So for the folks on TikTok, you'll be able to hear Christian. You won't be able to see Christian on TikTok, but you'll be able to hear him. Christian, welcome to the show, man. So you disagree with prompt one. Prompt one is a patriarchy is necessary for a thriving society. You disagree with that? Please let me know what you disagree with that. How do you disagree with that? And what's your argument?
Can you hear me, first of all?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. I'd just like to say, you're doing really well with the podcast, man. Just shout out to that. I've been watching you for like a month or two. Yeah, how I disagree with that is
it's like
so if
it's
we
like
break
a
your
vibration echo every time you speak.
it's just a headset, man.
Yeah, the audio is crappy. But
Okay.
go ahead. Explain to me real quick why you disagree with that. Go ahead. You got yourself on mute. Go ahead.
Am I better?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
That's good. All right, so first I'm gonna break your prompt up into four categories actually. So we have
No,
the
first, just
patriarchy.
you said, listen, a patriarchy
Yeah,
is necessary for a thriving society. You
yeah,
disagree? Please give me your
yeah.
argument to why you disagree.
Okay. Necessity means that it's essential. So it's required, something that's unavoidable for something to be thriving. So we say it's
I know
necessary
what words
for it
mean.
to thrive.
Listen, you
Yeah.
don't have to give me a definition class. I made the prompt. I know what all of these words mean. Can you please give me your argument?
Okay, perfect. My point being that society, as of current now, is not in a state of thriving. As time goes on, and you're a Christian, you should know this. As time goes on, society dips. Currently, we are in a patriarchy, obviously established by God. I can say patriarchy is best for society. I mean, a matriarchy is just not going to work. A patriarchy works best, but a patriarchy isn't what's essential or necessary for society to thrive. As a Christian, we know that what's necessary for society to thrive would be God.
What's
And that's why
necessary other than a patriarchy
God,
to thrive?
God.
And okay, and in biblical scriptures, did God create a patriarchy when he was when the Israelites left Moses and the Israelites escaped from Pharaoh? What type of
Yeah.
society was those Israelites creating? Was it a patriarchal society or something else?
Israel has been running a patriarchal society. This
Okay.
patriarchal society was
And was
determined from the
God
Garden of Eden.
okay, so
Truly.
God told Moses to create a patriarchal society?
I mean, that's
Okay.
how it was established.
Okay. Got it. If it's the case that God told Moses to create a patriarchal society, you are telling me that, well, a patriarchy isn't necessary for a society to thrive. You said that what's necessary is God. So then my question is,
Yeah.
okay, and what type of society would God tell us to create? A patriarchal society or something else?
I'd say a society in which he's paramount.
Would that be patriarchal or no?
In that society, look, in heaven, are they genders?
Answer my question.
Because
Would
if
that
they're not,
society be patriarchal? Yes or
that
no?
would be no.
Okay, so
It wouldn't be
God would
patriarchal
tell
or
us
matriarchal at all.
to not create a patriarchal society?
Look, if a
Where in
patriarchy
Bible, what's the
was best,
opposite of a patriarchal society?
the opposite of a patriarchal society.
Okay, if the opposite of a patriarchal society would be matriarchy, and you said that God would not tell us to create a matriarchal society, correct?
Or patriarchal.
Correct? Okay.
Would be neither.
Wait, time out. You just said God told Moses, advised Moses to construct their society in a patriarchal way.
Israel society, yes.
Okay. And I'm trying to ask you, currently today, for a thriving society with God in it, what type of society would that be? Would it be patriarchal? If not, then what would it be?
Okay. For society a good society, not a thriving society. Because thriving, you see, this is the thing. You were talking about not needing definitions, but the way you
No,
base the
man,
question shows that
you're not doing a good
okay.
job.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? You're saying, do we need a patriarchal society with God in it to have a thriving society? A patriarchal system to have a thriving society with God in it? No.
Does God
Because
give
thriving
order? In biblical scriptures, is there a hierarchy between men and women and the duties and the roles that they have in society? And in a relationship, is there a hierarchy?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I'm not refuting
And
that.
within that hierarchy, even within biblical scriptures, is the husband, the head of the house?
The husband is the head of the house.
What'd you say?
The husband is the head of the house, yes.
Okay. So if we look at Ephesians verses 5:23, wives submit to your husbands as to the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church. So is this a hierarchy relationship? Is this a hierarchical relationship? I got to get the next caller, man. You're breaking up.
Oh,
is it a hierarchical
my bad,
relationship?
Yeah, it's a patriarchal relationship. Yeah.
Okay, and now you're telling me that God, for a necessary thriving society, God would get rid of this patriarchal relationship within men and women?
God would get rid of a matriarchal and a patriarchal society. So look, if a patriarchal society...
Okay, stop it. You're saying that God would get rid of a patriarchal society? And I'm asking you to point to scripture where God wants to get rid of the patriarchy.
Coolly, you see, the thing is, you're misquoting me. I said God would get rid of a matriarchal and a patriarchal society. There wouldn't be that hierarchy. If that was, because if it was the case that a patriarchal society would have to remain universal and exist to have a thriving society, then in heaven itself, we'd have a patriarchy. I mean, in heaven, there aren't any genders. The only
No, you're incorrect. You are misquoting scripture. You're misquoting scripture. You don't know what you're speaking about. So was Adam supposedly to be the first Christ?
The first Christ, no.
Okay. The purpose for Christ was because of Adam's wrongdoing, correct? Christ would not have to come and die for our sins if Adam obeyed Christ. Correct?
Christ the Savior.
Okay, I got to get the next caller out because your audio is very choppy. It's bad. I'm losing followers talking to you. It's hard. People are like, this is boring. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a freaking kid. Not only that, you would have to give me some sort of proof within biblical scriptures if you're saying that God would want to dismantle or get rid of a patriarchal society. Why I asked you about Adam is because God created Adam in his image, man in his image, and he created the woman from the man, which creates a distinction and a hierarchical relationship. Like, was Adam and Eve, did they have the same biological strength even before they bit the apple? No. Eve didn't even speak with God. Adam spoke with God. So you're just wrong. So even from the start of things, it was a hierarchy. In the end of things, it will be a hierarchy. And in heaven, there will still be a hierarchy. The hierarchy relationship, can we be equal to God? No, we're not going to be freaking equal to God. Therefore, that creates that hierarchy right there. So you don't know what you're speaking about, which creates the patriarchy. God the Father and his children, it's always going to be a patriarchal society on earth and in heaven. He's not going to not create any, he's not going to not create order. If you are a Christian, you believe in a God that creates order. The patriarchy is order. It establishes that order. Anything outside of that is chaos. So you don't know what you're speaking about. Keep reading, do some research, think a little bit more. All right. How long have I been streaming for? Only 2 hours and 25 minutes, man. All right, chat. Get the likes up, chat. Where we at? Get the likes up. It's only 8:35. Dana Gonzalez, welcome to the gang. She became a member again or renewed her membership. Appreciate the support, Dana. For the folks on TikTok, if you want to debate tonight, we got 3 prompts. First prompt is, a patriarchy is necessary for a thriving society. You just seen we had a guy that claims that he was a Christian and said that, no, a patriarchy isn't necessary. He totally didn't know what he was speaking about and got refuted and couldn't answer simple questions. Prompt 2, women are beneath men. Prompt 3, atheists can't ground morals and logic. So let's have some good debates. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
My name is AB.
Okay.
Well, I'm formerly, but I am age 20. Well, I just turned 20 actually. And I do reject the third prompt that atheists cannot ground logic or morals.
Okay. All right. And all right, so you reject the third prompt. So you're an atheist, and under your atheist worldview, how can you ground logic?
Well, I wouldn't consider myself a full-on atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist, but I don't see how
basically the same thing.
Can ground logic. Well, agnostic atheist, basically, there is a possibility, a God exists. I just still have to do more research. That's why.
Yeah, why does it help you out with this prompt? Because I'm making the affirmative position that atheists can't ground morals and logic. If you take the I don't know approach, then you're still cooked. You won't be able to give me a grounding in any type of good reason for the possibility of logic and morals under your worldview, if it's the I don't know approach, or if it's the atheist approach.
Yeah, but at the same time, you haven't elaborated why atheists can't ground morals. Can you elaborate?
What are you talking about? I've been elaborating it all night. If you came in, that's fine. If you came in late, that's fine. But I'm going to ask you the question. So the question still lies.
I would just like for you to just elaborate further on your prompt. It's my mistake that I came in late, though.
Okay. Real quick. When you speak, there's like this background echo effect. Are you like near a fan or somewhere?
Is that fine?
Okay. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, much better.
Yeah.
So when I'm speaking about ground, right? Grounding. So look, I'm asking you a philosophical question, and
I know what you mean. I just want you to elaborate.
Okay. If you know what I mean, then just answer it. Then go ahead and give me your epistemic justification for logic and morals.
No, I know what you're asking. I just want you to elaborate further on what you mean, like what you mean by that.
Yeah, I don't think. Okay, I'll elaborate. I don't think that under an atheist worldview or an agnostic worldview, that if their worldview is true, I don't think that logic and morals can be true.
Specifically on morals, what do you mean on like morals? Why can't atheists ground morals?
Well, I believe that they'll take the subjective morality approach, and if morals is just subjective, it reduces down to your preferences. Then it also reduces down to force, and which gets rid of morality.
I mean, even if we grant that morality is objective, which I do believe in objective morality, how is that tied to God?
Yeah, that's not it. So you're asking me a question now, and I want you to answer my question.
Okay, cool. Well, personally, I do believe in objective morality, and I do ground that objective morality in the flourishing of human beings.
You ground objective morality in the flourishing of human beings?
Indeed.
Okay, so
yes,
morality is a concept? Or what is morality?
Morality is an objective standard of what is good and bad.
Okay, and this objective standard of what is good and bad, that's grounded in the flourishing of humans.
Can I explain further?
And what do you mean by flourishing?
Flourishing is basically what either stunts or promotes, things that help human beings. For example, bad would basically be just stunting the growth of human beings flourishing, and good would be, the opposite.
Okay, and does this rely on human beings' minds to interpret what's good and bad?
Are you asking if it's mind dependent?
Does it rely on human beings' minds to interpret what's good and bad?
No.
Okay, so flourishing does not rely on our minds to determine what flourishing is?
I mean, you can't say that. I don't know how that would, argue against what I said.
Listen, stop moving because there's movement in the background.
All right.
Does flourishing depend on a mind to interpret what flourishing is? Yes or no?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. So flourishing is mind dependent.
No, it's mind independent.
That's a contradiction.
How so?
You just answered my question, and you said that flourishing relies on a human mind to interpret what is flourishing and what is not. Then I asked you, well, flourishing is mind dependent. You say that it's not when you just admitted that it is. You're in a full logical contradiction.
It doesn't solely rely on
What does flourishing rely on?
It relies on the biological, it relies on biology. If it's something promotes the human flourishing of a human being, for example, let's use another example. If let's say being racist to someone mentally, that does something to them in a negative way, that is negatively flourishing them. That's what I mean.
Does that rely on a human mind to interpret it?
No.
How would they know if something is racist to them or not?
What do you mean?
You said if someone does something that's racist to them, how would they know? Yeah. They need a mind, right? They need to interpret what they think something racist is or racist isn't, right?
Sure.
Okay, so then it's circular. You're proving my point. You're not disproving it. Again, I'm asking you, flourishing, right? Yeah. Does that rely on a human mind? You say, yes, it relies on human minds to interpret what flourishing is. You try to give an example about racism. That still resorts back to a human mind to interpret what they think racism is or not. So this is circular. It all resorts back to a human mind. So again, right? You said that morality is objective and it's grounded in human flourishing. I asked you, what is human flourishing? But human flourishing relies on a human's mind, which that wouldn't be objective, that would be subjective, because objective is mind independent, subjective is mind dependent. So you're explaining morality relying on some subjective preferences of what they think flourishing is or isn't.
I heard you. Now, okay, that is granted that maybe I am wrong on this, right? Let's grant that I may be wrong on this, right?
Okay.
Let's grant that.
Sure.
What would be your alternative?
Okay. If you are wrong on this, then if we're speaking about morality, I'm stating that under my position, I'm stating that, well, morality cannot be grounded under an atheist worldview or an agnostic worldview is going to reduce down to their own subjective preferences and reduce down to force. So might. makes right under your worldview?
That's not an alternative, though.
Well, that's the only way. So I'll elucidate this for you. If it's the case that you say you granted it, human flourishing is mind dependent, so we determine what is flourishing to us or not, and that determines the good or the bad. Well, that's just going to be preference based. That's what it reduces down to, our own subjective preferences. Now, if you have your own, if you're in a nation, you got your own subjective preferences, and someone disagrees with your subjective preferences, then it's just going to come down to you fighting. And that's going to determine what's good or bad. Because ultimately, in your own nation with subjective preferences is going to reduce down to consensus. Well, what the majority of folks agree what human flourishing is, well, that would be good, morally good. The people that disagree, well, you know, we're not just putting the things that we're not putting your thoughts and your social constructs into law. We're only putting ours into law.
Fugazee, I said I granted that maybe I am wrong on this.
Yeah, I'm explaining how it reduces down to might makes right. So let me just finish my point.
I didn't say reduce it. I said, what is the alternative?
I gave it to you. Under your worldview, the alternative is that might makes right.
I said granted that my worldview. I literally granted that argument.
Oh, okay. You're saying that might does make right.
That it is wrong. What is your alternative? I'm asking for your alternative.
Okay, got it. Oh, so my worldview. So you fully grant that then under your worldview might makes right?
I fully grant that. Sure, my worldview is totally flawed. There is some flaws.
No, does might makes right?
Might makes right?
Under your worldview.
I said I grant that. Sure,
okay, so
granted that it does.
Okay, got it. If it's the case, you grant it, then what happens is this. It's the impossibility of the contrary. So you don't have a worldview that can give an epistemic justification for logic and morality. And I have an epistemic, in my worldview, Christian ethics, I have a worldview that can give an epistemic justification for the good and for logic. And that's going to be Christian ethics. That's the alternative. Yeah.
So you do base your morality on the, deity.
Yeah, the Christian God.
Good.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask some questions based on that, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right. Now, have you heard of the Plato's euthyphro or something dilemma?
No, man. Just ask me your question. Don't quiz me.
It's basically, it's not a quiz, dude. Relax. But it's basically saying that is something good because God commands it, or is it good because God knows it is?
Okay, is that your question? Is something good because God commands it, or is something good because God knows it is?
Yes.
Okay, so I disagree with the question itself. That question wouldn't make sense under my paradigm.
In what way?
Because under my paradigm, the good is God.
Yes.
Okay. So your question was trying to make a distinction from what God commands and what God knows.
So basically, something is good because God is good?
No, that's not what I said.
No. Also, can you please explain it to me?
Yeah, repeat back what I just said.
So you said that the premise of the question that I asked is incorrect because it assumes that God is basically not within the paradigms of the premise.
No, so you were making a separation of good, like the good, like what is good. And I told you that the good is God. The good is grounded in God. It's grounded in God's ontology. It's in God's nature. That's what good is.
Yeah.
Bad is just a rejection of what God is.
All right. I heard you.
And God, now listen to this. What God is is also what God commands.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Nah, I hear you.
So there's no separation.
Nah, I heard you. Honestly, I have to do more research on this. So honestly, that's on my part, honestly.
That's all you got?
I'm not really well versed into just atheism in and of itself or Christian values in and of it. Like
that's fair. That's fair. I can respect that.
Well, I have to do
yeah. When you're trying to do an internal critique, you got to like fully understand a worldview. That's what I'm saying. Like that question that you asked, it just wouldn't, be coherent under my worldview. It wouldn't make any sense.
All right.
All right, man.
When I do more research, though, I will be back.
You're welcome to come on, man. I do these debate nights every Tuesdays and Thursdays. So, yeah.
I appreciate that, man.
All right, man. Peace. He had good questions and good decorum as well. So we got to give him that. Good questions and good decorum, and actually had questions to want to learn. But yeah, and that's the thing with, some of these non-believers and stuff like that. They don't really understand the Christian paradigm. Like they think that morality is like just a figment of God's imagination or just his commands. No, God, like logic and morality is grounded in God. So God cannot contradict himself. God would not do anything that's outside of his nature, and his nature is good. So like the commands and all of that, that's still coming from his own nature. There's no separation of that. Now, the one thing that's maybe a separation is that God created human beings in his image, right? And since we're created in his image, and which means that we have the ability to, be good, to act in accordance to his nature, but we also have the ability to disobey him, because God made us with free will. We're not just robots. So the good is just a rejection of God. Very, very simple. All right. Anybody else that wants to come up, come on up. On TikTok, man, if any folks want to come up, the General 4-5, you was talking smack in the comments. Come on up. We got these 3 prompts we're debating, man. Let's go. Let's have some fun tonight. All right, let me get, I think we got a YouTube caller up. Ace, turn on your camera and I'll bring you on up. Talk. Let's let's see. Let's go TikTok, folks. All right, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm get your name and age.
General 45. How you doing, young man?
I'm doing good, man. Look at this. Funny, man. Cooley, can you adopt me? I'm trying to learn from you. Listen, I learn from other people, man. I'm just reading a comment here, but let me get your name and age again. I'm sorry.
The General, young man, 45.
All right. And what prompt do you want to debate?
Well, I'll let you choose, but I want to first just touch on something, if you don't mind. You
pause,
said that,
pause. No Diddy. Touch on something, man. Homie out here wilding, cuz. Paul coming in here talking about you want to touch on something, man. That's very sus, man. That's very sus.
Well, you want to don't start acting like a clown and foolish. I ain't from New York, and we don't.
You're not from New York? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Where you from?
I don't think about putting no dick.
Hey, listen, listen,
sorry,
man.
I apologize.
You can't use that
but
language.
I just ain't used to them. Right, I apologize, but I just ain't used to those kind of dudes. Fugazi, right? So you worried about?
Listen.
So let's not do the no pause thing. Let's just talk like men. Can we do that? Don't interrupt me to say pause and all that crap y'all use, because that already shows a weakness of the mind when you're using something. Yes, indeed. When you're using something that already symbolizes something that insinuates something that has nothing to do with it. Since when did eating a hot dog become something you got to say pause about? Only people like you who feed into those narratives. But let me tell you something about good. You got to mention the good. You believe that people are good?
Real quick, let's create some decorum.
Do you believe that people are good?
Got it. Let's create some decorum real quick.
Right.
Relax. I got you, man. I'm gonna let you speak. I've been silent, and I'll let you get that out. It seemed like you really wanted to get that off your chest. Seems like you were maybe touched in a wrong way or something like that. Because you were like trying to assert that you can't say pause when I'm simply saying that I'm being hyperbolic here. I'm making a joke. So relax, little buddy. It's debate night. Now I'm asking you, what prompt do you want to debate? You got to unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm sitting here chilling, right? Let's talk about good.
No, what prompt do you want to debate?
You were talking about the good. You were talking about, you had many different narratives. When you were talking earlier, when I left, that's all I was talking about. I wanted to speak to you on that part, right? Because you spoke on it.
All right. So when we're speaking about the good,
the Bible, the God, Jesus Christ, the whole nine, the characteristics of things that make people good, everything. I just want your interpretation, because you was bringing up God, the Bible, everything. So can I know in your mind what? And then we can go to logic too as well, because I'll eviscerate you there with the greatest of ease. But listen, tell me the characteristics of what makes a person good.
Okay. So that's not the prompt of the debate. So I think you're kind of all over the place, but I'm going to ground you a little bit.
No.
Listen, if you don't chill, I'm going to go ahead and get someone else up. So listen, calm down. Let's create some decorum.
Nervous.
Do you not nervous. Are you a father? You have kids? You're 45.
You let a female throw a drink in your face.
Are you a father, man? Like, do you have kids? Do you have kids? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have kids? Do you create order in your home?
Yes, I said yes. I said yes.
Okay. So if you create order in your home, this is my platform.
How did
Thus, I'm creating order here by telling you to shut up. Yeah, you got to shut up. Okay. I'm going to mute you.
Oh.
It's that simple. So shut up, and shouts out to the Crucible crew up in here. Andrew must have been live and did a raid, so appreciate you, Andrew. Seeing you at DebateCon. Hey, listen, man, all the Crucible folks, Andrew is getting in shape, man. He's getting his weight up, he's looking good. So shouts out to Andrew and Rachel over there. Seeing them at DebateCon, very good people. Both of them, maybe they're making more money. I think that's what it is. I think it's, sometimes you say, listen, when you make more money, you tend to just glow up a little bit, but it could be that, but I think he's actually in the gym getting to work in. So I'm proud of my brother. Keep doing what you're doing and appreciate the raid. So the caller, you're currently on mute. The debate prompts is very simple. There's 3 prompts. For prompt 3, if you want to debate that, it says atheists can't ground morals and logic, right? So 1, when you come up here, you got to let me know what exactly you want to debate. You're just talking about the good. What are you speaking about? So first question to you, are you an atheist? Yes or no? Unmute yourself. You've been unmuted. Unmute yourself, though. Are you an atheist?
No.
Okay, so you're not an atheist, so prompt 3 would not work for you, right? It's pointless to debate that prompt. Now, prompt 2 is women are beneath men. Do you disagree with that? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, you don't even disagree with that. Prompt 1 is a patriarchy is necessary for a thriving society. Do you agree with that?
So do you?
Yes or no?
Said a patriarch is necessary for a thriving society?
Yes. Do you agree?
No.
Yes or no?
No patriarch is needed for a thriving society.
Okay, then that sounds like something we can debate.
No patriot is needed for a thriving society.
Okay. Now, if it's the case that a patriarchy is not needed for a thriving society.
I'll let you go first. Tell me, why do you believe?
Listen. I'm going to boot you if you can't, chill, bro. We got a lot of callers, and I'll just get to the next one. Right? So if it's the case that a patriarchy is not necessary for a thriving society, please give me your position on how a society can thrive in a matriarchy. Because the opposite of a patriarchy is a matriarchy. So point out in history where a matriarchy stood the test of time.
Prior Christopher Columbus.
Prior to Christopher Columbus?
Speech, right?
Okay, so prior to Christopher Columbus,
let's think about
matriarchies was...
The Americas was already... Well, so now you want to interrupt me. See, this is when the weak always get mad at when you think you... See, you want to out-talk me, and I was quiet and let you go because you said I had to. But when I started speaking, you hurried up and interrupted me because that's when you fear a person you know is greater than you.
Turn on your camera.
So let me talk, right?
If I fear you, turn on your camera. My camera's on. You can see my face.
Well,
why isn't your camera on?
Shit. Yeah, man.
And stop cussing or I have to boot you. You're on 3 strikes, bro.
I'm trying to see that it's on, ain't it?
Your camera isn't on.
It's on, ain't it?
Nah, it isn't on.
Bro, ain't it on?
You're at 3 strikes, little
it's
buddy.
On? Can you see me?
Nah.
I got the camera right here. Oh man. So okay, here we go.
Okay.
So let me get my roll right?
Yo.
Okay, before you interrupt me.
Why you got a knot on top of your forehead like that?
Like you doing all your podcasts, right?
Yo, homie got a 7 head. You can with your head you can create a solar eclipse.
You inferior me now. So be quiet.
No, with your head you can create a solar eclipse. Homie head so big he can headbutt all of Pennsylvania. Listen, I know exactly what you thinking right now. How big your head is. You got the biggest head in the world, bro.
You still don't even.
And why does your head have different dimensions? Like normally a head is round, but it's cone at the top. It's like knots right here. You ugly, bruh, and your teeth is bright yellow. Homie got carrots for teeth. You are a disgrace to the race, my friend. You are a disgrace to the race. You make us look bad. I understand why white people be like, ooh, ooh, ah, ah, because you look like one of them, ooh, ooh, ah, ah. You ugly, my friend. And you muted. We can't hear you. Get up out of my chat, bruh. This guy looking pathetic. Hey, get the likes up, man. We do it live. And that's funny, man. I tried to give him some grace to like get his position on prompt 1 since he disagreed with it, but you could tell he didn't want to have a genuine conversation because I was actually like patient. I let him speak, say dumb stuff, and he said nothing at all. Oh man, this is funny. We're gonna get to the next debater up here, but I think we got some super chats that came in. Let me get to some of these, man. This guy is pathetic. Listen, if I was one of the whites, that's what you look like, bruh. Homie look pathetic. Hey, Ace, I see you backstage. You got to turn on your camera and I'll bring you up for the debate. Very simple. I see you backstage. Just turn on your camera and I'll bring you up. For the folks on TikTok, we got 3 prompts. First prompt is a patriarchy is necessary for a thriving society. Second prompt, women are beneath men. Third prompt, atheists can't ground morals or logic. So these prompts are for the feminists, the liberals, and the atheists. So please come on up and let's debate. Okay, Ace, I see you turned on your camera. We got 2 aces back here. Not sure why. Let's go to this one. Now, when I bring this caller up for the folks on TikTok, you're not going to be able to hear this caller because I'm bringing him up YouTube. So let me go ahead and bring him up real quick. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Yeah, Ace 50.
Okay. And your name?
Ace. That's what they call me, Ace.
And what do you want to debate about?
Just basically the third prompt.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like
You're an atheist?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay. All right. So the third prompt is atheists can't ground morals and logic. I only think that morals and logic can be grounded in God. So in a non-theist worldview, I don't think you have a type of worldview to ground a transcendental category like logic and also to ground morals. I think that under your worldview, morality would be subjective. You wouldn't have any objective standard for morality other than your own preferences or consensus or force. And then for logic, logic is a transcendental category, which I don't think that you have a worldview to ground that. So wherever you want to start, if you want to start with morals or logic to give your grounding, we can start there. Go ahead.
I would, I guess, start with morals or morality. And, as being an atheist for a long time, I read the Bible multiple times. And, I see that my morality is grounded in empathy and being empathetic towards humanity and for people that are different than me, people that are, smaller, bigger, whatever, just difference. And, people that even don't, they don't even agree with me.
I got you. Can you be empathetic and also do the wrong thing?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's good and evil in all of us.
How is, you just refuted your point. If it's the case that morality is grounded in empathy, but you can be empathetic and also do bad, then that means that it changes. It's not grounded there. By grounding, I'm looking for, it will be an unchanging standard.
Well, I mean, the fact that I do bad by, depending on whose standards you're looking at, doesn't negate the fact. Well, no, to my own standards, I'm a good, straight up, outstanding dude. But
you're not following. You said that morality is good. You got something that's moral and immoral, right?
Yeah.
So the moral things is grounded in empathy.
Yes. To me, yes.
Just said that you can be empathetic, but also do something bad. Thus, empathy is not grounding the good.
Well, empathy is, because if you're empathetic, that means you're putting yourself. Excuse me?
If you can be empathetic and also do something bad, how is that grounding the good?
Well, okay, so let's look at it like this then. You consider yourself a decent person?
Sure.
Sometimes. Okay, and do you do bad stuff, that you might think to you or to society in general? Everybody does, right? So that doesn't negate the fact that you could be empathetic towards me. If you see me in the street hungry, or you might offer me a job or whatever. You're just putting yourself in my shoes.
You're not. Sorry, I don't mean to disrespect you, but you're not prepared to argue this prompt.
Oh, okay. How's that?
You're not prepared because the type of questions you're asking just tells me that you didn't comprehend what I said prior to it.
Okay, so maybe that's what it is. So let's get to the core of the question. So when you say grounded, you mean like something that's solid, right? Something that's non-negotiable, right? Something like that. Is that what you mean?
It doesn't change. It's grounded. It doesn't change.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So, me being empathetic is not going to change. I'm going to be empathetic with you, with the homeless guy I see or whoever, it doesn't matter.
Look, it's a contradiction from what you previously said. If it's the case that the good can be grounded in empathy, but you can also be empathetic and do bad, that would not be grounded there. Right?
Yeah, so that means that nobody has empathy then in the world, because everybody does
your
that.
Worldview, maybe not.
Well, everybody does bad. I mean, 'cause everybody does. Everybody fucks. Excuse me. Everybody messes up. Everybody does bad to
You
one
gotta get
extent
to the
to
next
another.
caller, man. I don't think you're prepared to have this type of conversation.
Okay. Well, right. All right. I see you tapping out. It's okay. I get it.
No one's
No, but-
tapping out. You've
Okay.
you contradicted yourself like multiple times, bro. And you're not even aware of the contradiction.
Okay, so you're saying that just because, you're saying because I've done bad things or whatever, I have bad thoughts or whatever, that I can't be empathetic, right? Because
That's not
of
what
the
I
bad.
said.
Okay, so what did you say?
You can be bad or good,
Yes.
and you can also be empathetic. That's the reality. We all
Yeah,
know,
correct.
we can observe people being empathetic, right? And
Yep.
also doing bad and good. Your claim, though, is not that. Your claim is the good itself is grounded in empathy.
Yeah.
The good is grounded in empathy, and if human beings are empathetic towards a situation, that means that they cannot do bad. You refuted that by saying that when I asked you the question, can you be empathetic and also do something bad? You said yes, which means that refutes that claim. You
So
just
then
don't.
that means there's nobody in the world that's empathetic then. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, under
Because
your
everybody
worldview, I
does
guess
bad.
so. Yeah,
Everybody
under your
does bad
worldview,
then.
everybody, no one's empathetic under your worldview. Correct. I'll be
Well, I
right.
mean, that's what you're bringing across. Because if you're saying that I can't have empathy because I might have been gone to prison.
Yeah, I'm not speaking to you no more. It's just I'm getting dumber speaking to him. I think I got a little bit I lost a few points on the IQ speaking to homie. It was bad. But we're currently live on TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook right now. All the TikTok folks, come on up if you want to debate. We got 3 prompts here. A patriarchy is necessary for a thriving society. I'll give you the argument super, super quick on that one for, all of the people that is new up here via TikTok. Simply saying men are better suited in leadership positions than women due to their biological differences. And also, there's never been a matriarchy that stood the test of time. I'll just go with those 2 arguments. But depending on the person that comes up, we can get deeper into things. Prompt 2 is women are beneath men. Simple argument. Now, from a God perspective, no. In the eyes of God, men and women are equal. But in a societal duties aspect and in a relationship roles within societies, I think that women are beneath men. If we look at things like rights, well, it's men that grant rights. Men enforce all of the rights. Women can't enforce those, right? If we look at the roles that we have in society, majority of men are in a police force and a military that's protecting the society. Women aren't in those roles. Women are in other good roles like, nurturing and childbearing. But even currently today, we're below replacement level for our birth rate. Simply all of that, I'm illustrating that in order for things to function and operate in an orderly way, men have to be in the leadership position and a patriarchy is necessary. So prompt 2 basically resorts back to prompt 1 for my argument. Now, prompt 3, atheists can't ground morals and logic. We just witnessed an atheist up where he didn't know what he was speaking about. So, yeah, that's that. All right. Anybody wants to come up? Come on up. We got few people in here. Right before I bring y'all up, though, let me go ahead and get to some of these chats. I think I missed a few of them in here. Where are we? Let's see. We got Dana Gonzalez sitting in 5. She says, missed a few shows, but always good to be here. Thank you, Dana. We got The Fallen One. He says, shout out to my folk in a chat. Appreciate you, The Fallen One. We got Jay the Worst, sends him 5. He says, Crucible Raid. Appreciate you, Jay. We got Intel Wild sending in $20. He says, Crucible Crew hair coolie.
No Fugazee.
Shouts out to all of you. So for all of the new people that came in on YouTube, then basically what I do here every Tuesdays and Thursdays around 6 and 8 p.m., I go live and I react to some content, and I also do open panel debates every Tuesdays and Thursdays. Today's Wednesday though, so I missed Tuesday. This is why I'm doing it on a Wednesday. But so normally every Tuesdays and Wednesdays though, open panel debate night, and I react to some clips and some content that the members send me. Right now we're just debating some folks on TikTok though, so that's what we're doing. Now, one of the perks over here for you guys is if you do become a member, you do get access to debate some of these crazy TikTok debaters if you like, or to even come up on YouTube and debate people that I have up. So it's pretty cool. And then also, I synced it where you can hear, both callers can hear one another. So the people on YouTube and TikTok, when I bring both callers up, you guys can hear one another and debate one another. So we do that as well over here at No Fugazee Podcast. All right, let's get the next caller up. Look at the people in the comments. Whoever this comment is. Well, come on up. If you think that, the link is pinned in the YouTube comments, and you can come on up and you can debate. So whoever's in here right now, you can come on up and you can debate. It's that simple. I literally put the link on YouTube in the comments, like for free. I'm not asking any money from you guys or anything like that. You can literally click that link and come on up and debate like the last caller. And on TikTok, you can come up and debate too. But let's get this next caller up. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. And get your name and age.
Dan. And 52.
All right, Dan. And what prompt do you want to debate?
Oh, I would say 2 and 3. Okay.
What do you want to start with?
Well, I would say let's tackle number 2 first.
Sure.
Would you agree that if the woman totally agrees with the man and supports him, would you say she's still beneath him or standing side by side with him?
Your question is, if the woman agrees with the man and totally supports him, is she beneath the man or side by side with the man?
Right.
Now, when you mean by agree and support, are you speaking about the woman is following the man? Is that essentially, yes. Are you saying the woman is following the man? No, she would still, she would still be beneath.
So maybe she totally supports how he wants to run the house, how he wants to vote, what religion he wants to follow.
Yeah, so you're basically saying that the woman is submitting to the man and following his lead.
Yeah.
Thus, by the conclusion would be that he's the leader and she's the subordinate.
Yeah. Good point.
Good point.
Excellent point. Now I know why Andrew follows you and agrees with you. Let's move to number 3.
Okay.
Okay, so
all right.
No, I actually agree with you. I just wanted to get clarification on that one. So number 3, if an atheist grounds their morals on, or they're grounded on morals and logic, and they don't believe in the Bible, but they ground their morals and logic on it, would that be wrong?
I don't comprehend what you're saying. If an atheist ground their morals and logic on what?
Okay, your prompt is atheists can't ground morals and logic. So say an atheist agrees with us Christians on morals and logic, but they don't believe in the Bible, but they still agree with us. How is that wrong?
Okay, so let me repeat it back. If an atheist agrees that they agree with Christianity,
Yeah.
then they're no longer an atheist.
Well, maybe they don't believe in God, but they agree with Christian morals and logic, but they don't believe in the Bible or believe in God.
Oh, that's fine. Then they can't ground it. So by grounding, in order to ground something, like to give an epistemic justification for the thing to be true and not change, it's more than just an objective standard. It's giving some sort of good reason for logic and morals to even exist, right? And if they disagree with Christianity, then their worldview would have to give an account for those two categories. And I don't think that an atheist can do so. I think that they always fall short.
Yes. Okay. I agree with you. They would fall short because they couldn't define how they come to that conclusion for their morals. But if they agreed with the morals that Christians do.
Oh, I see what you're saying. If they can't give an actual account for logic and morals, but they actually agree with all of the morality that it's Christians, is that just their preference? Got it. That's totally just their preference, where the things that they do, their actions is basically in line with Christianity.
Right.
But they're just a non-believer.
Right.
Yeah. And what's the question then at the end?
I'm sorry?
What's your question then within that? Now I understand what you're saying, but then what's your question?
You pull.
I think that's possible.
I let you pull me right into that corner. Good one.
Yeah. What's your question? Then I think that it's possible. Yes, but then what will be your question? Which would determine my answer.
Are they wrong?
They would be right in their actions, but they would be wrong in their heart.
Very good, brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right, man. I guess this was a crucible test. Okay. You guys are testing me here.
Yeah, a little bit. All
right, brother.
Love your content. Now I'm following you on TikTok. So yeah, I would love to get into a debate with you and the crazies.
The crazies. All right. Yeah, man. We'll do it. You can just, stay backstage or whatever. And I'm sure, if the panel gets a little crazy, I'm sure I'll bring some people up.
Yeah, if it gets crazy, I'll request again.
All right, man.
Have a good night.
You too, man. Have a good one. Looks like he was trying to see if I was Fugazee or not. Like, nah, this is no Fugazee over here, man. It's the realest podcast you're ever going to listen to. You get the pros and the cons of David Cooley on No Fugazee Podcast. But no, he has some good questions, though. I appreciate it, man. We got another caller in here. Let's see. Oh, she's back? All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. It looks like you're back.
Yes.
All right. So let me get real quick, we got to do some housekeeping just because we're live. Let me get your name and age.
The finest, 38.
Okay. Now, before you speak, let's go ahead and create some decorum, because the last time you were up, you wasn't really understanding what I was saying. But let's just go ahead and restate the last things we spoke about. You came up here before and you were under the belief that, well, you disagreed with prompt 2. And the reason why you disagree with prompt 2 was because you were under the belief that the woman isn't beneath the man, is because a woman can get pregnated without a man, correct?
Not only that, I have other reasons, but yeah, correct. That's one of the reasons.
That's one of your, that was the main reason when you came up here the last time. So if you have other arguments, that's fine. You can go ahead and bring it to my attention now.
Okay. I said that because you brought the argument of a man, give sperm. And I said, yeah, the sperm is useless without the womb. But yes, that's one of it. Now, when we come, because this gentleman that was talking to you, he asked you if a woman is supportive and everything, and you said she's supporting it instead of, being equal to the man, right? So I wanted to ask you this. As a man, are you a confident man?
Yes.
Are you confident? Because, not all men confident, not all men leaders, right? Do you agree with me? Not all men are leaders?
Yeah, all men aren't leaders over other men.
So you agree with me, not all men can lead?
Over other men, no.
Even over other women? If he doesn't have a vision, can he lead me as a woman?
Well, it depends on the context.
What are we talking about when we say context?
So are you speaking about like a thriving relationship? If you're a woman and you're looking for a thriving relationship, then you need a type of man that has the ability to lead you to thrive. Now, if we're speaking about just a general relationship, well, if we take away all of the modern day conveniences that men built, then you would still need a man to protect you, because the woman is not capable to manipulate the nature in the external world like a man can. So you would still need to resort to relying on the man just for the protection aspect.
What if I have a dog?
Well, do women tame dogs or do men tame dogs?
What if I have a dog and I can take
Answer
my own...
my question.
What is it?
Do women tame dogs or do men tame dogs?
Do women what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question, bro.
Do women tame dogs or do men tame dogs? Who's physically more capable to tame a dog?
Okay, that's good that you brought that up because we talked about the strength and you're going back to that. Do you know some women are capable of beating men, right?
Can you answer some of my questions? Can you just answer that one?
It depends to the physicality of the person.
It depends on a few things.
Do it. A man can do it. A woman can do it too.
But that isn't my question. Okay, so it depends on a few things. One, the type of dog. You just said a generic dog.
Right,
but
exactly.
We know that there's many different types of dogs. You got Rottweilers, you got Great Danes, you got big dogs that are very strong, much, much more stronger than a woman. And some dogs even stronger than possibly a man. But since it's the case that men are physically superior than women, I'm just asking you a question. On average, who do you think is more capable to tame a wild animal like a dog? The man or the woman?
And then again, that's also a good question.
Can you just answer it?
No, I will say, let me answer it. I'm answering you. Just you got to give me a chance here. If I train that dog as a woman, he can go and attack the man. And guess what? The man will lose here. So, but I see what you're saying. You're saying, oh, yeah, actually, a bigger dog can actually take on a man. Pretty much.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's my answer.
I'm just saying, generally speaking, who's more capable to tame a wild animal like a dog? Would it be the man or would it be the woman?
If we're going based on that logic, actually, there's so much to it to answer you because even if I'm weaker than you, but
can you just answer the question?
Hold on, it will end up attacking you, the man. So your question.
Answer the question.
I answer logically.
Please answer the question. The man or the woman, who's more physically capable to tame a wild animal?
Both. It depends to the strength of a man or woman, and then some men are weak. Not all men are strong.
Okay.
There you go.
Question on average. On average, who's stronger, a man or a woman?
On average?
Yeah.
It used to be men, but now women go to the gym and they lift, so now women are stronger. Honestly, that's the truth. I'm telling you, things are changing around here, and you're still in the past.
You are delusional. You were delusional the first time you came up, and you're more delusional the second time you came up. I thought maybe you would learn because I cooked you so bad the first time, but you're still incapable of understanding reality.
Women are lifting weights now and they're strong. What do you want me to? I'm not lying to you. I'm just going based on what's happening today.
Let me bring you back in reality, okay? Right? So even the strongest woman, right? I think his name is, what's the guy's name? He beat the Guinness World Record of deadlifting. Forgot his name, black dude. He doesn't even work out or anything, but he beat the woman's Guinness Book of World Record of deadlifting, and it's a man, and he has no history of working out. So just a regular man with no history of lifting weights can beat the woman's greatest deadlift or bench press or anything like that. Men are physically more capable on average than women.
Okay, bro. So
now, are there some men, listen, you don't know how to think. You're thinking in exceptions. I'm asking you to think in generality so we can come up with like the truth, right? Use some inductive reasoning. So inductive reasoning is basically coming up with a general rule, something that tends to be generally true. Men are physically stronger than women. On average, vastly stronger than women. That's true. Now, are there some women that's stronger than a very weak man? Yes, but exceptions don't make or break the rule. That's just an exception. So remember, your argument was, because I didn't forget, I got great memory. Your argument was, well, a woman does not need a man to protect her. She can get a dog to protect her. And my point is, women on average don't even have the physical capabilities to tame a dog. They would need a man to tame the dog for her to have that protection from the dog. So the woman still would need to resort to appealing to a man to get said protection. So you're just incorrect.
Okay, so bro, we're in two different things, right? I honestly feel like your talk this whole time, because I was tuned in with, I'm glad I came across you though, because I was tuned in the whole time, the whole conversations. What I've noticed is your talking point of view is from the past. I'm going based on today.
I'm talking about right now.
Okay, so I'll tell you why. I'll give you an example. So all of the questions you ask, it doesn't work right these days. I'll tell you why. Okay. So let's say I have my own job, right? Because patriarchy said men provide and they do this and this, and it's changing now. Women actually do work now.
I got you,
we
Wicked.
go get our own money. Look, we go get our own money. We do our own thing. And then for those who decide they don't even want to deal with men anymore, they actually get a dog to protect them. And some even have guns. So if you come and you want to attack me, I could just shoot you with my gun.
So the shelters that these dogs are in.
Tell me what else can you bring in the table for me that I need from a man? Because if I have a gun and I have my own job and I have my own place and all that stuff, what else you as a man can bring from me that made you think that I'm beneath you?
You are beneath me intellectually currently right now on this debate. You are beneath me. But let me just go ahead and refute the things that you said, right? Then I'm going to get two people up from YouTube to talk to you. They are members. So the same decorum you're giving me, you got to give to them. You're not going to be able to see them, but I'm going to bring them up. But when you appeal to guns and these modern day conveniences that you have in America, well, these are all things that are built and created and sustained by men. So no, like if you go to a pet store or I don't have animals, right? But if you go somewhere to get an animal, well, how did that animal get in that shelter or get in that place that sell animals? Well, it's usually from men. Most of those men are gathering up those dogs, big old Rottweilers. Now, some people find a little kitten and give the little kitten or the Chihuahua to the shelter? And could that be a woman? For sure, it could be a woman depending on the type of dog. But if you want a dog to protect you, I assume it's going to be something like a Great Dane, a Rottweiler, a Pit Bull, something big, a little bit something that's hard to tame. And my argument is that women cannot tame those beasts. You just don't have the physical strength to do it. The men are the ones that tame those beasts. And you still speaking about guns. Who create the guns? Men create all of the guns.
You, though, in logic way, if I have a gun, you can't even come at me because I could shoot you. So what else that you can bring?
Okay, so if we look at statistics, and if we look at statistics in a police force, who do you think are disarmed more? Women police officers or men police officers? Crickets.
No, but I asked you a question and you didn't even answer.
I did. Answer my question. Who do you think is disarmed more, a woman police officer or a male police officer?
No. But I ask you if I could just shoot you. It has nothing to do with disarming, though. If you're coming to me, I can just do that.
I'm telling you, women. I'll answer it for you. It was a rhetorical question. Since you can't answer it, I'll make it a rhetorical question and I'll answer it for you. Women get disarmed. Women police officers get disarmed at higher rates than male police officers. Thus, the conclusion, if you came at me with a gun, the probability is extremely high that I'll be able to disarm you. Plus, I'm 6'4" and 205. I don't think you stand a chance. My reach, I have like an 80. My arm span is crazy long. I smack that gun out your hand and smack you.
Okay.
You like that?
So
now let me get these two callers up that want to speak with you. I think they got questions for you.
Okay.
So show me the same respect as you show them the same respect as you show me.
Okay.
All right. First, let me go ahead and do this. Okay, echo cancellation is on. All right. Go ahead, Kid. Speak.
All right. Is there an echo? Let's see. Test that out first. Everybody can hear me.
Hey, on YouTube, put a 1 in the chat if there's no echo for WitKid. Go ahead, WitKid, speak for him.
Everybody good? Check. Just want to make sure everybody can hear me.
All right, put a 1 in the chat if there's no echo, 2 in the chat if there is an echo. Okay, no echo, WitKid, you're good.
No echo?
Speak to her.
Okay. So first question I'm going to ask her is, how would you feel if you didn't eat today? I'm going to start there.
How do I feel if I don't eat today?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna answer again logically, right? Because technically the human body stores food. I'll still be okay for a couple of days. What are we going with this question? But go ahead.
I was just trying to test your ability to if you know what, we're not even going to go that deep with you. We'll go somewhere else first. Can you tell me any society or anywhere, history, in the present or in the past, where there has been a society completely ran by only women without the help of men?
Everything would have been peaceful, honestly. We'd probably just fighting.
Wait, listen to me. Hold on, stop real quick. I asked you a specific question. I would like an answer to the question that I asked you, okay?
Yes.
I want you to tell me a place in time, whether it's present or in the past, where there has been a society that has been fully run by women without the help of men.
Well, there is not such a thing right now, but I mean, again.
Okay, now let's go to my next question since you already answered that one correctly.
Real quick, WitKid. Hey, Mac, I see you backstage and you requested up via TikTok. I'll bring you up next, Mac. I got you. And also, anyone else via TikTok or YouTube that wants to come up and debate on TikTok, just request to come up and I'll bring you up. But go ahead, WitKid, go ahead.
And then my next question to you is, do you know that there has never been a single building in history built by only women?
Because when we came here, men took over. But if you guys maybe not exist, we probably build it ourselves.
So you believe that there are women who can do the concrete work, the foundation, the wiring, all of that. So really, if they could do that, why did they lower the standards in the police and the military for women to get in?
I'll give you an example. In the villages, some parts in Africa, women.
Why do they lower the standards for women to get into the police or the military?
patriarchy system. What is, it is what it is. You guys,
that doesn't answer my question. There has to be what is the reason? What is the reason? You're saying hierarchy. How explain how that is the reason?
Because the environment, like that's what it is. When we come with rules we set on place, men.
No. Well, do you know? But what is the reason that rule is in place?
I honestly think the way they did it wrong, but it's in place just to kind of manage people, right? Like there have to be certain rules.
So do you think it has to do with the fact that women cannot regulate their body temperatures? They can't regulate their emotions all the time. They don't have the physical body volume and their muscles and their lungs to actually produce the amount of power it takes to do a lot of these jobs. You don't have muscle mass to do it. Your bone density isn't even strong. Your bone density isn't even strong enough to do a lot of these jobs, to even carry the weight it does to produce a lot of these things.
I feel like, I honestly think.
No. So stop. I don't want to hear a sentence with how you feel, because that means absolutely nothing. So I want you literally just said, I feel like, so that start of your sentence means absolutely nothing. Let's go with facts. That's what I want to talk about.
Okay. All right. So let me explain something to you. I'm not an emotional woman because I don't want you even to take me there. Okay. I'm just going based on logics, right? I honestly think, just like I go to the gym every day, if I want to get it strong and I build, muscle and all that stuff, then I'll be able to do the things that you do. That's pretty much what I'm going by right now. That's my answer.
So you believe that you can produce enough muscle, yourself, to outdo all the men everywhere. And then you also said, like, if you had a job and you had a gun, you're probably working for a man, right?
No,
you have to go to the bank, right? Probably ran by a man. You have to have that electricity in your apartment, right? Ran by a man, all the wiring, all the lines, all the foundation to even have that internet you're using right now. You see all that coding and mostly the groundwork to even get that in there, done by a man. 98% of the jobs that it takes to run a society is ran by men. And also, how many female Navy SEALs are there? Because that test is not lowered. That is the only test in the military where they do not lower the standard for men and women. It is a test, and you pass it or not. So how many female Navy SEALs are there again? Just remind me.
Okay, so let me ask you one question, please.
I asked you a question. How many Navy SEAL females are there?
Again, my answer will be patriarchy. I'll go back to that again.
So no, listen, hold on. That's not patriarchy. If they do not lower the standards, you said they lowered the standards because of patriarchy. No, listen to me. Hold on. You said you're thinking logically. So let's go with you're actually thinking logically. You said prior, a few minutes ago, we can roll the tape back. They lowered the standards because of patriarchy. That was your answer. Now, I give you an example in the military where they do not lower the standards, and there has never been a female to pass the test. So what is your answer now? Because patriarchy is not going to work because that's a contradiction. Goes against the laws of logic, which you're a logical woman, correct?
Right. That's your point. That's what you think, but that's not how it is. That's not.
What do you mean? What do you mean? That's not what I think. These are facts. I've never said anything to you that is not a fact or not true right now.
Okay, so let me explain this to you. Okay, my answer, I gave it to you a long time ago. You didn't get it. I said, what if men didn't exist? That means women have to do all these things. Period. That's my answer to all of the stuff you're saying.
If men didn't exist, women wouldn't exist because therefore there would be no babies. There would be no children.
Yeah, it just wouldn't be no.
You never know.
There'd be no. What do you mean? I never know. I do know.
Quick, kid, let me help. Not help you out. Help her out.
I don't need no help. She needs some help.
So, the Finest. I believe that's your name here on TikTok. So, you do understand that men and women do not share the same physical capacity. You do agree to that.
Okay, can I say one thing, please? Because you guys are talking, and that's the.
I know, but answer that question. Do men and women have the same physical capacity? Yes or no?
If they go to the gym and they work on their strength, yes, they can.
No.
That's my answer.
Okay. If that's your answer, so if a man goes to the gym and a woman goes to the gym, you think that the woman would be equal to the man in strength if they both go to the gym?
If she works on her strength, yes.
Okay. All right. So for the chat, for everyone in YouTube and TikTok land, we're speaking to someone that is delusional. You're not living in reality.
How
now,
is that?
so since you're delusional, appreciate you, Wait Kid. I'm going to drop you back and bring up JB real quick. Appreciate you, brother. Good questions too, man. Speaking of someone that's very, very delusional. So I'm going to ask you this question because now I'm curious. Were you raised with your father in the home?
This is the funny part. And that's why I always think logical, because I was raised by my grandfather, my dad, my uncles. And again, I'm going to ask you one last question.
Okay,
I'll drop. That's fine.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'll let you ask your question. Give me a second. You were raised with a bunch of men, your grandfathers, your father, and things like that. And was your mother there?
Of course.
Okay. But you did have a father. You came from a nuclear family.
I have a father figure, correct.
Okay. And now your father, who was like the leader in the home? Was it your mother or your father?
I couldn't tell because they just both have mutual respect, and my father always praised my mom. Without her, he wouldn't exist. Or there's so many things in the house.
The fact that you can't tell. Okay, the fact that you can't tell who's the leader and who's the subordinate in your own household structure tells me all we need to hear is the reason why you're so delusional, because this means that your mother was most likely leading your father, which is why you don't know how to comprehend simple concepts and also observe reality, that men and women have a different biology. So we don't share the same physical capacity. Even if the woman practices and trains all her life, she would never have the same physical capacity as a man that's also training in physical strength his entire life. Most women don't even reach the man's physical abilities when a man is not training at all. So you're just wrong. Now, you had a question. What's your question?
Okay. Yeah. Quick before I just, I'm going to ask you the question, but just to real fast to explain that to you. I see my father as a very strong man that did not needed validation for a woman to submit. That's how I look at my father, and I respect him till this day. Because I'm so glad he's not.
So who was the leader? Your mother or your father?
Again, this is what I say. You're not getting what I'm saying. I honestly think
who was the leader? Your mother or your father?
Wait, a very strong man do not need validation.
Who's talking about validation? I don't care about validation. That's a feminine concept.
When you're
validation.
A man and you're strong enough, a woman will probably
validation is a feminine concept. Masculinity, we don't need no validation. We're masculine because that's our nature. So I'm asking you, who was the leader, your mother or your father?
My dad was a very strong man. So I'm pretty sure
Did he lead your mother?
Looking up to him.
Did he lead your mother?
At some point. Otherwise, she wouldn't be with him.
Was he the leader?
But my father never
No, stop.
Entitlement.
Was he the leader? Yes or no?
What's a leader?
Okay. So now you want to play dumb. So was your father the leader in the relationship dynamic in your home? Yes or no?
Why does it have to be my father?
Was your mother the leader in the relationship? Yes or no?
Why does it have to be a gender role? Who came up with those things?
The world, no one came up with it. It's not a social construct. It's reality. Men and women are different. You don't think that men and women are different. You think that men and women are the same, which is why you think that we have the same physical capacities and stuff, or even mental capacities. We don't. You're incorrect. You don't understand reality, which is why you fail to understand the arguments, even the sentences that I'm speaking. I don't even think you can truly even comprehend it.
I do.
Okay. So can you answer the question? Who was the leader in your home, your father or your mother?
But then I asked you because you have to explain to me what's a leader. Like what is it? Because I thought a leader it could be a woman and a man.
I'll explain it to you. Like, so in simple terms, from a relationship dynamic. So the leader, right? He would have someone following him for him to be a leader. I don't think a leader can just be a leader on its own. Like a leader means that someone is following you, right? So now I'm just asking, was your mother following your father, or was your father following your mother?
Okay, and that's my answer to you. All I've seen when I was growing up, my father respected my mom and my mom respected my father, and they have mutual respect and understanding. That's my answer to you. That's how I grew up.
Same? That's an obfuscation. Is respect the same as following? No, it's not. I'm asking you who followed.
There's certain things my dad will say, my mom will agree. There's certain things my mom will say, my dad will agree.
The thing is, you don't know how to answer questions. Okay, what's 1 + 1?
Based on someone came up with the math, I will say 2, because based on what the other person created, it's not like, you know.
So 1 + 1 is a social construct?
Yeah, it's just 1 + 1. Somebody came up with those rules and it's numbers.
So. Okay, so someone came up with the rules.
Because somebody came up with that numbers. Okay, not you, not me.
Okay, if someone came up with it, that means it's a social construct. That means it's subject to change. So let me ask, can 1 + 1 be anything but 2?
It could be.
Okay, what can it be? You let me know.
If somebody didn't had that in our mind since we're growing up.
I'm asking you.
It might be something else. Somebody could have said it's 4.
What can 1 + 1 be other than 2? Let me know. Can it be 11, 17, 33?
It could have been if somebody came up with that and we were here, and then we just have to follow that logic. Okay. You know what I mean?
All right. So you can't answer questions because you are illogical. 1 + 1 can only be 2. It cannot be anything but 2.
Because we were taught that way, right?
We weren't taught that way. So when you observe something, right? When you observe a unit of something, the concept of 1, this concept, can that change?
You know, it's okay. Can I ask my last question and you can drop me?
Okay. She doesn't want to answer any questions. Yeah, what's your last question? Go ahead.
Yeah, because I feel like we're going to be in different, you know, because I think different. I don't follow.
I don't think you think.
Society rules and all this mess that they created.
Look, chick, I don't think you think.
I got my own, you know, way I think. So, yeah, we're not going to go anywhere with that. But
ask your last question.
Okay. So my question that I want to ask you, do you believe, honestly, for women, because I know men are more stronger than women, obviously, that's something I'm not going to say, you know, but I also know there's women, right, are stronger than men, but, you know, the numbers are not, you know, as much. But just because estrogens and all this other stuff.
You're just contradicting everything you previously said. But anyways.
Right. But hold on. But
ask your question. Wait, you can't answer a question nor ask a question? Do something for me. Just ask the question.
Okay. All right. So do you believe that if I go to the gym and I lift heavy weights and my goal is to, you know, be strong, right? Just say I want to beat a man in my life. I decided that. Then I'll go to the gym and I work on that. Honestly, like, tell me the truth. Do you think I can achieve that goal or not? Honestly, like, just be honest, like, has nothing to do with man ego and all that stuff. My goal is to work on my strength, right? Because everybody works for their own reasons with their body. But I wanted to go be strong. So I will take my vitamins, take whatever I destroy it, and, you know, just to strengthen myself and be strong and all that stuff to beat a man. Do you think I can achieve that goal or not?
Okay. The goal is to be as strong as a man?
Yeah, and beat you up, to have strength. Yeah, exactly.
Like be as strong as me?
Do you think I can achieve that goal at the gym? Yeah, be strong. Like gym, you go to gym to be strong, right?
No, you would never be stronger than me. No, never. Never.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're in different pages this, because I feel like a woman can accomplish that goal and she can be a man when
a woman has never accomplished my bench press or my deadlift or anything. A woman.
Okay.
I'm stronger than the strongest woman.
Do you think there's women out there beating men or not? Host. Do you think there's women out there beating men or not? They're stronger than men. Yes or no?
Can a woman beat like a weaker male? Sure. I'm sure a woman can. On average, though, no. A 13-year-old would dismantle a grown woman. So
I see women beat men so many times, but okay, host. I think that was it. That was my question.
So real quick, I have one last question for you, though, if you can spare me here. So are you in a relationship?
And I'll tell you what, yes, because my man is very strong. He's very confident, right? So I'm looking
Is your
up to
man
him.
stronger
If he
than
wasn't
you?
strong, absolutely, he has to be stronger than me. Then otherwise, he's not a man to me. You gotta give me something to looking up
now
to.
we're getting the truth. I like this now.
Exactly.
I should have asked these questions before, the relationship questions.
He doesn't have the entitlement mindset. He doesn't want me to submit. He doesn't want none of
Let
this
me
stuff.
ask
Like,
you this. Is your man more competent than you are?
Oh, we don't do competition.
No,
we don't do
I didn't say competition. I say competent.
Yeah, I know you said competent, but I'm not looking at that. I'm not competing with my man.
No.
Gotta
I didn't say competition.
Right, be confident.
Chat, she doesn't understand what competency means. Okay. So you just said that you are in a relationship and your man is stronger than you, right?
I didn't say stronger. See. So now you're speaking up from me.
Okay. Is she gaslighting me, chat? You know what?
I'm not gaslighting you.
I got a caller. TJ, I see you backstage. TJ, let me get JP up. I give one question to JP. And sorry, JP, she's been up so long. We gotta get rid of the chick. But let me bring you up.
Yeah, you gotta drop me and get someone else.
No, you're good. JP, he's a member. I want you to give JP the same respect as you gave me. JP, go ahead and ask your question to this lady.
So I actually had a question for the last dude, but for you, I do want to know if men are supposed to be equal. How come you're saying you wouldn't be with your man if he wasn't stronger than you?
Good question, JB.
That's great question, because then I have to explain this very clearly. Okay, first of all, I know exactly what I said. I said, if he's not a strong man, because this is how I look at a strong man. I don't look at a strong man, a man that wants a submissive woman, entitlement, works only on his ego and all that. A strong man is a confident man, okay? And he respects.
Let me stop you real quick. A strong man is not doing any of what you just said. A strong man is going to take care of his wife and kids. A strong man doesn't look for submission. They find it. The submission comes to them because they have that aura, they have that energy to be a strong man. So again, what you're saying is just inadequate.
How is it? I said the same thing you said. I said he doesn't want a woman to submit. Didn't I say that? You literally just
no. You said your man was strong because he doesn't want a woman to submit. No, a strong man will find a woman. That woman will come to him already submissive. Is what I'm saying.
No,
he's not gonna have to lay down the law because the law is going to already be laid down with his aura. If Cooley was to walk up to you right now and tell you to shut up, 9 times out of 10, if you're in person, you're gonna shut the hell up.
Oh, but see, that's not a strong man. That's a weak man.
How is that a weak man? Explain how is that a weak man? If he's telling you to shut up and you just shut the hell up, how you're not a weak man? How is he a weak man?
First of all, my man know better not to tell me to shut up because I have my own mind. I'm a human being just like him.
Oh, okay. Exactly. Now we know. So you're not.
Now we're getting somewhere.
You're not actually with a strong man. You're not actually with a strong man. You're with a weak man. You're with a man that you can boss around. You're with a man where you can dictate terms and you have the last say. So your man isn't necessarily strong. You're with a weak beta male. Because any man that will accept a woman like you anyway, well, he must be a weak man because you wouldn't qualify for any strong man. Strong men, when they see you, they disqualify you or utilize you for recreational use only, which I thought you were only being utilized for, but it seems like you actually have a man, which is good. But you got, the weakest of us.
But if you're a strong man and confident, why do you want validation from me, though?
We don't ask for validation from you.
No,
you hear me out. Shut up. Hear me out. We get our validation from other men.
Shut up. You
cannot. I already did.
Shut up.
I already did.
Drop me.
So again, we get our recommendations from other men. We don't get it from women.
That's true. JB, let me go ahead and get these next callers up real quick, but I appreciate you for calling them in. Have a blessed one, brother. And stay backstage, too. I'm sure we'll get some more people up that disagree.
Thanks for the time, host. You can drop me.
Yeah, you're being dropped now.
I
Have
still
a good
don't
one.
agree with you guys, though.
You don't have
All right,
to
cool.
agree. It's okay.
Yeah, we can agree to
Continue
disagree.
to like live in Narnia land. I'm sure you believe that you can speak with animals. Actually, do you speak with your pet chihuahua? I'm sure you
Actually,
do.
let me
Goodbye.
tell you, animals have their own language.
Yeah, look, animals have their own language, and I understand. Hey, yo, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Someone said in the chat, repent, woman, come to Jesus. That's funny. That's actually funny, man. That's funny, man. All right. Man, that chick was delusional. Once she said that, like, and she kept contradicting herself too. She says that men and women have the same physical capacity. And then towards the end, when she starts to ask me questions, she admits that, well, men and women are different. You know, men are, physically stronger. She was like all over the place. This is why I assumed that she probably didn't have a man, and she was probably like 40 and single, and she suffers from a promiscuity brain, right? Like when chicks are so promiscuous, they are incapable of thinking straight because they had too many penises to think straight. They've been dominated too many times, so their thoughts are here, there, and everywhere, right? But I'm sure she had a promiscuous past. Either that, she just came from parents that was very low IQ. Like that was an IQ problem. It was an IQ problem or a chick that's been ran through. Because I tell you, from doing the dating and relationship shows, bro, a lot of women be suffering from whore brain. And when you got whore brain, you think illogically. Like you tend to have thoughts like her. All right. I think I missed some super chats in here, so they're not going to pop up on the screen, but I'll go ahead and read them real quick. We got Intel Wild Season 5. He says, he is using empathy as sympathy. They are similar but different. This is true. We got Zandal sending in $2. She says, David, what is a Rockwalla? Hey, that's just how I pronounce it. We got Upsetty Spaghetti. That's funny. Sending in 5. He says, having fun. Subscribed. Having fun. Okay, Crucible. David, you have a fun channel. Okay, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, man, the channel is pretty fun. It's a lot of jokes, but also those deep, thought-provoking conversations as well. But we joke a lot over here, man. We got Dana sending in $5. She says, question, you have had anyone in the podcast who subscribe show up on the girls' night? Okay, have I had anyone on the podcast that subscribed show up on a girls' night? No, but I was going to have, I believe it wasn't JB the King. It was one of the members. I was in Dallas just this past weekend, and one of the members hit me up. He wanted to come through, but he was working at the time when we were doing a podcast. But he was able to, I told him yes, he was able to come through. So yeah, if you are a member and you want to come to the podcast, we've had that before in the past, and for sure, you have access to come to any podcast that we do. Locally, when we do it at home, at the home studio, or even when we travel for debate cons, or we're traveling to do other podcasts, but we're also doing No Fugazi full panel shows, you're able to come out and support and, watch the show. So, yeah. Now, have I ever had a member be on the podcast? No. That's something different. No, we haven't had that. We had, so I'm sure you guys, the members, are aware that when I do the girls show, I think we did it 2 times where we had the members call in and they were able to ask the girls some questions. So they were able to virtually call in and ask the girls some questions on a panel on the dating and relationship show. But that's about it. And the in-person show, no, a member can come up, show up and watch the show live. That's like, for sure. Why not? You guys are, the people that keeps the channel going, right? So that's just one of the perks that you get. All right. Man, I've been streaming for going on 4 hours here. Let's see. We need some good debates. see who we got back here. All right, nobody backstage right now. All right, it's looking slow. All right, chat. I guess I'll give it a few minutes here. If anybody wants to come up on stream and debate tonight, you can do so by clicking the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments if you're watching via YouTube. Or if you're tuning in live on TikTok, we got 3 prompts. A patriarchy is necessary for a thriving society. Women are beneath men. Atheists can't ground logic and morals. If you want to come up and debate that via TikTok, just request to come up via TikTok and I'll bring you up. But for the new folks that's in here right now, man, you got to go ahead and rewind it back because we had some good debates earlier. You know, I had a good atheist. He came up. I fully destroyed his worldview, made him submit. He basically submitted to Christianity. I tore that boy up. And then I debated some feminists as well. It was, you know, pretty, some good debates. All right. If you want to join, now is the time. If not, we're winding down. We're going to be ending stream. But for all the folks that's in here tuning in right now, the next podcast that we'll be doing. So today's Wednesday, no stream tomorrow. We'll probably do a stream this Sunday. So open panel, you know, debating stream again this Sunday at around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then starting next week, it'll be, you know, Tuesdays, Thursdays, debate night, and then Saturday for the full panel girl show. So that's what you guys can expect. But as you're in here, I think we should have more likes, man. Get the likes up. Get the likes up, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you are enjoying the content. Everybody on TikTok too, man. Come on over to YouTube. On TikTok at one point it was a lot of people in here at one point on TikTok. How do I move this back up? Nope. We had like 600 people in here on TikTok at one point. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Are you here to debate?
I just got like invited. Sure, we can talk about atheist can't ground logic again.
Okay. You said again, did we debate this before?
Yeah.
Okay. Not sure if I remember you. I'm not even sure how I invited you. I was trying to move this prompt over, but okay. That's fair.
Nice. Chill. It's chill.
All right. And so atheists can't ground morals and logic. That's cool. I guess I don't remember you. So where did we leave off at then if we debated before?
Well, where we left off at is that there was a difference between identification and identity, and 2 + 2 is 4. Do you remember that? Or probably like pretty common. Okay,
no,
sure.
I remember that.
Now, when it comes to morals, I'll agree. Like in fact, I think that broadly there is probably no grounding for something like morals. That's why I'm an anti-realist. But when it comes to logic, however, this is pretty like, I think that grounding would be a reason to believe them true. And if we're referring to the classical laws of logic, they're presuppositional. There's something that, in fact, in order for you to deny, you've presupposed them somewhere.
Yeah, something to believe that is true, but it would take an entire worldview to give a epistemic justification for what's true. So under your atheist worldview, how do you ground or give an account for something like logic?
Right. Well, like any one of the 3 classical laws of logic are like presuppositional in a way where I could not have ever asserted that they are not the case. So, like, of course, they grant like epistemic certainty because you can't not presuppose them.
So logic is true because it's true?
Well, logic is true because it can't not be true.
Okay, that's fine. Now you're making a truth claim. How do you know that that's true?
Yeah, because in order for me to ever assert the opposite, I would be, in fact, asserting the positive first, which is to say that I could never assert otherwise.
Yeah, I agree. So currently you're speaking sentences, you're utilizing logic. For you to deny logic, you would have to use logic. So that would be, self-refuting. But you're trying to justify logic by saying that it's self-evident. And
that is the reason for it being.
And if it's self-evident, well, it's not self-evident?
Well, it's not self-evidence. It has nothing to do with us like conceding them, right? It has nothing to do with them being evident to us. It has everything to do with the fact that it is an impossibility not to have them. Like broadly.
Okay, if it has with I don't think you're lagging. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Repeat back what you just said then. Maybe I didn't hear it fully.
Right. The self-evidence is like something that a subject would have relating to the laws. The laws don't require the subject in order for them to be true. It is rather the case that
if the laws do not require a subject for it to be true, how do you know and how can you give an account for it to be true if it doesn't even rely on a subject?
Right. Well, the question of my knowledge of the laws themselves would in fact require the subject, me, in question, right?
Exactly. So thus you're saying that it's self-evident.
Well, you notice how knowledge of the fact would be different than the fact.
When I asked you the epistemic question of how you know, you had to resort back to self. To the self, you observing or utilizing the thing that's in question. Thus, you're demonstrating how it would be self-evident. Now, I don't believe that it's self-evident, but I'm asking you if it's self-evident or not. You said that it's not, but you just explain things in a way where it is self-evident.
Yeah, okay. So, of course, when the question of my knowledge on the fact is referenced, of course, we're going to require me in order for that to be the case, right? But that doesn't make the law something self-evident. If no humans were
that's
around,
fine. If it's not self-evident, how do you know that it's not self-evident under your atheist worldview? What's your epistemic justification for how logic isn't self-evident?
Yeah, well, it just so happens that there's no way for one to not concede.
That doesn't explain anything. That was trash on a wall. Well, there's no, I don't know. Your answer is I don't know. Okay, great. Well, that's not an answer to my question.
I mean, that's a little bit separate.
That is not an answer to my.
Know. It's to say I do know, and there is no way for me to not have.
Okay. If you do know, then do you don't know if it's self-evident or not? Or do you know if it's self-evident or not?
I never expressed that I don't know if it's self-evident.
You expressed that you do know it's not self-evident, correct?
We were expressing
No.
Self-evident.
Did you express your claim is that it's not self-evident, correct?
We were expressing that self-evident is grounding. Wait, say the exact
Don't move the
again.
goalposts. Don't move. Yeah, your feet is in the fire. It's in the furnace, burning right now. You're trying to obfuscate because you're in a situation where you can't get yourself out of. If it's not self-evident, logic itself, if it's not self-evident, that's fine. I would agree. I'm asking you, how do you know that it's not self-evident?
Right. Well, because
I can tell you how I know, but your feet is in a furnace. So I need you to give me an epistemic justification for how you know that is not self-evident.
Right. If there were no subjects around, there would be no self-evidence broadly. However, the laws would persist, right?
That doesn't explain how you know that it's not. Well, you're utilizing logic. You're just appealing back to itself.
Utilize it, yeah.
You're appealing back to yourself and your interpretation of observing the external world and saying that, well, if we didn't exist, it did this and this, then it wouldn't be self-evident. That doesn't explain.
That's false. I didn't appeal back to myself. Of course, I expressed the thing that I just said, but it wasn't to yield like the fact that I'm the subject that's making this thing true.
Okay.
In fact, I'm referencing the fact that without my subject. Sorry, what?
Okay, let's try this. Let's just bring it back a step, right? Since you're like stuck here, I'm going to help you out. Logic itself, right? You're an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
Logic, does it have an ontology about itself?
Well, let's just be clear. I don't even need to be an atheist in order to be arguing this right now, but
fine.
Logic itself, does it have an ontology?
Yeah. What is logic?
What you asked. A reason for its being? Yeah, it has a reason for its being.
Okay. What's its what's the characteristic traits of logic?
The characteristic traits of what, like truth? Like there's other properties that we could list here, right?
I'm speaking about
there's
logic itself. Is logic a principle? Is logic a conceptual principle?
Well, each specific law of logic has a conceptual associated with it, but the law itself would not be the concept.
Okay. Is logic conceptual?
No, not strictly speaking.
Okay. When is logic not conceptual?
Yeah, well, logic is evident everywhere at all times. It doesn't have to do with concepts themselves. It has to do with like the physical properties of matter and the
How
laws
do you know
that govern.
that?
Well, because there is in fact no way for me to not have. It is my identity. Like, of course, I have like knowledge of the law
resort
of
back to
identity.
you.
I experience it.
How do you know that it's not that?
I have an identity with myself. I experience it like actively, for instance.
Okay. How do you know that logic is not that?
Is not that?
Yeah. How do you know?
What's the subject being
Conceptual.
referred
How
to
do you?
by that?
We're talking about a concept. How do you know that logic is not a concept?
Right, because in fact, it is like an identity with matter. It is born out of like every single instance everywhere by its identity.
So logic is born out of matter?
Right. Yeah, which doesn't have to do with concept strictly, right?
Okay. So logic itself is born out of matter. And how do you know that? Can you demonstrate that?
Yes, in fact, like let's take any one of the three laws, you will find that each and every single time it is applied because of its identity with matter.
Well, you just said that it doesn't have to be applied. You said that, well, it can just exist without it being applied. You already said that.
It can exist without it being applied?
Yeah.
Well, in the sense that there is no subject doing the recognition of it, sure, that application, sure. But if in fact there was nothing in reality, if in fact there was nothing in reality for it to apply itself to, it itself would cease to exist. But that's an impossibility.
Oh, it itself would cease to exist.
Well, if there was nothing, then yeah.
Okay, so then there has to be something.
Right, correct. I agree.
All right. And this something of logic, right? You said that it is birth. It's born through matter. What type of matter? Any type of matter?
Yeah, you will find the law of identity everywhere.
Okay. If we will find the law of identity everywhere, is that itself immaterial or material?
Yeah, the law of identity has an identity with every single thing that it's born through.
Would it be material?
Yeah, it would. Like, for instance, it would be whenever you have like a subject, like a person, a rock, whatever it is, it has an identity with itself. The identity is itself.
Would it be material, though?
Yeah, that is material, yeah.
Oh, that's material. Can it not be material?
Look, if I believed in material things, like transcendental things, what I said would still hold true for them as well. You realize, right?
No. Can it not be material?
I personally don't believe in transcendental things. However, this is not a problem with the worldview.
Okay, so then it cannot be material. It can only be material.
Well, like, sure.
Okay. If it's okay, this is your worldview. So if it's the case that logic itself is birthed through material, right? And you said that we can observe this through material, then please demonstrate or give me some sort of evidence for this material logic. Can you find it in a microscope? Can you find it somewhere?
Yeah, like I said, the law of identity is in fact the subject that has an identity with itself is in fact like the law itself. Every single time there is an identity.
No. So, okay, got it. So when you say a law of identity, this law is actually material, and the material, it's an abstract concept. So let me ask the question in a way where you can understand. So if it's the case that logic is identical with the material world, then this identity would be identical with the material. So the apple, right? An apple is an apple by itself.
In virtue of its identity with itself, yeah.
Okay. An apple is not an apple through human minds?
Yeah, my recognition of its appleness has nothing to do with it being an apple.
Got it. Great. Now, if it's the case that the apple is an apple by itself, like the information within the apple is an apple by itself, then that means that when human beings observe an apple, we actually find this information within the apple.
Yeah, so what it means to have apples is in fact like
I'm just talking about a
listing
apple
of very many. Sorry, what?
Just a apple.
Yeah, just any instance of, right, like an apple anywhere.
Yeah.
It is in fact an instance of an apple because it matches the criteria of what it would take in order for it to be an apple by its virtue of its partaking in the listing of all apples, right?
Okay. So this means that in all of our observations, the things that we observe, it would actually be identical with our observations will be identical with what we observe.
That just sounds like a tautology.
Is that true?
Yeah,
that's a tautology?
Would be true, yeah.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like. I might have missed something.
If that's the case, that the things that we observe in the external world, our observation of the thing would be true. It cannot not be true, right?
Observations, in fact, point to at least one fundamental truth. Your interpretation of them might, in fact, be incorrect. However, there is something true there.
Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. So it's not, our observation isn't identical to what we observe.
So, yeah, check this out. If I see an oasis...
Wait, now you contradicted yourself. One moment you said our observation is identical with the external world. Now you're saying that it's not.
Hold on. No, hold on. If I'm in a desert and I see an oasis, it in fact may not be the case that matter is organized in the way that I see it right there, and I admit to myself that it is right there. However, what must be true is that there is in fact a structure yielded in my brain to yield the experience, right?
But is that identical?
Yeah, the structure yielded in my brain would be identical to the experience, yeah.
Okay. And this structure that's yielded in your brain, that will be identical with the structure of the matter.
The experience.
With the experience. That will be identical. And by structure, you meaning by utilizing more sense data? So our sense data is identical with the external world?
Well, no, by structure, I'm referring to the literal like chemical composition and electrical composition of my neurons in that moment.
Okay, but it takes our sense data to interpret that.
It wouldn't be necessary for somebody to like externally interpret it in order for me to be experiencing it.
No. Again, follow me. So you're basically saying that our sense data, seeing, touching, tasting, smelling, right?
Cool.
This would be identical to the physical matter in the external world. Yes or no?
With physical matter, it's not external to the subject experiencing it. It's internal to the subject experiencing it.
Is it identical?
Yeah, I'm having an experience right now. It's identical to the neurons that are doing that, yeah.
Okay, the experience that you're having in your head when you touch an apple, is that identical to the apple?
No, it is not identical to the apple itself.
Okay, got it. Now we're getting somewhere. If it's not identical to the apple itself, then, well, what's the relationship between your observation and the apple?
The fact that the apple is yielding to me the structure of neurons and electrons that would need to be yielded to me in order for me to experience.
Now, would that be identical to the apple?
No, not identical to the apple, but identical to the neurons that like make the experience true.
Wait. If it's not identical to the apple, then how can the experience be true?
Well, because
how do you know if you're actually experiencing an apple and not an orange?
Yeah, because the experience is like mechanistically yielded by the fact of the appleness in question. Like I'm interacting with the world that is a specific way, and it interacts with me in a specific way to yield the experience in a specific manner, right?
Yeah, that just doesn't
aren't one and the same. The apple doesn't doesn't follow into my brain. The apple doesn't move into my brain. The neurons just change structure to yield an experience to me that represents the apple.
But it's all physical, right?
Yeah.
So you start to put in non-physical things like experience. So this experience has no relation. If it's the case that logic, right, derives from the physical, is birthed through the physical. Now let me just refute what you said. If it's the case, because you got yourself in a hole here and you contradicted yourself, but I'll go ahead and show you the defeater. If it's the case that logic is identical with the matter, right? That's what you're saying. Logic itself is identical with the matter, but our experiences is not identical with the matter. Correct? It's not identical now.
Which matter? Which matter?
Any matter, anything. You talk about a rock, talk about anything that you want to speak about. Anything.
Okay, our experiences.
So listen real quick. Let me finish.
With some matter. Oh,
let me finish. If it's the case that our experiences is not identical with the matter and logic itself derives from the matter, then what's that relationship? How do we know what we're looking at is actually true and real if it's not identical and we just take from it our experience? So we touch an apple, right? So I touch an apple. From your position is when I touch that apple, I have a different, everything within the apple from what I experience is physical. But then you say the experience is not identical to the physical. You see what I'm saying? You are a physicalist. When you touch the apple, everything that you experience is physical, but your experience isn't identical to the physical. If it's not identical, then what's that relationship between the physical and the experience?
Yeah, sure. This is like a good point to deliberate on, right? There is multiple matters in the question here. There is the matter that makes up the apple.
You're never going to answer the question because you can't answer the question. There's no... So since you're a physicalist, is the debate been over? I was just asking you these questions just to see where your position is, but I remember speaking to you now. So since you're taking a physicalist approach, you can't give an epistemic justification for logic. If you ground it in a physical, well, that doesn't make any sense because logic isn't physical. You can't tell me how you know that. You're just trying to demonstrate it, but you failed at it. You would have to try to give some sort of epistemic justification under your worldview. But since your position is all physical and we can't prove logic at all without using logic, then that's not a justification for logic.
Here, we can get into the reasons why what I said is true, but first let's agree to what's being expressed in the first place, because I feel like there's a degree of error in the way that you just re-summarize the things that I'm trying to say.
Okay, what's in error?
Whenever you touch whenever you touch an apple, there is the matter that makes up the apple, and then there is your cells, your proteins, your neurons, the way that they fire.
I don't need the scientific lesson. We already went through it, and your position is incoherent because if it's the case that the logic is identical with the physical, therefore, when we touch an apple, we should also be touching logic. Therefore, using my sense data, what I experience, you said that it's not identical. Well, then it's a gap here of something that I'm experiencing that isn't physical.
Your sense data.
No. Stop it. Listen.
Is identical to matter.
What? The experience you just said is not identical to the matter.
To the apple, not to matter broadly.
What is is an apple matter?
Yeah, an apple is matter.
So listen, if it's the case that my experience isn't identical to the listen, if it's the case
that identity, which is did I use?
Listen.
I used the is of predication, bro.
Listen, stop it. If it's the case that because you're not following here, I gotta keep repeating back. I do remember speaking to you. If it's the case that you're a physicalist, right, and our experiences isn't identical with the matter, then you would need to justify the experience part. It's something that's immaterial going on. That's not within the matter.
No.
Okay, so all right, so then please explain our experiences that we have that is not identical to the physical matter.
Yeah, the apple being material, the apple is material. That's the is of predication, not the is of identity. The apple is not all matter in question. The apple is simply like predicated to be made up of matter, right?
You just said that you don't believe in like immaterial concepts, right? Because nothing is immaterial. You're a physicalist. Is that true?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, if it's
this is true, I am in fact a materialist.
All right, so if it's all physical, man, I'm just asking you then, well, when I go ahead and touch an apple, my experience that I take away from touching the apple or anything like that, my experience may not solely be just physical. It's not identical. Wait, time out. You just said that when I touch an apple, my experience is not identical to the apple.
Yeah, that would be correct. The apple doesn't move into your mind and become the neurons.
If it's not identical to the apple, then this experience that I have with the apple is physical.
In fact, the experience is physical, yes.
Okay. This experience that I have with the apple that's physical, I'm letting you know. I can feel a way about that within the experience, right?
You can feel a way about what exactly? Okay. The apple.
So
you feel a way about
just
the
human
apple,
nature. If you touch something, you feel it, right? Physically feel it. We're past that.
Okay, sure.
Your experience from what you physically felt, is that identical to what you physically felt?
No, the experience is not identical to the thing.
Okay, thank you.
Feeling.
If it's not identical, we got it. If it's not identical, that's what I'm asking you to justify. If it's the case that our experiences is not identical to physical matter and you're a physicalist, then this experience would be some sort of immaterial concept, right?
No, that's
okay. If it's not,
right there.
If it's not an immaterial concept, then we should find the experience within the matter.
Well, we will find it within matter.
We don't find it within the matter. That doesn't make any sense. You would have to then explain things like beauty and love and all of these things. We don't feel these things within physical matter. Our experiences is not identical to physical matter, but you're a physicalist, so you're saying that the experiences we can at least find it within the matter. Well, where?
You're equivocating the matter in question every time you
No, we're not equivocating. We're using matter the same each time. When I'm speaking about matter, it can be an apple, it can be anything that's physical.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's in fact two matters in the analysis in question. The thing that makes up the apple and the thing that makes up my experience. And it is not the case that the matter in the apple
What's the relationship
moves into
between
my
them?
brain. Right. There's a causal relationship between them due to the laws of physics, in the interaction in question.
Okay. You are a physicalist.
Yeah.
Right? So please point out to me the relationship between the matter and my experience that's not identical with the matter. Where is it at?
Okay, this is a new point. Okay, this is a new
No,
point.
this is the same question I've been asking.
Well, this is a different question.
No,
but
it isn't a
whenever
different
you
question.
feel-
Now you're gaslighting. I've been asking this question the entire time.
Okay.
Okay, go
Whenever
ahead.
you feel the apple, whenever you touch the apple, there is in fact a system of physical matter that makes up your cells and our proteins that will send in fact some sort of like electrical signal. I don't know how to characterize it exactly, right?
Yeah.
Up your neurons into your brain and make a specific structure that will yield the experience for you.
And it's not
causally due
identical,
to the
right?
laws of physics.
It's not identical to the physical
what?
matter.
Identity takes two inputs, like identical to what?
With the physical matter. It's not identical with it, right?
Well, it would be identical with some physical matter.
Bro, you just said logic, right? This entire prompt is about logic because that's what you want to debate about. You said that logic derives from matter. How do we know, right, if what we are identifying, what are the three laws of logic?
The law of identity, the law of the excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction.
Okay, the law of identity. When we identify something, I'm asking you under your atheist, physicalist worldview to give an account, an epistemic justification on how you know that. You never even answered that question. You said that, well, logic is just logical because it's logical. You're simply saying that it's self-evident, but you say that it's not self-evident. But then you resort to explain how then it is self-evident under your worldview because you can't give any justification. Actually, no, I'm sorry. You said that it derives from matter. So then we go to the matter stuff, right? And, well, that doesn't demonstrate anything because if it's the case that, well, it's not identical to the matter, then there's some sort of instantiation that you're speaking about, this experience that we have with matter, but it's not identical. So I'm letting you know that that experience will be something that's immaterial because we can't identify it in any matter. You couldn't even identify logic. You're making these claims. The first thing is I'm granting some of this anyway because I spoke to you before, but you can't even justify what you said. So logic deriving from matter, how do you know that?
Okay, sure. There was a lot there. Now, this happened
Answer
last
that
time.
question.
Identification.
How do you know that logic derives from matter?
Yeah, because they share an identity.
That doesn't mean anything.
Okay, I can tell you what identity is.
Okay. What is logic?
Like, there's a concept involved and there's laws involved. Like, logic refers to three laws of logic, usually, at least, because we can talk about paraconsistency and stuff like this.
Yeah, what is logic, though?
Right,
You said it's physical.
It would be the three laws of logic. It would be the three laws of logic, yeah.
Okay, so logic is the three laws. It's physical, right?
Yeah, each and every single law is a physical fact.
Okay, got it. And so logic itself is made out of material, and it's not universal.
Uh-huh. Well, material, like it applies to all material, which is a universal statement.
I know it's a universal statement, but is it universal?
Yeah, you will find it like everywhere where there's something.
Would you find it places where there isn't material?
Well, like in your worldview, sure, but in my worldview, there isn't that stuff. So.
Well, got it. Okay. Now, does it apply everywhere? I mean, at all times?
Yeah. Yeah, it applies everywhere at all times. Yeah.
As long as it's physical.
Well, no, the statement that we just said is true, regardless of my materialism, right?
Yeah, but again, so logic applies at all times, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You think so too, right?
Yeah, but my concept of logic is much different than yours because yours is attached to some physical matter, right? So this physical matter of logic, so physical matter can somehow hold this principle as well.
Yeah. Do you remember what the mechanism was for that?
I'm asking you. It can hold the principle?
It was called identity.
Okay, so identity. And this identity that it holds within there, that's what grounds logic within the material.
Well, that's the mechanism by which those two share an identity. In fact, identity is identical, yeah.
Okay, and that's perfect fine. And now, how do you know this again?
Right, because there's no way for one to not know a lot of this stuff, right? Like it's presuppositional in a way where we cannot assert that we do not know it.
How do you know this?
Yeah, okay. Take the assertion, I don't know that. Do you end up in a fallacy?
No.
Yes.
How do you know it? How do you know it?
Yeah, there's two options, right? And they're mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive.
But first tell me how you know it.
Yeah, this is exactly the crux of what I'm doing right now.
Sure.
There is mutually exhaustive.
No. First tell me how you know it.
Yeah, okay. We of course know that the laws are identical to matter because in fact they share an identity and you experience it as such.
And how do you know that to be true?
Yeah, what do you take knowledge to be like? I just explained it.
Can you know something? Can you think that you know something and be wrong?
No, I take the indefeasibility criteria.
Oh, so I think that a man can be a woman. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you would be wrong because that is not factual.
Wait, I thought you just said that I could think something. I can think I know something and not be wrong.
The indefeasibility isn't your holding of a specific stance. It's the fact of the matter.
Okay, so a man can't be a woman under your worldview.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how do you know that logic is grounded in the physical material world?
Well, because it shares an identity with it.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me how you know it.
Yeah, well, I experience.
How do you know that it shares an identity with it?
Yeah, because I experience it.
Oh, okay. So you only know. There we go. So you only know that logic derives from the physical because you experience it.
Yeah, knowledge is in the domain of experiential things. Yeah.
Is that true? Got it. So you only know that logic is in the physical because you experience it. And can your experiences be wrong?
No, we already referred to the fact that experiences refer to a fact of the matter every time.
Okay. Experiences, the things that you experience, it refers to the fact of the matter.
Yeah, can you point to a false experience where there's no real fact of the matter behind it?
Okay. So, yeah, like a man can be a woman. You agree that wouldn't be a fact?
Well, you don't experience that.
Well, you just said that wouldn't be a fact. I could experience that.
Yeah, and you do not experience it.
Well, how do you know that a transgender male doesn't experience, how he feels like a female? How do you know that?
Well, he may experience what he calls being like a female, but the fact of the matter is that he does not experience the matching of the criteria in order for him to be a female.
Okay. So then there's a physical matching of what a female is.
Yeah, there's criteria for becoming a female, yeah.
I would agree. Good. Now, when we speak about concepts like logic, though, right, where we don't have any physical facts of logic, right? So how do you know that logic derives from the physical matter?
Well, if you presuppose that there are no physical facts that make matter the laws of logic evident, then sure, I guess it would have always been true, but that's not my view.
Well, that's fine. You're not answering my question. How do you know?
Yeah, well, okay. The laws of logic being identical to matter is evident because of the experience of the identity.
Okay, the laws of... No. I'm asking you, how do you know? That's not answering my question. You keep on resorting back to your experience. But your experience could be...
belief in it.
Your experience, the only reason why we know that a man can't be a woman is because we can compare and contrast the differences of a man and a woman. So we can know by fact that no, a man cannot be a woman. When we're speaking about logic, well, this is something different. We really don't have things to compare it to when we're speaking about logic itself. So logic itself, I'm asking you, well, how do you know that it derives from the physical? You say, well, my experience. right? Now, I'm asking you, well, you don't have anything to interpret or compare it to. How do you know that logic itself derives from the physical?
You do not need some sort of counterexample in comparing and contrasting of
Wait,
objects.
time out. Stop it. That's nonsensical. We know, real quick, that you're a physicalist, remember. So we know that a man can't be a woman. How do we do that? How do we know that?
Yeah, because we lay out the criteria that it takes to be either one of these two things, and we find that
Got it. We lay out the criteria. Real quick, we lay out the criteria that it takes to be either one of these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we're speaking about logic itself, how do you know that logic derives from the physical? What criteria are you laying out physically to know if logic itself derives from the physical?
Yeah, so we lay out the criteria of an identity between logic and material, and we find that it matches all the required criteria, that being the unity of substance that doesn't change through time.
No, that's nonsensical. That did not explain, once again, this is your experience of what you just said. That wouldn't be identical with, logic deriving from the physical. Okay, I got a better question for you. Here's a better question. If logic derives from the physical and it's only physical, when you look at the number 5, and say if I write the number 5 on a chalkboard and I erase that number 5, if I write the number 5 on a chalkboard and I erase it, did I erase the number 5?
You did not erase the entirety of the number 5 everywhere, wherever, entirely, right? You erased the writing of the number 5 on the board.
Okay, now the number 5, it's correct. I just erased the number 5 off the board. Now the number 5 would still exist where?
Yeah, everywhere where there are 5 objects.
It would still exist. It doesn't have to exist physically. Where else would it exist?
Well, the concept of 5 would exist in your mind as you're pointing to right now.
Okay, so the concept of 5 would exist in the mind, right?
The concept and the thing are separate. The reference and the reference are in fact different.
We know the concept. Well, the concept of 5 that would still exist in the mind, right?
Well, as long as people conceived of the concept of 5, it would still be there, yeah.
Okay, the concept of 5 would exist in the mind, right?
Yeah, the conceptualization of 5 is in fact something that requires.
I know you're repeating it back. Say yes, right? You sound like you're saying yes.
That's a yes.
Okay,
yeah.
that's a yes.
Yeah, that's a yes.
Okay, got it. So if it's the case that the concept of 5, if you erase 5 on a chalkboard, the concept itself would still exist within the mind, right? Now, this concept of 5, is it identical to the physical world?
Well, the concept of 5 shares an identity with some matter, yeah.
Okay. Now, the concept of 5, is it identical with 5 bananas and 5 apples?
No, the conceptualization of the thing and the thing itself are two separate entities.
Okay. So now it's not identical. So the relationship between 5 apples and 5 bananas, that's not identical.
Well, the 5-ness of each of these two, that being the matching of the criteria that are required in order for you to have 5 of something, would still be the same between these two. The conceptualization is still also something separate in somebody's mind at the same time, right?
Are you saying right? So 5 bananas and 5 apples are not identical, yes or no?
Yeah, between the two of them, they're not identical completely, no.
Okay. And now, the thing that doesn't make them identical, what would that be?
All of the non-unities of substance that do not persist through time between them.
Got it. Right? So now we know that the number 5 is not identical with the physical world. Correct?
I disagree. How was that established?
The 5 bananas and the 5 apples, you just said they're not fully identical, right?
Yes, there are in fact like characterizations and facets of these two things that are not identical between them. However, the fiveness persists between them. Yeah.
Okay, but it's not identical.
Which two things are
The
not?
fiveness, is that identical?
Yeah, the fact that there's 5 of things in both of the situations is in fact identical between the situations. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Now we're getting somewhere. So there is something that's identical within the 5 bananas and the 5 apples.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And what is that?
The magnitude.
What do you mean?
The literal like physical quantity.
Okay. So the quantity of it, so it's 5 apples. We're identifying these 5 apples. And that's identical with the set?
Well, no, 5 apples aren't identical with all of fiveness.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm asking you to explain. So we have a set of apples, right? And then we have the set of 5 bananas. 5 bananas, 5 apples. Is the set identical with the apples and bananas? Yes or no?
Is the set being 5?
Yeah.
5 in its entirety is not identical with the situations at hand.
You contradicted yourself. Chat, I want you guys to understand, you just contradicted yourself. That's not a distinction. That's a contradiction. So we just went back to, real quick, I'll explain to you. So one, we extrapolated it out. We said that, well, the 5 bananas and the 5 apples, you said that they're not identical. Then you said the 5-ness within the apples and the bananas are identical. Then you just contradict yourself and say that is not identical.
Well,
it's a contradiction.
You want me to respond?
No, listen. No, listen. Sometimes you got to walk these atheists back slowly because they construct their worldview in the dumbest ways where it's just like they're going to mess up. So, okay, now we established, I'm not even doing this anymore and even asking those questions. We've established that you're lying now. That's what we've established. We've established that you don't know the difference of, well, what the 5 that you write on the chalkboard and you erase and the 5 deriving from the physical world. You actually don't know if it's the 5-ness because you contradicted yourself, which means that you don't know, right? So please now give me some sort of good reason to believe that logic itself derives from, because the numbers, we're speaking about identity, chat, for the low IQ people. Now give me some reason why we should believe under your worldview, which you don't know, how the 5, the identity of something derives from the physical.
Right. Okay. There's a distinction between the kind and the instance. Okay. I know you're right.
There's no, okay, you've already contradicted yourself, bro. I'm not going through it again. You've already fully contradicted yourself. Can you at least admit to the contradiction? Because you could have made a mistake.
No, I'm pretty clear on everything.
Okay,
being referenced
so
right
the 5-ness, right, of the bananas and the number 5 is not identical to one another anymore.
Okay, check this out, right? When there's 5 bananas, they're not identical to the entirety of the kind of 5.
Hey, I got a better question for you now. Since I'm doing an internal critique on you and you can't give me good reason to believe that logic derives from the physical, right? That isn't a good you're trying to say that logic itself derives from the physical, but you can't you contradicted yourself twice on how logic would be identical with the set of things, or logic will be identical to the material of things. You contradicted yourself. You said yes, said no, yes, no, yes, no. So that's not a good reason. That's not a justification. That's not giving an account under your atheist worldview for logic deriving from the physical. Do you understand that?
This is not, in fact, a proper summarization of everything that I'm thinking here. But
okay, all right. I know it's not a proper summarization of what you're thinking, because what you're thinking is also, your thoughts isn't like your thoughts is also material, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So yeah, your thoughts
Is
that
a
you're having, real
summarization-
quick, your thoughts that you're having is grounded like
Nice.
where?
Yeah. Is a summarization of the thoughts necessarily exactly the same as the matter that makes up the thoughts?
Your thoughts are grounded where?
Okay. Yeah. My thoughts exist in reality. Yeah.
Oh, and reality is what? Physical
Like the
matter?
set of all things that exist.
A set of all things. So your thoughts are grounded in the things that exist, and those things that exist, do those things have thoughts?
Well, like all things that exist do not meet the criteria for thoughts themselves, right? But the part of reality
how do you know that?
is my thoughts exists.
Okay, that's a good question. How do you know that these things like a rock or a tree or an apple, how do you know that they don't have any thoughts?
Yeah, because like thoughts have a very specific definition that the rocks don't match.
Well, okay. So a thought would be like, it would be immaterial?
Would you like a definition of consciousness or something here? Like, what are you looking
are
for?
thoughts immaterial?
No, thoughts are material, yeah.
Okay, if thoughts are physical matter, it's material. Yeah. It's actually like we can act. If it's physical matter, then like we should be able to find your thoughts of looking at the girl next door, right?
We will be able to find my thoughts in physical reality.
Oh, okay, like we can actually find it in physical reality, which means that like the thought of you having some desires for the girl next door, hypothetically speaking, right? If you desire the girl next door, this thought we should be able to find where?
Yeah, in fact, if I look at a girl and I have this desire for her and you hook me up to a machine and you scan, in fact, my brainwaves, or in fact, even better, if you open up my head that moment and you look through all my neurons,
we going to be able to see that girl?
In there. Sorry, what?
We going to be able to see that girl?
No, you will be able to find my experience of liking her.
Okay, but the thought is identical with the physical matter.
Which physical matter, bro? Don't equivocate here.
Your brain. You.
Right.
You're the physical matter.
And my brain, my brain isn't the girl, it's my brain.
Yeah, it's your brain. Yeah.
Right,
so what I'm saying is now look, the thought that you have of this girl in your brain, if we do the operation that you said, look through your brain in a microscope, we should actually be able to find that specific thought of the girl next door.
Yeah, you will find the experience of my liking of her, yeah.
Now, this experience of the liking of her, would that be identical with your thought?
Yeah, the experience is identical with my thoughts, yeah, the brain.
Now, if the experience is identical with the thought and the thought is identical with the brain, then therefore within the brain in some sort of molecule, by doing a procedure or an operation, opening up the brain, we should be able to see that thought.
Oh my. Okay. Let's just be clear about this, right? You will not find the
Can I see?
of the
I
girl
just
in
want to
question.
know if the girl next door is as pretty as you think.
Yeah,
like
okay.
I can,
You will
you
not
got no
find-
picture of her. I want to see her through your brain.
Yeah. So like
It's all physical, chat. It's all physical material.
Bro, the physical girl in the real world will not be found like in my neurons as she is in reality outside of my mind.
But listen, real quick. If
like,
it's
do you
all
think that
real quick. If it's all physical, if you think you got this, you have thoughts of this girl next door. You know what she looked like, right? Now that stuff is in your physical brain, right?
Yeah, my thoughts of her are in my brain, yeah.
Now, if we open up your brain, we should be able to see what the girl looked like too when we look at your brain.
No.
Wait. I thought you said you're a physicalist.
Do you think this holds true in the reverse as well? That wherever she is, there is a thought of her as well?
Wait, what? No. Listen, you're
herself,
a physicalist.
Right? She knows herself,
if it's the
right? She's
case,
not nested in her
so
mind like a
what's
homunculus.
substantiated between, like what's the experience? If all experiences are physical, right?
Yeah.
Then what you observe, that's actually physical too. And if you're
it does not embed the thing that you're experiencing in your brain.
Oh. Okay. So the things that you're experiencing in your brain is not identical to the brain itself.
Oh man, yes.
Watch the contradiction.
Thing that I'm experiencing.
Contradiction. Yeah. Yo, look, you just said.
Here.
Listen, 2 minutes ago, I said that. Are your thoughts identical with your experiences? No, I said, is your experiences identical with your thoughts? You say yes. Is your thoughts identical to your brain? You say yes. Now, all of a sudden.
Would you like me to?
No, listen, stop. It's another contradiction. Now, all of a sudden, it's not identical.
Bro, there is still the identity that I'm referencing in the subject matter in question. It's
you don't have the ability to give a clear justification of the external world since you're a physicalist.
Man.
You don't have the ability to justify the external world in a coherent way because you keep contradicting yourself. If it's the case, let's walk it through it again. Are your experiences identical with your thoughts? Yes or no?
Even in your worldview, that's true.
Bro, we got a different worldview.
Even in yours, what you just said is true.
No, it's not. That's just wrong. Are your experiences identical with your thoughts?
Thoughts aren't identical to experiences in your worldview?
I can have a thought of something, and the experience that I take away from that can be totally different than my thought.
All right, sure.
I can give an example. Do you have a... Okay, I'll give an example. Do you have a, let's say, let's do this. The thought of eating...
Running. Yeah.
I mean, you could say anything.
Yeah, exactly.
The thought of anything. Let's say not running. Let's say the thought of having sex. Right?
Right.
You have the thought of having sex.
Are you experiencing
Is this
something
thought...
when you think of it?
Stop it. Is this thought identical with your experience of having sex?
Well, right now we were
look, another cook session. No, it's not identical. So therefore, our worldviews are totally different. You are a physicalist. You're a materialist. You think that your thoughts. Let's just do it again. Actually, it's fun. Now I'm having fun with you. Yeah. Now let's do it again. Okay. Are your experiences identical to your thoughts? Yes or no?
Yeah, experiences are identical to thoughts, yeah.
Okay.
I agree with this too, but anyway.
No, okay. So if your experiences are identical to your thoughts, when you think about having sex with a girl, is that identical to your actual experience of having sex with the girl?
It is the same as the experience of my thought of having sex with the girl.
Shut up. No, it isn't, man. Matter of fact, I'm getting you out of here, bro. You was fun, though.
It's...
Oh, man. That's funny. That's actually fun. If that was the case, man, like, we really wouldn't need women at all. Like, men would be like, pornography is already a big thing because men tend to, fall in love with their eyes. We're very observant. We like to see. We like the visual effects when it comes to, smecks. I'm on YouTube, so I got to say smecks. But we like that visual thing when it comes to smecks. But women are totally different. They're not as visual creatures with us. They actually, this is why 50 Shades of Grey was one of the best sellers. And it's still going to be the best seller probably until, someone beats that out, another sexual book or intimate book like that. But when it comes to our experiences, that's not identical to our thoughts at all. Now, let me just summarize this up for maybe the people that couldn't follow, because this is abstract conversations that we were having. The physicalist, for him to justify logic, he would have to justify that, well, logic actually derives from the physical, right? So he would need some sort of proof or evidence to show that, or an entire worldview, a paradigm, to give good reason to believe that logic derives from the physical, right? Now, we went through the numbers, we went through the apples and stuff. We seen that he kept contradicting himself. But he also contradicted himself just now as well. And if anyone can follow, the contradictions are the same. He always tends to contradict himself on the same point. So if we're just speaking about the whole experience identical with the thought, and the thought is identical with the physical matter, like the brain itself, then we should be able to find that thought literally in, well, the experience not only, and the thought literally in the brain. And we should be able to observe that. We should be able to get some sort of empirical evidence for that, especially with technology today, meaning that by putting a machine on us somehow, they can they can visually see our thoughts. Like the girl next door that's pretty. Yeah, it was in his mind, but it's actually physical. But now we can project this physical onto a screen or some sort of mechanism where the girl that you was dreaming about or thinking about, we can all see her now. That's impossible, chat. Impossible, right? So these atheists really don't have a good reason or they can't give an account for the external world like how Christians do. It's very simple for us. We're made in God's image. We have an omniscient, eternal, divine being where we're made in God's image, which is why we have access to the external world, and we have access to logic to know if something is, true or false or good and bad. But the atheists, they can't do it. Especially him, like he's a physicalist. So I was just having some fun with him, but I could have been booted them off. Not even booted. I could have just been like, well, yeah, if anything, he just doesn't want to concede. Like he's one of those people that even when he's wrong, he's right. Yeah, I know, Chad. I know a lot of you are like, man, you should have been got rid of him. All right, let's see what else we got in here. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. And get your name and age. Name and age. Yo. You got some music in the background. I got to get you out. Well, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. And get your name and age.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age.
T, 37.
Okay, and what prompt do you want to debate?
I think it's 2. What is it? I can't read it. You said it's women are beneath men?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that is based off of like in relationships as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So like you would say that applies to like even like to black relationships too?
Yeah.
Okay. So
race has nothing to do with this topic.
Okay. So then like if we break it down by demographic, if the majority of black women are more educated than their husbands and their husbands are marrying up educationally and they're marrying up financially, that would make them hypergamous, right?
Oh, I think I know who this is. Turn on your camera.
I don't think you do.
I debated you before on YouTube.
Oh. Okay.
You believe that men are hypergamous?
Or are they not?
No, not at all. Come on, man. Turn on your camera. You know me. You spoke to me before, maybe about last year, or maybe even longer than that. But we've debated many times.
I can't turn on my camera now.
Okay, can you admit that we debated many times?
I want to say many. We've spoken before.
Okay, have we debated more than 3 times?
No, I don't think it's been 3 times.
You're a liar.
We've spoken before.
You're a liar.
No, if it was, then my apologies. But I'm not being disingenuous.
Do you have a low cut or dreads?
My hair is low.
Low cut. Okay. Yeah, I know exactly who you are. All right. Fair enough. Caught red-handed. Yeah, you got caught.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not lying.
No, it's cool. Yeah. It's cool. So. For prompt 2, women are beneath men. You asked me, currently in the Black community, are there women that are out-earning their counterparts?
Well, you're saying that women are beneath men, but I guess my premise is that the majority of men in Black relationships are dating up educationally and they are dating up financially. So that would make those men hypergamous.
Okay. So it's not you're not really debating the beneath position. You're kind of debating hypergamy then. That's what that's what it seems like you're alluding to.
No, I'm saying the beneath. I'm saying like the woman can't be beneath the man if she's leading the man in just about every metric.
Okay, got it. So you're saying that in the Black community, Black women are out-earning men, thus they are leading men?
And they're more educated.
Fine. Do you think that your earnings and your education, currently in today's society of education, do you think that that's the main metrics for having the ability to lead?
Yeah, I do. I do think these are important prerequisites. Absolutely. Education typically is an important prerequisite for any like leadership position.
Okay. Gotcha. Now, when you say that,
do you not think that?
No, I don't think that. Not for. I don't think that's the main thing at all. Education. No, I don't think that at all. Now,
so if you're applying for a leadership position, you want to see education being a prerequisite?
No. So now you're equivocating on the word of leadership and what we mean by it. So again, when we're speaking about leadership, I asked you about the characteristic traits for leading. You said education, and then you also said earnings, right? And then you go on to shift the burden to me to say that, well, for a job, do you think that you need an education to get the job? That's a different question than what we're...
No, it is different. For sure, it is different.
It's totally different because that's a different metric as well. Of course, if you're looking for if you're applying for a job, you need an education. This does not mean if you get that job, you're necessarily leading in that job. See how you're equivocating on the word leadership?
Well, I think they're equivocating because typically within leadership within work and within a relationship is looking at one's ability to problem solve.
If you get a job because of your education, that does not mean that you're leading within that job.
Agreed.
Okay. Thus, you were equivocating on the word leadership, correct?
No, because I'm not saying that you have to be educated to get a job. I didn't say that. I said a leadership position.
No. You said that now you're switching what you said. Yeah. You said that.
Unless I misspoke.
Yeah, just a moment ago, you just said that. Well, do you think that education is something that's needed to get a job? Well,
no, for a leadership position.
Not even for a leadership position within a job. I would say that it's a qualification to get a job.
A prerequisite. That's what I said.
It could be a prerequisite to get a job, some sort of education,
right?
But that is not the same as leadership itself. So therefore, you're equivocating on the word, on what we mean by leadership. Because you can get a job but not be in a leadership position, and you can get a job and be in a leadership position, but you still are subordinate to your manager or the owner.
Yeah.
So you still have a leader also. So that example did not give any qualities for what leadership actually is. So again, when we're speaking about, I disagree. I don't think that leadership itself requires education. I think that if you're speaking about certain aspects within society, yes, you having an education can get you a position and possibly a position in leadership, but that's not solely the main thing.
Oh, I agree.
And
It's not
especially
solely.
when we're speaking about the dynamics of men and women.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
if
Not
we're
solely, but I
got it. So now, if we're speaking about the dynamics of the topic, men and women, right? Men and women leading one another, who's better at leading? My point is, even if it's the case, I'll grant it. Even if it's the case that Black women are making more than Black men, and by default, since Black women overall are making more money, Black women are making more money than Black men, then they're dating someone that's maybe making more money and highly more educated than them. Correct. I would agree. Let's just grant it. This does not mean that the Black woman is leading the man.
Okay, so then in what aspects would you say that the man is leading the woman then?
Very, very simple.
In that situation.
Very, very simple. Who's physically stronger?
The man.
Does the woman have to appeal to the man for protection?
Appeal to the man for protection. I don't know. What do you mean? Like if they were to be an intruder?
Does the woman have to appeal to the man for protection? Yes or no?
She has to appeal to him to not harm her.
What?
The man is like, what do you mean by protection?
Can you answer my question?
I need a little bit more clarity with what you're talking about.
Okay.
Appealing to protection, like
if
like,
it's the case that the man is physically stronger than the woman,
yes,
someone's physically more capable than you are, right?
Correct.
Does the woman have to appeal to the man for protection?
David, I'm not trying to be disingenuous here, but when you're saying appeal for protection, protection from what?
Anything that the woman would need protection for, bro, don't really matter. She just has to appeal to the man for protection because he's physically stronger.
Okay, so if it is a physical threat, yes, she would need
What
to
about
appeal
this?
for
Will a
protection.
woman take a man that's physically weaker? Generally speaking, will a woman accept a man that's physically weaker?
Generally speaking, no, she won't, because she generally won't take a man that's shorter than her either, just because that's just based off the biological differences.
Okay, perfectly fine. So the woman won't even accept the man that's physically weaker. She only wants a man that's physically stronger, and she expects a man to be physically stronger. So answer the question. Does the woman have to appeal to the man for physical protection?
For physical protection, yes. Financial protection, no.
Okay, stop it. Listen, stop it. If it's the case that the woman has to appeal to the man for protection, thus he has a biological leadership. He has a biological characteristic trait that puts him in the leadership position. If someone else cannot protect themselves and they have to yield to another party to protect them, then who's really the leader in that relationship? The man does not have to appeal to the woman for protection.
But a biological leadership trait could also be intelligence and IQ, right?
Well, intelligence, yes. IQ, yes. But not I don't agree with the education. And on average,
education directly correlates to IQ.
No, that's incorrect. I don't agree with if that's just wrong. I don't agree that
wait. So you think that the more educated someone is, the lower their IQ is?
No, I don't agree with that. I think that IQ has a lot to do with biology. And from biology, it states that of the bell curve when we're speaking about men and women, it doesn't matter what race. Men and women on a bell curve, men tend to be more intelligent, have a higher IQ than women.
Not true. Men are typically at the top and at the bottom. Women are in the middle. So on average, the woman is going to be more intelligent.
That's actually, you don't know how to read a bell curve. So a bell curve, let's go with it. So a bell curve is, you have the, let me do it in my camera over here since I'm on TikTok. 1 second. You have the lower end of the IQ over here. Lower end over here of IQ. Everywhere I move it, I'll move this way. All right, so you have the lower end of IQ over here. And then you have the average right in the middle. Then you have the higher IQ over here, right? And when you look on the bell curve, it happens to be that, well, on the lower end, there's women and men on the lower end, but more men on the lower end, right? Correct? More men are dumber, have a lower IQ than the women. Right? Now, when you look in the middle, and when you look when you look on the other end, it would show you that, well, there's more men that have a higher IQ on average than women, right? Okay. Thus, when you look at the averages of who's actually on average has a higher IQ, actually I can pull it up for you real quick, the bell curve IQ, because you're just reading it wrong. When you look on average, men have a higher IQ.
Yeah, pull it up, because to my interpretation, it was that men are typically going to be either way at the bottom or way at the top, and then there will be some in the middle. Women are typically more so going to cluster in the middle, meaning that on average, that it can go
that's
up
incorrect.
So pull it up and
well, actually, you're not even going to be able to see it. On YouTube, these folks will be able to see it. But on TikTok, I don't have a way to share my screen.
That's fine. Just pull it up and walk me through it.
But anyways, no, you're actually incorrect because I'm looking at it here. So the bell curve is up here. So there's more women that are aggregated at the top of the bell curve, which is where there's just more of them. But the IQ actually is on the baseline, and there's more men that hovers over on the higher ends of the IQ. So my statement is correct, where there's more men with higher IQ than women. There's not more women with higher IQ. We're speaking of who has which gender has higher IQ. There will be more men that have higher IQ than women.
But I think, well, maybe I need to amend my statement. I'm saying on average, the woman, like if you were to look at 100 women and grab 100 men, the 100 women would have a higher IQ on average if you were to pit each one against each other. Because
no, that's not true.
There wouldn't be more women that would get that would match up with a lot of the idiots. No.
What I'm telling you is when we're comparing the two, men have a higher IQ than women on average. Just look at the bell curve, bro. Just look at it. Just read it. But anyways, this doesn't do anything for your argument.
That's fine.
So
that's fine.
Once again, if it's the case that you've already admitted that, well, for leadership capabilities, my argument is very simple to refute your position that, well, it takes more than just education and finances, because if the person can't even protect themselves, they have to rely on someone else to protect them. Thus, that person is the true leader, because they don't need to rely on that person to protect them. So men do not need to rely on women to protect them. We can protect ourselves. Women, they rely and expect men to protect them. Thus, we are the leaders.
So to be clear, a woman can be more educated. She can make more money. She can be the better parent. She can organize the house. She does the majority of the cooking and the cleaning. She does all these things.
Single father households do better than single mother households.
That's not true.
That is true. Single father households do just as good. They're on par with two parent households.
Not if you control for income.
No, that is true.
What's the study?
That is true, man. You can just Google it. I can't pull up anything here, but you can just Google it, man.
David, no, because I have Googled it.
Okay, and I'm telling you that you're incorrect.
And I'm telling you that you're incorrect.
Okay, well,
no data that says that.
Okay, well, logically demonstrate it to me then.
That a single father is it does better than a single mother?
You should be able to logically demonstrate it with looking at outcomes.
It's your claim, logically demonstrated.
Okay, well, we're just going to look at outcomes. So we look at outcomes of single father homes and outcomes of single mother homes. Well, the outcomes of
control for income.
Stop
Keep
it.
in mind, control
These
for income.
outcomes of single mother homes, they resort to more degeneracy than the outcomes of single father homes. The outcomes of single mother homes, you see juvenile delinquents, you see women on stripper poles, you see men and women not being good, productive members in society when they come from a single mother home on average. When compared to a single father home, we see that, well, they tend to do just as good as a two-parent home, not because of the finances, it's because of the ability to discipline the kids and be a good leader. So a single fathers in general, well, kids just tend to listen to the father more because of our presence, our masculinity. Women tend to be more neurotic and more emotional. Thus, they don't get a good response from the children. They get more of a negative response from the children because they operate out of emotions. Men, we operate out of logic. Now, this is me demonstrating you with utilizing logic, with talking about outcomes and biology, how men are just better suited in the leadership position and how single father homes do better than single mother homes on average without income. You don't even need to put income in there. I don't give a freak if you rich or you poor. If your father tells you you ain't doing that, you know good not to talk back to him and give him lip. But if your mother tells you you ain't doing that, well, listen, she's the weaker sex. When you're a 13-year-old boy, you dang near stronger than your mother. I ain't finna listen to this. You're more likely to rebel being raised in a single mother home than rebel being raised in a single father home. Due to the biological differences of men and women, bro, we're not the same. But somehow, in your weak beta mind, you want to compare us to be the same. We're not.
No, I agree. We're not the same, and that's why women have a higher
so can you explain to me logically how a woman, how a single mother does better than a single father home? Go ahead and explain to me logically.
Let me tell you where you lied here. Women have a higher emotional intelligence. Women have a higher emotional intelligence than men. Clear cut.
What is emotional intelligence?
Emotional quotient, how well you use your emotions and can imagine and regulate your emotion when making decisions.
So let me write this down real quick. Emotional intelligence is using your emotions. What else?
Using your emotions to regulate, or being able to regulate your emotions when you are making decisions for you and other folks, and being able to incorporate their emotions.
When you are making decisions. And what is your evidence of this?
David, you haven't cited one damn source.
Well,
because I saw it on the internet.
No, that's fine. We're on TikTok, so I can't bring up anything, but that's fine. That's fine. So when you're having a debate, when you're having a debate, I'm going to let you speak. When you're having a debate, we've debated before on YouTube, so you know that I bring up data and statistics to back up everything that I say. I don't have a problem with doing that, but we're live on TikTok right now and on YouTube too. So on TikTok, I'm just telling you, you're coming through on TikTok. If you came through on YouTube, I would share my screen and bring it all up. But we don't actually have to. There's many different ways to demonstrate something being true. One of the ways is showing a paper. The other way is actually utilizing logic. Right?
Yeah.
So I know that it's true if you're adhering to the 3 classical laws of logic. Well, you got some proof on your side. You're not contradicting yourself. What you're saying is actually true. Okay, cool. This makes sense. It's coherent. It's consistent. But I want you to do that for me. So if it's the case that women are more emotionally intelligent than men, and emotional intelligence is the ability to use your emotions and regulate your emotions to make decisions.
Correct. So
is there anything else that goes into that? So I don't miss anything.
There's probably a lot more, but for the sake of brevity, we'll keep it there. But for example, here's one example.
Wait, real quick. I want you to be aware of this. I'm going to refute this position. So please add in whatever you want to add in for emotional intelligence, because I don't want you to pivot back like, well, it's more into it. So take your time and think about, is there anything else in here that would make a woman be more emotionally intelligent than a man? Take your time and think, because I want to add it all in.
There's too much to just add into a definition of emotional intelligence.
Well,
when it comes to, in my opinion. So, I mean, I guess we'll just leave it at that. And
if it's too much, okay, all right. So we're just going to leave it at this.
Leave it at that.
Emotional intelligence is, again, I repeat, using your emotions to regulate your emotions when you're making a decision.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
I think that's
using
sort
your
of the gist of it.
emotions to regulate your emotions when making a decision. I literally wrote this down verbatim.
Yeah.
Now I got
I think
it.
that's
Now,
the gist of it. Yeah. I think that's the gist of it.
How do you know that this is true? That women are more emotionally intelligent than men? How do you know this?
I think, for example, that the overwhelming majority of people who commit crime and commit harms, those are a result of a lack of emotional regulation. For example, someone steals, it's because, oh, I want this. And they are unable to regulate their emotions, so they take it. Someone harms someone, they hit them, they beat them up. It's because they were unable to control their anger and sadness. So they end up assaulting them and then they go to jail. The prison population and all those that are incarcerated is a reflection of those that lack emotional regulation. And that's predominantly men. What do you think?
Okay, got it. So the evidence of this is looking at outcomes. And your claim is, well, when we look at people that do physical harm on other people or steal, any type of physical harm or taking away from people, they are acting
Just
out
a
of
crime. Just a crime in general. Just a harmful crime in general.
And this harm is physical harm then. So a physical.
No, it's not physical. Stealing is still a harmful crime.
Yeah, but okay. So it's a harmful in a. Okay, so it's physical and not physical. So
yeah, it's just a crime because like if you steal something and now the manufacturer has to up or the store
but there's
has to
a
up
lot
the
of
prices.
things that's considered crimes.
I agree.
And have nothing to do with physical at all. And they have nothing to do with emotions.
Oh, it sure does. If
no,
you
like
are hungry,
let's say if like smoking weed, that was a crime, and people wanted to smoke weed and stuff like that. They smoked weed. They broke this law because they was emotional.
Yeah, that's a great example. Yeah, many people smoke weed because they can't regulate their emotions. They're self-medicating. Yes.
No. That's not my statement. The reason why they broke the law was because they were emotional.
Yes, they smoked weed illegally because they were unable to regulate their emotions.
No. You're not missing the question. You're missing the statement.
I'm sorry.
I know that people smoke weed for many problems. They can not be emotional or they can be emotional, right? They can smoke it for recreation because, hey, my friends are doing it. That looks cool. Well, go ahead, man. I'm going to go ahead and do it too. So smoking weed itself doesn't have to do with they're an emotional being. That's just incorrect. So I'm saying that we know that. No, stop. We know that there are laws in place that you can go ahead and break a law, but you don't have to be emotional breaking that law. And I'm just saying that like smoking weed was one of those laws where it was like illegal everywhere, but now it tends to be legal in most states. So like,
okay, David,
you get what I'm saying?
But yeah, I get what you're saying. But now think about this. Say you were in a state where weed is illegal and you see someone smoking weed illegally and you walk up to them and say, hey, you know that is illegal that you're smoking weed. And they say, yeah, but I had a hard day at work.
No. That's not my question. My question is about is it the case that determines someone being emotional is them just breaking the law?
Not necessarily, but but my premise is that the majority of crime that is committed.
If it's not necessarily, then what you're talking about it doesn't make sense.
No, I'm saying it doesn't apply 100% of the time. In the majority of crimes that are committed, it comes back to a lack of emotional regulation.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Are you speaking about physical? I don't even think that it's a majority of crimes.
No, crime. Any kind of crime. The majority of crime.
If you run a red light.
Yes.
Okay.
You were too impatient. You couldn't wait. You were emotional.
You don't have to be emotional to run a red light. You can not see the light, thought it was seen it was yellow, like I can probably make it, and then you missed it and you ran a red light. That does not mean that. There's many type of crimes.
David, that's why I said it's not absolute, but you could also
even though it's not absolute, I don't even think that it's the majority of cases. You're saying that the majority of time, there's so many different laws. You're trying to say that the majority of cases where people listen, the majority of cases where people break the law, you're trying to say they break the law because they themselves were emotional. I'm trying to illustrate to you how you don't have any proof of that. That doesn't even make any coherent sense because there's so many freaking laws that have nothing to do with physical violence or physical abuse or anything like that, where you can break a law, not even be aware of it, not even be in any emotional state at all, but still break the law. Like scamming. Like sometimes you could, all the scammers out there, do you think that scammers are emotional?
You scam out of greed. Is greed an emotion?
Scamming out of greed. Wait, time out. Scamming out of, you think that scamming is only out of greed?
I didn't say only. I keep telling you it's not absolute.
Okay, got it. So don't say a majority. I'm arguing that your claim that most people most of the cases where the law is broken, it's due to people being emotional. I'm trying to illustrate to you, you would have to demonstrate that, because for each demonstration that you give of someone being emotional, I can give the same demonstration how they can do the crime without being emotional at all. So thus your claim of most people breaking the law because of their emotions, it doesn't add up to logic. Like let's talk it through logically, David. Even using inductive reasoning, it doesn't even make a general rule. So you're just wrong.
David, I think you're running from this.
No one's running. Wait, now you're lying. How I'm running for it when I'm sticking on every point you're talking about?
Speak, and I'm telling you this.
Real quick, how am I running for it when I'm sticking on each point you're talking about? But go ahead, speak.
Because you're pivoting.
Go ahead. No one's pivoting. You just don't want to you don't like your feet being held to the fire. I remember debating you before. You always try to move the goalposts and obfuscate.
David,
so please justify. Please justify. How am I running and I'm doing an internal critique on the things that you're saying? It's the opposite of running. Running would be me moving on because I don't want to speak about this. So you're lying. You're gaslighting yourself by projecting because you're the one that's actually running because you're a beta male. You think that men are hypergamous and men care and desire a woman that's better than them. You're wrong. I'm going to refute that claim and also refute the claim of prompt 2. Answer this question. David. We're not running. Please demonstrate. Stop it. I'm going to rephrase it. I'm going to restate the question. Please, if it's the case that women are more emotionally intelligent than men, and emotionally intelligence means that using your emotions to regulate your emotions when you are making decisions. That's what you say. Your demonstration of this is speaking about about people breaking the law, that there's more men that break the law, thus they must be more emotional. I'm telling you, men break the law not because they're more emotional. Men break the law is because men have an A-type personality. We disagree with many things. We're very disagreeable creatures. Women, they tend to agree more with things. So it's just in their biology to adhere to law and follow instructions more, which is why women do better in class settings than men. Men, little boys and stuff, we want to take we need 2 gym classes. We need to actually assert ourselves from a physical standpoint more than the mental standpoint and being constrained in a classroom the entire time to actually pass a test. We need more physical play rather than just to be constrained. Women, they're fine with that because they follow rules. Thus, they follow rules so much because they are built to follow a man. Men were not built to really follow. We're more built to lead, which is why we break the law.
David, may I have a word?
Sure. I'm just refuting everything you say. Go ahead.
Okay. So if we were to poll 100 scammers, 100 thieves, 100 physical assaulters, 100 people who committed battery, do you think that the majority or minority would say they did what they did out of an emotional reaction?
So you said scammers. What else?
Scammers, people who thieve, who are stealing something, people who physically assaulted.
Wait. Now you're you're mixing in two things, right?
No, I am. But keep in mind, I'm not mixing because remember, my original part of this argument was crime. You keep breaking it down.
No. I'm making distinctions of the type of crime. Now, if we're speaking about,
I'm not asking you to do that.
Listen,
because that's not part of my claim.
Yeah, if we're speaking about things that are not physical, I'm sorry. If we're speaking about things that are physical, I would agree and say that. Well, most crimes that happen that's physical, depending on the type of crime, it will probably be out of some sort of emotional reaction, right? A lot of the crimes. Now, when we're speaking about,
granted me physical. So let's move past physical then.
Listen, you talked about crimes in its totality. There's more non-physical crimes. Are there more non-physical crimes than there are physical crimes?
I presume so.
Okay. Now, if we're speaking about non-physical crimes, do you think that the non-physical crimes that happen, do you think that this is the majority of these non-physical crimes? These are people these are people breaking the law out of emotions because
I think that the majority of people who maybe like sell drugs illegally or who scam or things of that nature that are non-violent, I think they are doing that out of greed because they want money, which is an emotion. Do you disagree?
Okay, so do you think that they do things out of greed? Well, greed, if someone wants money, is that greed?
If you are willing to do an illegal act that causes a harm and you are acting upon greed, is that an emotion?
No, that's not my question. If you are doing something,
asked you a question. You're answering my question with a question. I asked you.
No, I didn't. No.
Yes, you did.
No,
I asked you, was it?
I want clarification on what you mean by greed, because you're presupposing all of these things. I'm a presuppositionalist. I don't disagree with your meaning why people do things. I don't think that it's just only for greed. So I think that you're incorrect. So I'm asking you a question on greed. So when we're speaking about greed, the person that is doing something for money, like if you just work a job, that's not greed, right? You're doing it for money.
That's why we're talking about scamming and selling drugs. Those two specific things. Even if you scam and sell any drugs, is that greed? Yes, that's what I would assume. The majority of people who scam and sell drugs are doing it out of greed. What do you think?
Okay, so the majority of people that scam and sell drugs are doing it out of greed.
Yes, that's what I believe, the majority. What do you believe?
Okay, now I don't believe that that's true.
Okay, why?
Yeah. Greed would presuppose that, well, there's some sort of aspect where they are good, but they want to take more than what they have.
Okay, but why do you think they would scam and sell drugs?
Real quick. Greed tells me that they want to take more than what they have. Like they want to, they have some, they're good, but they want to take more than that. They're greedy. They're doing things out of greed. Right? Now, if it's the case that
they're trying to obtain more, yes.
If it's the case that they don't have anything, are they doing it out of greed?
Potentially, but
wait. Look. You see why I disagree with the things that you're saying? So you mean to tell me that? Stop it.
No, David, you've been doing the majority of talking, and because you just brought up sort of like a non sequitur. You brought up.
It isn't a non sequitur.
Yes, it is. Do the majority of drug dealers and scammers do they have nothing? No, I disagree.
No,
with that.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that.
Said that.
No. Listen. I'm not saying that at all. I'm asking you about greed itself. Yeah. So greed itself.
Okay.
So when we're speaking about greed itself, is if someone, in order for someone to commit an act where we would say that, man, they're doing that out of greed. These people, this sort of people that we would say that they're doing it out of greed, the reason why they're doing it is because of greed, and you're tying greed to be coming from emotions?
Well, I don't think the majority of scammers and drug dealers are doing it out of
greed to
survival.
emotions?
Well, no, but I think you're trying to separate the difference between greed and survival.
No, I'm not. Are you tying greed to emotions?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So greed is only tied to emotions.
No, I never said that.
Is there cases where greed is not tied to emotions?
Perhaps.
Okay. All right. Listen, there we go. There we go. So there's times where greed is not tied to emotions.
Yeah, but we're talking about the rule.
Okay, now listen, if it's
the rule,
no, stop it. If it's the case that greed is not tied to emotions, now here's my question.
Exceptional.
No,
I already told you.
No,
Rules
how
versus
do
exceptions. You're pivoting.
No, it's not a pivot. How do you know? How do you know that the scammers and these people are doing it for greed, which is tied to their emotions? How do you know that?
And David, and if you were listening, you would know that's why I never said they are. That's why I said the majority. Did I not say the majority?
How do you know?
Did I not say the
what
majority?
Are you speaking about? How do you know that the majority is doing it out of emotions?
So are you going to say that
you're just speaking nonsense, bro. You're trying to tie every action that a man does is tied to emotions.
David, you asked me to prove something logically, so disprove what I'm saying logically.
I just did. I just proved it logically. So I'll walk it back.
Okay, wait. So you're on the record. You're on the record saying that the majority of drug dealers that sell drugs, the majority of scammers that scam, do not do that out of greed trying to acquire money.
Wait, you're saying I did not say that. I didn't say that.
Because then maybe we agree.
No, listen. You're missing the point. And chat, pay attention, right? Because you got yourself in a hole here. Your entire position that you're trying to demonstrate here is that women are more emotionally intelligent than men. Your claim is because using your emotions to regulate your emotions when making a decision is what emotionally intelligent is. You said that men break most of the laws. Now, I got to walk you back so you can understand. Men break most of the laws. Okay. Correct. Well, great. Men do break most of the laws, and it's not because of their emotions solely. It's because of other things, which I alluded to, like men just have the natural proclivity to disagree. And so since we're going to break some laws. But real quick.
Never said it was solely.
Real quick.
But continue.
Real quick. Now, you're trying to demonstrate how breaking the law, like scamming and stuff like that, you said that that would be due to someone's greed. It could possibly be the greed. Yeah.
Do you think it's a possibly or probability?
No, listen. I don't have I'll grant it. Let's just say that. Okay. Yeah, I'll grant it all. Let's say that it's due to greed. You already admit it, and you can't demonstrate how greed is tied to emotions. That's the point. That's the point. Stop it. That's the point. Thus, real quick, stop it. Listen.
What are you talking about?
Stop it. You just did. And is greed always tied to someone's emotions? If you're doing something out of greed, is that always an emotional response, an emotional action?
David, for the 15th time, it's not an absolute.
Oh, okay, got it. So listen, it's not. So stop it. Listen, if it's not, then stop it. If it's not, then your claim of trying to say that, this is why I granted it. Let's say, yes, men scam. They scam more than women. They break the law more than women. But this does not mean that they're more emotional than women, because if men are scamming due to greed, but greed isn't tied to the emotions, and you can't demonstrate how you can't demonstrate how greed is tied to your emotions. Thus, that is not Stop it. Stop talking. David. That is not a demonstration. Stop talking. You're dumb, bro. Stop talking. Stop talking. You're just mad because you're being refuted systematically being destroyed. You need to demonstrate how men are more, how women are more emotionally intelligent than men. Okay, men scam, men break laws. You said that they do it out of greed. Well, is greed tied to emotions? You say no. It isn't always. It is an absolute.
David, how are you refuting if I
Wait, how do you know if it's the? Okay, great. Listen, how do you know that it's the majority of the time?
There is tons of psychological research and studies that you can look up.
How do you know that each time someone does something for greed, that it's out of emotions. How do you know this?
David, again, I don't know if I need to say this to you slower. It's not each time, because again, I never said it's an absolute, but you keep framing it that way. So
no,
you're
not
refuting
absolute.
anything. Okay.
I'm asking you for a demonstration. How can you, let's just say how can you demonstrate that someone is doing it out of greed and it's because they're emotional rather than they just want more than what they have?
That would still be greedy. David, if somebody goes in the Foot Locker and takes a pair of Jordans, did they do it out of greed?
It's greedy, but is it emotions?
Greedy is tied to emotions the majority of the time. Do you disagree?
How? No. Yeah, I disagree.
Okay, then you're just wrong. That's fine.
Wait, okay, listen. If
demonstrate to me how the majority of time people steal out of greed,
I'll just
not out of
stop
emotion.
it. I'll just demonstrate it, bro.
That.
No, greed is fine. The part where I have the disagreement is not greed. I think that when people do things, a lot of the time it can be out of greed. Like if they're scamming and they're stealing, a lot of the time it can be out of greed. I already said that. Yeah, that would be true. That's not what we're debating. We're debating.
Okay, can we stop right there?
Stop it. Shh. We're debating emotions. Your claim is that women are more emotional intelligent than men. So somewhere in some way, with these non-physical crimes, you have to demonstrate that, well, the things that men do are out of emotions. You allude to greed, but you can't demonstrate how greed would be tied to someone's emotions. That's what I'm asking you to do.
David, if someone goes in the Foot Locker and sees a pair of Jordans and says, I want those, and they take them, did they do it out of greed? Yes or no?
That's not my point. They can do it out of greed, but how do you know that they did it out of emotions?
So who's more likely to do that?
How do you know that they did it out of being in an emotional state? Like, I'm in an emotional state, so I'm just going to steal and scam because I'm in this emotional state.
So
listen real quick. Listen, time out. Your claim is emotional intelligence is using your emotions to regulate your emotions to make a decision. Someone can be emotionally intelligent to make the decision to scam someone. Someone can be emotionally intelligent to make a decision to steal from someone. Someone can be emotionally intelligent to make these decisions in their life that ends up with them breaking the law. So this does not prove anything. You're just dumb.
No,
you don't get it.
And that's no, because David, I think you're dumb because you're not listening. Because you asked me two things. You asked me to define emotional intelligence, which I did, and now you're tying that to what my argument was. I don't know why this is so hard for you,
bro.
No, David, what is so hard for you? Are you going to go on the record?
Okay, so real quick, stop it.
The majority of criminality is not done out of
that's
emotion.
not my argument. You're straw man in my position.
Who's more likely to commit a crime out of emotion, a man or a woman?
Oh, listen, man, it would be women.
Women are more likely to commit a crime out of emotion than a man is?
Women are more emotional than men.
Okay, there is no psychological evidence.
Are women more emotional than men?
No.
Okay, who has more estrogen, men or women?
Women.
Okay,
who has more testosterone?
Is estrogen? Let me finish.
Who has more testosterone, David? You've been doing the majority of talking. I just asked you a simple question.
Oh, men have more testosterone.
I know you're not done. You're never done.
Yeah, men have more testosterone. So if it's the case that women have about 600 to 700% more estrogen than a man, men have 17 times more testosterone than women. And when it comes to testosterone, your cortisol levels have to be at a good level to maintain a good level of testosterone. And that cortisol is what actually regulates a man's emotions and not make him so, let's say, acting out of emotions. He tends to act despite how he feels, and it tends to make him more base. High testosterone individuals tend to be more base rather than very, very radical. Now, when you start to get on T and taking testosterone at unhealthy levels, then yes, you can become very irrational and very not based. But the folks that are just how men regularly are without T, no, the cortisol with that is is what helps create the testosterone, that actually keeps men very base. So I'm telling you that women are higher in estrogen and they get their period each month, which changes their mood. And estrogen is a driving force of mood swings, changes in how you feel, and changes in your emotions. Thus, women are not built to self-regulate their emotions like a man. They actually need a man to self-regulate their emotions, help self-regulate their emotions for them, which is why it's women asking about men being emotionally intelligent, because that's what they desire within themselves. But it's not men asking for women to be emotionally intelligent, because we are already the emotionally intelligent beings. Do you get what I'm saying?
That's just a major no, because that's just an assumptive leap. Because if that was true,
wasn't
men
a
wouldn't be
leap.
unaliving. Hold on, you just did a lot of talking. Men wouldn't be unaliving themselves at 3 times the rate if that were the case. Men wouldn't make up the overwhelming majority of addicts if that were the case. Men wouldn't be committing the overwhelming majority.
You know
of
why?
If
Because
that
men
was
are
the
just
case.
better at doing it. So when you look at offing, like self-deletion, women actually women actually attempt self-deletion at higher rates than men. Men, we just finished the job because we're not cowards. So we'll use
lack emotional intelligence.
No, we'll use. What are you speaking of? Women, they attempt self-deletion more like cutting themselves, like taking pills. They do more of they take more of the non-physical approach. Men, we take the physical approach. We'll go ahead and get the blaming, or we'll go ahead and jump off a bridge or something like that. Like straight physical, let's go ahead and end it, right? Women, they take more of a non-physical physical approach, where they attempt it more. So the attempts are higher on the woman's end. Even when we look at domestic violence between men and women, women are the ones that actually initiate domestic violence at higher rates than men. But men are the ones that go to jail because we retaliate, and the courts tend to favor the man. The courts tend to favor the woman over the man. So you're wrong on all of these cases.
No, I said addiction. You didn't refute that. Why are men way more likely to be addicts than women?
Well, what do you mean? The reason why men are more likely to, addicted to what though? Just addicts overall?
Corn, gambling.
Okay, you're just
weed,
talking
alcohol.
about, so you're talking about like just addiction overall. Well, that's something a little bit different. When we look at addiction, it wouldn't be more addicted to things. We're just addicted to different things. So women are very So men tend to be addicted to things that's harmful.
It's a reflection of a lack of emotions.
No. Men tend to be just addicted to things that's like, that would be harmful for them. Women tend to be.
They can't regulate their emotions, David. Just deal with that.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Addicts become addicted to things to regulate their emotions.
My claim isn't that men aren't emotional. You got my claim wrong. You have to demonstrate how women are less emotional than men. So I do agree.
Because they are less likely to be an addict, David.
Okay, because they are less likely to be an addict. This is why women
are less emotional.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, can you demonstrate and how they are less likely to be an addict? Because I can point out
kind of statistic. Any kind of statistic will confirm that men are more likely to be addicted to corn, drugs, and so forth. This is irrefutable.
You don't know how to think. Addiction is an umbrella term, right? And there's many different things that people can be addicted to, correct? Now, if the thing that you're speaking about is adult websites, I would agree, yes. If the thing that you are speaking about is like antidepressive medications, medications, and what is it? Freaking anxiety medications. Who would be more addicted to that? Antidepressant medications and also anxiety medications. Who's more addicted to that, men or women?
I'm not positive, but I'll grant you women.
Exactly. Therefore, your claim. See. Listen, real quick. Stop. You just cherry pick. Stop it. I could do the same thing. So this is why we have to.
Then let's do the same thing. Then let's go down the line and let's do the same thing.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to actually.
I know you're not.
No.
I know you're not.
Stop it. I'm trying to get to the reality of what we're speaking about. If you say you're making the claim, your argument is this. Well, women are better at women are more emotionally intelligent than men because they're addicted to less than men are. Now, addiction is an umbrella term. We just showed that how on one hand, well, if we're speaking about the adult industry, that will be one up for males. If we're speaking about we're speaking about depression medication, that would be one up for women. If we're speaking about anxiety medication,
alcohol.
If we're speaking about
alcohol,
if we're speaking about anxiety,
weed, alcohol.
Let me finish. If we're speaking about anxiety medication, that would be also one up for women. Now, if we're speaking about gambling, well, men just tend to be at casinos more than women. So these things would just resort to men because there's more men going to casinos because men have a burden of performance to go out there and be something of themselves. So they try these other avenues to try to be something. They try these other avenues to make something of themselves, which is why they go to casinos. So the claim of saying that who has a gambling addiction more, it doesn't really matter. If there's more men
so
in that
have
field,
a burden of performance being mothers, and that's why they take anxiety.
Stop it! Right? Listen, bro. I'm saying that wouldn't be analogous to make. So if we speak about antidepression medications and anxiety, both human beings experience that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Both human beings can naturally fall into the role of being depressed and also having anxiety.
Correct.
Both. Okay. Now, if we're speaking about
I don't know about equally though, but carry on.
Okay. If we're speaking about those two things, right? These are things that actually deal directly with your emotions, right?
Yes. It is like a pill to aid regulating your emotion.
Yeah. So these addiction things deal directly with your emotions. When we're speaking about adult websites and we're speaking about, gambling, these things do not deal directly with, is not a correlation directly with your emotional state, correct?
They absolutely do. You think a psychologist wouldn't say there is a correlation between depressive individuals and gambling and corn and weed and alcohol? You don't think alcoholics are depressed? Yes or no?
When I'm speaking about, it can be. Listen,
David,
listen.
to your pivoting,
Let me follow it. I'm not pivoting.
Question. This is a yes or no.
I said it can be. So listen.
It's not. I'm not asking for it can be. Give me an assertive answer.
Okay.
This is common sense.
I'll give it to you, right? So here's what I'm saying. When we look at gambling, and let's say if they are addicted to gambling, we can point out many scenarios like Dan Blazarian. That's just one of them. That's a famous gambler, or many of these gamblers where they weren't.
David, let's focus on rules, not exceptions. You're doing this exception thing.
But remember when I said direct correlation to it. So we're looking for something that's a direct correlation that has to deal with a direct correlation of addiction that deals directly with the person's emotional state. Now,
alcohol, David.
Listen, gambling, alcohol, all of these things will not deal directly and solely with the emotional state. But antidepressant medications and anxiety medications, this deals directly with the emotional state, and women fully rip men off the scale. Women are on antidepressant medications and anxiety medications at much higher rates than men. And this deals directly with the emotional state. Those other ones, they don't deal directly and solely with the emotional state because I can always find exceptions, many exceptions within them. So if we're speaking about addiction, and there's this one correlation of addiction that deals directly and specifically with how you freaking feel, directly with your emotions, which is freaking the medication of depression medication and anxiety medication, and women are higher at that, we would actually have to say that women have higher rates of being addicted to things based off of solely their emotions. Booyah! That's the end of that part. You just got refuted. You just got debunked.
David, you just made stuff up. So
no one made stuff up.
I'm about to tell you why. I can't tell you how you made stuff up. You just keep interrupting me. if physicians used to use alcohol to directly treat depression, David, you aren't even listening. David, you aren't even listening.
Yo,
I don't know what's funny about you bloviating and obfuscating.
Listen,
I don't know what's funny
did you?
about that.
Okay, try to. You're not understanding. Try to still man my position.
What? No, David. This is what you do masterfully.
No. Try to still man my position real quick, bro.
You brought up a ton of exceptional situations about damn blue. You can't talk for 2 minutes and ask me to still man your position. You don't know what brevity is.
You want me to make it real concise for you? I can do it in 20 seconds.
Please.
Okay. So, again, my position is very simple. When we're speaking about addiction, and you're saying that addiction is a correlation to emotions, who's more emotions. And the one addiction that we're speaking about, it's a direct correlation of antidepressant medications and also anxiety medications, which the only reason why they would be on these medications, the sole reason why they would be doing this is because of their emotional state. And women are fully exceed men at higher rates on being on these medications. Thus concludes my point how women are more addicted to things than men are due to their emotions. Booyah.
Okay, so you cherry picked one drug and said, hey, because women directly use
That's the only drug. That's the only thing. Listen, that's the only thing as far as addictions that we can, even you agreed, that's the only thing that we can say that's 100% tied to your emotions because they're taking this drug because of their emotional state. And there's more women taking this drug than men. There's more women addicted to this drug than men. If you point to alcohol, men don't have to be in a crazy emotional state and be emotional just by drinking alcohol, even being addicted to it. This doesn't solely mean that thus they're addicted to this. They're in an emotional state. And we would also have to say that women are addicted to alcohol as well, too. But when we look at these two aspects of...
Okay, David, may I?
Okay, never mind.
So there is a thing called self-medication. No, there's a thing called self-medication where people self-medicate using alcohol for their depression. Doctors even used to do this and prescribe alcohol. So it is directly related.
It don't matter.
Who smokes more weed and drinks more alcohol?
It's not a direct correlation.
If physicians are saying that it is, that makes it's not?
It's not a direct correlation.
Okay, so you know more than the doctors that used to do this.
Listen, can you smoke weed or drink a bunch of alcohol and do it because you're not in an emotional state? Yes or no? Is it possible?
Of course.
Okay. Can you take antidepressant medications and anxiety medications if you're not in an emotional state?
Sure, you can.
Okay. Explain to me how.
You could be misdiagnosed. You could just be a pill popper. Like an anti-anxiety is like an Adderall, right? People take Adderall recreationally.
Okay, got it. So a doctor can...
Wait. Will you acknowledge that?
Okay.
That people take Adderall recreationally?
Got it. I would. We're not even speaking
just
about
acknowledge
Adderall.
it, David.
Listen,
can you acknowledge it?
I got you, bro.
No, I got you is not an acknowledgement.
I got you. You're not answering. You're not actually answering.
I just answered your question. I'm
going to restate the question so you can answer.
David, you're restating it to buy yourself time. I answered your question.
No, it isn't to buy myself time. It's to you obfuscate it. So is it the case when people are taking these medications, they're prescribed these medications, the reason why they are, the sole reason why they are taking these drugs is because of their emotional state. That's the reason for the drugs. The drugs is to help out with the emotional state, right?
The majority, yes.
No, okay. The drug itself, is that drug itself to help out with your emotional state? Yes or no?